Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Songezo Zibi. I'm a member of Parliament and the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Before we begin, may I ask that someone from the venue just does a housekeeping for us? Two things. One, what we do in case of an emergency, in case of fire. Do we run out of here, 10 left, 10 right? One. Secondly, if anyone wants to go to the restroom, which way are they supposed to go? Can we just sort that out quickly, and then we shall begin? I recognize we are not in Parliament here, and I won't know those details. Thank you.
Good morning, Executive Mayor, members of the committee, SCOPA, Speaker, members of Council, management, AG, and everybody in the room. For restrooms, because the wall is not that big, it is behind this black wall there. I don't know how to call it. Is it that banner? Yes, it's behind that banner. It's for both males and females, but when you're in there, you'll choose the males or female part depending on your gender. Then obviously the kitchen, when that time comes, it will be at your right, but I'm sure people who are responsible for catering or tea will be able to show us. Yeah, I think that's all. Emergency exit. There is the exit straight. Oh, okay, no, it's fine, okay. There is also a foyer that other side of the building. Sorry for that, I didn't hear. That other side of, there's a foyer that side of the building. You will see it's written PCMM offices, then we'll get in there, there's a foyer that other side. Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I didn't break your protocols. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So formal proceedings can now begin. Thank you. So just before I do the official welcoming, this is a session of Parliament, so we have brought Parliament here. For those who are wondering why it's not the Executive Mayor or somebody who's standing here to welcome everyone. So we are in Parliament, but Parliament having transported itself to BCM. The first thing I want to do is to thank you, Honorable Executive Mayor, for hosting us on this visit, for hosting Parliament, for hosting the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and to thank you, the Mayoral Committee, the Municipal Manager, and all other officials who went with us yesterday as we visited various sites. And thank you for presenting to us the information about the sites that we visited, as well as taking questions from the members of the committee, as well as members of the community. I am going to make a few remarks in general, and then just speak about how we'd like our program to run today. The first is why we are here, and I need to give a context. There are several reasons why we're here. Parliament is very far. It is in Cape Town. Theoretically, Parliament sessions are open to the public, but 99.999% of South Africans probably will never go to Parliament. So it is not possible for them to be part of parliamentary proceedings and be in the room and hear the information being presented, see the information being presented, and also to hear answers to questions that members of Parliament have. So it is very important that at every opportunity we get, we bring Parliament to the people so that they can see the work of Parliament in action. So that is the first thing, and it's an important principle. The second reason we are here has to do with how the committee is approaching its work. The first thing is that I know when people come to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, some people probably feel like they're being taken to death row because the committee is going to try and beat you over the head and so on. That is not what we set out to do at all. That's not what we set out to do. Our assumption right at the beginning is that we are trying to do the same thing, all of us. But our system is built in such a way that there are different points of accountability. In the case of the municipality, council is a point of accountability, council as a whole. For the officials that are implementing the policy program of the council, they come back and account to the council in terms of how far they are with that work. Secondly, the politicians who are sitting in council are supposed to account to the people, to the election promises that they've made. That's what this is all about. And this is not a party political statement. All of us go out and campaign and say this is what we're going to do. Once we have been elected, when we get into these chambers, we are supposed to watch how partisan we get, because the overall objective for all of us is to see the lives of South Africans improve. And therefore, we must take the work very seriously. So the administrators account to council. Council accounts to the people, because council is the board of directors of the people of BCM. They are the shareholders if this was a company. So the company does not belong to the board. It belongs to the shareholders. The city doesn't belong to the council. It belongs to the people of Buffalo City Metro. So that's important. That's the second layer of accountability. However, there is another layer of accountability, and that is Parliament. Right now, there is a budget process underway. One of the things Parliament must do is to appropriate funds for municipal authorities right across the country as part of the equitable share, which we all know about. The committee is tasked with following up on those funds, whether they're getting used properly, whether the objectives are met. So this is not just about procurement. Procurement arises because the objectives have not been met. The Office of the Auditor General is very important to our work. In fact, we are the main client on behalf of Parliament of the Office of the Auditor General with regards to matters of governance and money. So the AG writes to the Speaker, as you saw a week or two ago, writes to the Speaker and says, Madam Speaker, we are struggling with the following municipalities who are not submitting their financial statements, their annual financial statements, because things are just in disarray in those municipalities. The reason she writes to the Speaker is because the Speaker is the custodian of Parliament. Our job is to take that letter up and do something about it. Now, thankfully, Buffalo City is not one of those municipalities, but I'm illustrating a point. So we took the letter, and already last week, the Auditor General presented to the committee about those municipalities to tell us what's going wrong and so on. And the rest of the system must kick in. The Minister of Cooperative Governance must talk to the committee. The MECs responsible must come and talk to the committee. And the mayors and so on of those council must also account to the committee, so that we can write a report for the Speaker and for the National Assembly, saying exactly what it is that we are going to do about it, so that the Auditor General's work does not go to waste, that she writes a letter and nothing happens. So this is at a general level. Now let me come to Buffalo City. This is the beginning of a 5-year process between the Standing Committee on Public Account and Buffalo City. This is our first meeting. We are going to have many. And that's not because we are targeting you. Let me explain so that nobody thinks there are political issues behind it. I will explain broadly the committee's approach when we sat as members of the committee and decided what must we try and focus on over the next 5 years. The primary problem that we have in South Africa is that too many people are not working. They are unemployed. Too many people don't have the skills they need in order to get a job and earn a living wage that allows them to build their dreams and so on. To do that, we must align ourselves with a strategy that says, if we can help improve governance and service delivery in certain key nodes and in certain areas of government, we will begin to see a big difference in the lives of South Africans. So, I'll mention some of the areas in which we focus. The Department of Higher Education and Training as a whole is very important to the work of the committee. We are on a 5-year journey with them. Why? Because too many South Africans don't have enough skills. The TVET colleges, the CETAs and so on have to perform at world-class level. If they do, we've got a lot more South Africans with skills. So we are not targeting them, there is a reason. Secondly, more than nearly 60% of South Africans live in metros. They live here, they live in the Nelson Mandela Metro, Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Mbombela, etc., etc. eThekwini, city of eThekwini, and so on. So that is where the industrial activity in the country is, regardless of what sectors you may be talking about. Therefore, it is very important that the metros are working as they should. So you are not the only ones. We are going to go to the city of Johannesburg, city of Tshwane, eThekwini, and so on. So you are not being targeted. That is why we are going to stay with you, because it's important. But we also look at provincial level, for example. In this province, so we are coming from Oliver Regional Tambo District Municipality. We spent 3 days there. We didn't go there because he is one of the founders of our democracy. That's important, but that's not the only reason. There are 3 big nodes in the Eastern Cape for potential economic activity. There is that area, Mthatha has got an airport and all of that, the N2 goes through there. There is Buffalo City, there is Nelson Mandela Metro, right? So it's important that at the very least, these pillars of development in the province are working as they should. Now, I'm sharing this with you at the same time as the public so that you understand why it is that we are going to focus here and in other places specifically so that we can get the outcomes. Health is another issue I don't need to explain to you. Transport. The Transport Department, Minister Barbara Creasy knows we are going to be with her and her team for the next 5 years. Road Traffic Management Corporation is there. Road Accident Fund is there, Transnet is there, PRASA is there, SAA is there, and so on. As you can see, there are these big, very important institutions that are part of the transport. If we can improve our transport and logistics infrastructure, the economy grows. I am hoping that I have explained the logic of the committee so that we don't in future get questions that say, why are they always here? Why are they always taking us to Parliament? That is the reason, and I'm hoping that the public, because they are watching, they can see what the logic of the committee is. In that process, there will be areas where we pat you on the back and we say, well done. There will be areas where the committee members are very tough. None of it is personal. None of it is personal. If the politicians at different spheres of government cannot hold one another accountable, people are going to lose faith in our democracy. They're going to say we cover each other's backs, we are not serious about their issues, and therefore. So none of the conversations today will be because anyone is being personal. And the committee works very well on a non-partisan basis. People just don't even tell you which party they're from, unless they are wearing the colors of their church from which they go, in which case you might have an idea where the member is. But generally, we just ask questions as members of Parliament. So I am sorry for the long speech, but I feel it's important for the public, for the executive mayor and council and the agency heads that are here to understand that we are not targeting BCM. On a personal level, I am from the Eastern Cape. I want my province to be #1 in all the good things. I want us to be #1 in all the good things. Madiba is from here. Matthew Gonewe is from here. Oliver Tambo is from here. I can go on and on and on. Walter Sisulu was born here. Let us make them proud. Let us make them proud. Let us not have these heroes turning in their graves because we can't somehow continue the work that they began because we just get busy with other things. So that is why we are here. And thank you for indulging me for that long explanation. I am then going to talk about our plan for today. Firstly, I would like us to be walking out at 4:05. I would like us to be walking out at 4:05, if possible. We are not going to cut any corners, but it's a Friday. I appreciate that some people are migrant workers like me. You finish 5 o'clock, you must rush to Butterworth or to Dutwa or whatever. It's raining, we must drive safely while it's still daytime. Secondly, the committee members, shame. They've been through a lot this week. We traveled 3 hours on a gravel road from Lusikisiki to Nsonyin. By the time we got there, it was getting dark, and I could see some members didn't like me much. So the members have been through a lot, and even though they're completely committed to the discussion today, I don't want anyone beginning to nod and fall asleep while other people are talking. So we must finish with energy and proper attention. So I am asking that this is the last long nebulous speech that we give, this one that I'm giving, that we deal with the issues, we deal with them directly. When there's an answer, if it's yes or no, just say yes or yes, no, or you can explain a little bit, but no long speeches, especially for us, the politicians. This is for the councillors, chief executives and so on, as well as the members themselves. So that's important. Now, we would have appreciated, the general thing in the committee is that if we get the documents beforehand that are going to be presented, the members read the documents, which means in the actual session itself, we take a shorter time listening to presentation, and you can leave the rest of the time for discussions, questions, explanations, and so on. And unfortunately, we didn't get. That said, I am going to say that the time now is just after 9:30. So these are the segments that we want to do. At 11:30, I would like us to take a 15-minute break. The session from now until then is for BCM to present your case. After tea break, it's our turn to ask questions. We will take that until lunchtime at 1. So we will have a 1 hour 45 minutes for questions. We take a 45-minute break until 1:45, and we continue for another 2 hours, 2 hours, 30 minutes of conversation, and then we are done. That will give us, hopefully, enough time to do this. Otherwise, if the presentations or representations by the Metro take us until lunch, once the issues arise, believe me, the members have energy. We will be here at 9 p.m. At our time, we were there in the dark, still discussing the issues, and I don't want us to get there today. It's a Friday, so I'd like to be kind to everybody. So when I sit down, I will hand over to you, Executive Mayor, to give us the line of march for your team and so on, but when we go on tea break, that's the end of your turn. After that, we then get into a conversation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of SCOPA, Ms. Honorable Zibi, to the honorable members of SCOPA that are present here today. And I know about the Vagala, I'm a bit short. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson of SCOPA, Honorable Zibi, to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of SCOPA that are present here today, to the Honorable Speaker of Council, the Chief Whip of Council, members of the Mayoral Committee that are present here, councillors that are present, the chairperson of the PCMDA board and the CEO, city manager and head of directorate. Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, it's indeed a great honor on behalf of Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality to welcome you in Buffalo City. And we really appreciate your input, Chairperson. As this municipality, we welcome SCOPA to be here. You are welcome anytime you want to come to Buffalo City, because for us it's to be accountable to South Africans and people of Buffalo City at large. We believe that your visit will enhance and promote good governance and accountability. We truly appreciate your presence in our city. We are committed to work with you to achieve the objectives of local government. This visit, Honorable Chairperson, as you have alluded, it's during the budget period. The visit took place after we have tabled our draft IDP and annual budget to the ordinary council meeting, which was held on the 26th of March. As you know, Chair, as you have made your input that the metro is a key urban center for the Eastern Cape province. It consists of the urban areas stretching from the port of East London, which is our pride as this city. We've worked hard with Transnet. For the first time, there's a lot of investment that is happening in the East London port, where Transnet has invested in the deepening of the East London port. We have received a lot of investment. There's going to be a lot going on in the beachfront, working together with Transnet. This is part of the economy of East London not growing. It's because of our port, because it's a river port, and the way that it was structured, that it can't take big boats inside the city. So our aim as Buffalo City was to make sure that the East London port is one of our key areas of focus. So Transnet is currently investing in that. Also, we have Mtanzane, we have Timbaza. Timbaza is in the King Williamstown area, Chairperson. We want to expand towards King Williamstown in terms of our economic growth. IDZ, which Buffalo City is a major stakeholder in IDZ, one of the best performing industrial zone in South Africa, which benefits maybe about 20% from government. We're a key shareholder in that. We're expanding that now to Ndabozugo, which is called King Williamstown. Chairperson, we must say that as Buffalo City, we welcome and will cooperate with any law enforcement agencies, as we have done ever since we took over as this administration. I'm talking about your special investigation, your hawks, any law in this, the public protector. I don't know, I was called by the chairperson of chairs in our provincial legislature when the Human Rights Commission visited them. They are very proud of how Buffalo City we interact with them, with the Human Rights Commission, in dealing with issues where there are challenges. We are open to discuss those challenges with these state entities, institutions. Chair, our key focus for the next financial year is to prioritize in key infrastructure projects. And some of these key infrastructure projects are some of those that we have visited that have been not attended to. We had the Baby Lee Crescent, which when we took over was revamped by ourselves, making sure all these projects that had any delay, there's a quick response in us, making sure these projects are working. We're looking into our infrastructure audit, our integrated transport planning. As you have alluded, the Department of Transport is working with us in terms of our special planning. If you can go to Mtanzane, you will see the integrated transport plan that is already happening in Mtanzane. We're looking at our debt profiling and data cleansing. Chair, if you look at our debt book, we're sitting at about 8 billion, and mainly those people are households. If you can look at the history of black people, especially in the Eastern Cape, Chairperson, they don't leave wills. They live their children, and that has kept our debt book. We're engaging with the Minister of Justice, but also the University of Fort Hare, but they can't assist us on transferring of estate, because just for you to transfer in-state to one person to another, it costs you about 15,000 per individual. So you have a backlog of that. It would be nice if SCOPA can take that away from me. Our other focus, Chair, is to improve our fleet management system. I'm not going to dwell much. When city manager will talk about that as much. Chair, as you know that in the AG report, it talks about the financial viability of the city. Yes, the city we have volunteered to go through a financial recovery plan, looking at the situation, the economic across the country, but also city. We are mainly a rural metro, Chairperson, mainly a rural metro, where we generate revenue most, it's in our coastal area and midland areas. But Mtanzane, by nature, and Duncan Village, how the apartheid system developed those areas, those people in majority, they are unemployed, they are indigent people. But as we look at these issues in terms of our financial viability, even though, Chairperson, we are in this financial situation we don't owe any water boards, we don't owe any ESCOM, we pay our debt within 29 days as Buffalo City. But what is important, Chairperson, is that as a mayor, one of the things that you must make sure that you have a funded budget, and AG has agreed to that if you look into the audit outcomes. We have a serious concern when it comes to billing. Those are the challenges that we are focusing on. Billing remains a challenge. We have engaged the National Treasury to assist us on the issue of billing. Billing, it's not about electricity, it's about the water charge when it comes to billing, Chair. So we were focusing in this financial year in infrastructure maintenance, because for the past years we've not been focusing on the maintenance of our infrastructure, and I think AG has raised it. We've said now in this financial year, our focus would not to be build new roads, but it will be to maintain our current infrastructure. Vandalism and theft, especially when it comes to electricity. We had a meeting with NERSA, when NERSA is coming into play in assisting us in the issue of the deficit when it comes to electricity. When it comes to land invasion, Chair, on that area, land that is mainly invaded in the city, it is private land. Now, as Buffalo City, you have minimum rights to interact with those, but our law enforcement agency, working with the security cluster, we make sure that we are there so that the land is not invaded fully, Chairperson. In terms of one of the issues that AG has been raising in terms of the audit outcomes is the issue of performance management and consequence management, Chair. We are in the process of procuring a good performance management system, because the one that we currently have, it's the one that as the executive we have assessed, it's not as effective that we would want it to be. Also to look at contracts management, we're focusing mainly on consequence management, Chair. There's a lot of reforms that we're implementing as Buffalo City when it comes to consequence management, which AG has raised as well with us. In addition, Chair, we are also looking into Buffalo City being in a smart city. Honorable Chairperson, as a city we have pledged, as you are saying, that Eastern Cape is a home of legends. You did not mention Abafazi, kodwa ke as legends. I would mention Winnie Madikizela Mandela. I would mention Nokhanima Thomas and many others. Part of that is for us to revive Buffalo City, to reposition Buffalo City as a city of choice. We have to recommit ourselves in doing the basics right. What the community wants, expect of us is to do the basic right. We had a serious challenge, Chair, of potholes. As you can see in the city, we're trying to revamp those small things that make a big impact to our community. We're putting our people first and being honest about our limitation. Hence, yesterday, when I was asked about the Mtanzane swimming pool, I did not want to make any commitments until that report comes, because we need to be very honest when we deal with these issues, so that we don't make promises to our people and then we don't deliver. Through this, Chairperson, as we were honest with our limitation, we can deliver within our means as per the people's expectation. We're happy to say, Chairperson, USDG has given us additional funding because we're spending our grant. In the audit outcome, there's a disclaimer, not a disclaimer, an opinion that said that Buffalo City is not has not used 100%. We've used all of our grants. If you can look at all these financial years, 100%. But what audit AG there is not mentioning, that money is not a grant, it's money funded from the Department of Land Affairs, which is supposed to build houses for people in Buffalo City. Water and sanitation chairperson is a problem because of the Amatole Water Board challenges. They are not mainly our challenges, but partly it's Buffalo City. But further to that, I've written to the Minister Hlabisa, which he has requested, which we have requested urgent intervention through the municipal infrastructure support system. City manager had a conversation with them. Part of what I've requested from the minister is to conduct a comprehensive root cause analysis of the prevailing water crisis that we're faced with as a city, undertake a forensic review of past water infrastructure investment, whether they were effectively utilized in addressing systematic issues. So to see that if we have spent 100 million in doing something, was that 100 million utilized in the right way? So that is what we are asking. So this is part of the things that we're saying, Honorable Chair, we are doing in terms of our consequence management. Chair, we also have a financial turnaround strategy which will be fully implemented on a quarterly basis. We have action plans, audit action plans. I'm interacting directly with AG now, with the audit committee, where on a weekly basis as the executive mayor, we get that. We were getting someone by MPEC where we respond on issues, Honorable Chairperson. As Buffalo City, we have a very good working relation with business in the city. We've therefore established a business compact which is going to help us to go and look for investment outside of the city. City manager is implementing consequence management procedure to curb administration breaches, especially underperformance, incurring of unauthorized and irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So, Chairperson, we are committing ourselves again as the political leadership, want to assure the people of South Africa in Buffalo City there is a stable political leadership in this metro. We sit our council meetings, our Section 80 meetings sit on a regular basis. I would like to thank again the honorable members for visiting our city. City manager will give a full presentation of what is expected of the committee. Kunzima Chair, I used to be on that side, but now I'm on this side. Maybe I must come back this side. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Please. Chair, good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Mayoral Committee, Board Chairperson of BCMDA, our colleagues, political parties present here. I have requested, Chair, that my presentation be flighted, and also requested that, if possible, the presentation be circulated to all honorable members. Apology that the presentation was not circulated before for members to interact with it. Papani will help me run the presentation. The outline of my presentation is truly taken from the letter that was written by the chairperson. So we have specifically dealt with those issues. The letter indicated are focus areas. So the outline will be the introduction and context, 2 BCMM governance overview, measures for audit turnaround, the Ntansane swimming pool, cases with the SIU, Zwelicha wastewater treatment plant, the Ristin wastewater treatment works, as well as Water World. The Water World presentation will come through immediately the CEO of BCMDA. Getting into the introduction, Buffalo City welcomed the visit of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to the city, which is meant to look at key areas of governance and service delivery. We believe that the visit provides an opportunity for the municipality to clarify itself on measures it is taking to address the challenges that are found in the projects that were visited. The letter we received from the chairperson, Honorable Zibi, specifically detailed that the municipality should, in giving context to the project that have challenges, also detail efforts that are being made to turn around the situation. This gives us comfort on the positive and forward-looking approach that the committee is taking in its oversight visit in our city. And I think the chair has also outlined in his opening remarks much clearer on that. In making the presentation, we'll outline the challenges that are experienced in these projects, their root causes, the cost implication, and we'll also detail measures that we are taking to rescue these crucial projects. We must be the first to admit that in this project, public monies was lost. We're doing our investigation and will cooperate with law enforcement, as the executive mayor indicated, to ensure that those found responsible do face consequences. With regard to the audit outcome of the city, we will detail the findings and also reveal what we are doing to turn around our audit outcome as a city. We must indicate that we have worked hard to get governance to a good level, and we must concede that there is room for improvement in this regard. Our governance framework function, the Speaker as the chairperson of Council, plays a crucial role of coordinating and managing the functioning of standing committees established by Council as per Section 79 of the Municipal Structures Act. The Executive Mayor established and oversee the work of the Section 80 committees in terms of the Municipal Structures Act. Each of these standing committees are chaired by members of the Mayoral Committee and report to Council through the Executive Mayor. The Council and committee meetings are currently running smoothly as regular institutional meetings are convened. There is stable political administrative interface in the city with structures working in harmony. This is largely due to stability in political leadership that is due to the city not being under coalition. The overview on governance, again, the city have challenges, but also there are crucial milestones that the city has achieved. The following milestones have been registered under the current council. 1, all senior manager positions are now filled, and the senior managers meet the competency requirements. Our clean water provision. I've requested.
Okay.
Apology, Chair. Access to basic sanitation is at a 97.5%. There is improved state of cleanliness in the city, improved enforcement of environmental health bylaws, illegal spaza shops, resuscitation of relationship between business. We have recently signed leadership compact agreement with focus areas on partnership between business and the municipality, and those not limited to the issues of cleanliness and safety of the city. So we're now working on ensuring that that compact agreement is realized and implemented. We have obtained a level 2 accreditation on provision of housing. There is a stable supply of electricity. There is improved outlook in the beachfront with Baby Lee Yachel's Recreation Park. Settlers Way refurbishment has improved traffic flow to R72 and to the airport, and it is also an enabler to the economic activity in our West Bank development node. The Breitbach interchange and N2 Green River Road project have been concluded. Easy access to Zwelicha, Bisho, Koenge, and improved traffic flow to the N2. We have challenges, and among them are the project that SCOPA visited. These projects give us sleepless nights, and we're working hard to fix them. We're working hard to turn around the audit outcomes through the implementation of the audit action plan. Please allow us to give context and progress in this regard. The adverse finding on irregular expenditure were primarily as a result of historical systematic deficiencies, which required decisive intervention to ensure compliance with MFMA and relevant supply chain management regulations. A key contributing factor to the continued reliance on panel contracts, some of which were irregularly awarded and others subsequently declared invalid by the courts. Furthermore, various evergreen contracts, many of which predate the enactment of the MFMA, had continued to operate beyond their intended lifespan, thereby exacerbating the accumulation of irregular expenditure. So we're giving context as to where our regular expenditure is coming from. We have taken a strategic decision to terminate these contracts. This action was necessary not only to curb escalating irregular expenditure, but also to uphold principle of fairness, transparency, and legal compliance in procurement processes. The termination of these contracts was done using two approaches. One, where there are contracts and there is no performance, we have written to those contractors to seek agreement to terminate. As we would all know, that unilateral termination of contract is unlawful unless the contract is set aside by a court of law. So we sought mutual termination. The second one was that where there are performance, in order to avoid disruption to service delivery, we have written to those specific contractors to say, once these contracts the assignment has come to an end, if there is a project that they're handling and that project has come to an end, we must agree that beyond that scope of work, there is no further contractual relationship between the municipality and the contractor. This was similarly applied to all evergreen consulting company contracts. Apologies, yeah. Yes. So in this regard, we have also opened an engagement between ourselves AG, and National Treasury. Because the predicament we find in as a municipality is that whilst we have contracts that are irregular, both declared unlawful and found irregular by AG, and consulting contracts that were engaged before MFMA was born. What mechanism does a municipality have to provide the services whilst we terminate? Because if we go on a deviation process, the assessment generally by AG is that those deviations are as a consequence of poor planning. Having read the PFMA and MFMA area, there seemed to be a dispensation that is different between the two authorities. In PFMA, there is a dispensation allowed in situation of that nature, but in the MFMA area, we seem to have a lacuna. So, in order to terminate those, to deal with those irregular contracts, which we have terminated, we then have approved an interim deviation for only 10 months to allow all those contracts that are terminated and all those consulting companies that are necessary that are terminated, for the municipality to go on a procurement process to ensure that we have got contracts that are procured properly. And our intention is to eliminate or deal with this escalating irregular expenditure. So I thought I needed to give context as far as that is concerned. The SEM unit has been instructed to appoint a financial service provider from the municipality's approved panel to assist in the comprehensive investigation of all UIFWE transactions in collaboration with the designated UIFW champions. After the investigations, MPEG will be provided with all complete projects or completed project for deliberation and in its scheduled meetings. We are enhancing our internal controls and procurement monitoring by doing the following. The contract management framework is being reviewed to prevent the recurrence of irregular contracts. Departments have been mandated to implement early procurement planning mechanism to eliminate reliance on deviations with strict oversight from the Office of the City Manager using the risk-adjusted strategy. Establishment of a dedicated compliance and consequence management unit is being investigated, and if feasible, will be capacitated to oversee procurement governance, ensuring that officials responsible for irregular expenditure are held accountable. On repeat audit findings, we will ensure that these are resolved. We're saying at least those that are repeat findings, the management is committing that these will be resolved with support from politicians. AG findings will not only be linked to departments, but also to responsible individuals. We will ensure that those individuals commit to eliminate these findings. In fact, that's what we have already done. Weekly meetings are conducted with all directorates to review the status of the audit action plan. The audit action plan serves as a compliance document. However, it does not diminish the necessity of effectively implementing the proposed remedial actions. In practice, this is crucial to reduce and eliminate repeat findings. On a quarterly basis, progress on implementation of the audit action plan is submitted to the audit committee, mayoral committee, and impact for oversight. Every Friday, the department's audit action plan are submitted to the executive mayor for her weekly oversight. Going to the audit action plan itself, you will see the municipality did obtain an unqualified audit opinion during the year 2021-2022 and regressed the subsequent years, 2022 and 2023. On revenue and receivable from exchange transactions, we receive qualification, which is repeated. On commitments, there is no finding in the current year under review. On repairs and maintenance, there is a new finding. On asset management, the finding is repeat, 2022-2023 financial year. We outlining these qualification areas. One, by identifying which department are responsible for these qualification areas. The first one is revenue management, because as indicated that we want to attach accountability for these. The finding is the completeness and accuracy and validity on sanitation resulting on an understatement in billing errors and limitation in the completeness of the total population. The root causes of this finding, the municipality did not recognize completely service charges sanitation resulting in an understatement of revenue and receivables. Not all properties were visited during the physical verification conducted during the 2023-2024 financial year due to the properties being locked, vandalized, or denied access. The remedial action, performance completeness testing of the whole population for billing of storage pans from the valuation roll to the billing reports, and conclude on valid and invalid exceptions. These exceptions to be included together with the 2021 verification on remaining population that had refused access or locked properties during 2023-2024 financial year. And our timeline there is by 31st of May, this should be complete. Capital expenditure transactions have been recognized as an audit finding as operational expenditure. The transaction and work done performed by service provider was incorrectly assessed as repairs to an old asset. Remedial action, adequate monthly review of transaction process in the general ledger to be performed to confirm their correct classification. Repairs and maintenance transactions need to be reviewed in detail to confirm whether transactions in capital are operational in nature. On asset management, I'll focus on remedial action just for the purpose of chasing time. The physical verification of all work in progress project to determine whether there are any existing indication of impairment, properly document the impairment consideration for all assets identified to be having impairment indicators. Disclose all impairment according to the relevant accounting standards that we have set to achieve by the 30th of June 2025. On asset management, our remedial action is to develop standard policy in line with the GRAB standard that details the capitalization process of all completed immovable assets. Hold bi-monthly meetings with user department to discuss the status of the work in progress projects and encourage capitalization of all completed projects that we have set to achieve by 30th of June 2025. On asset management again, which is, the first one was property, plant and equipment, and this one is include vehicles. A physical verification of movable assets to determine whether there are any existing indicators of impairment, properly document the impairment consideration for all the assets identified to be having impairment indicators. Disclose all impairment according to relevant accounting standards that we have set to achieve by 30th of June 2025. Again, on property, plant and equipment, assets where the remaining useful life have been revised will be accounted for accurately, and the effect of the change to estimate will be properly disclosed in the AFS. Review the revaluation calculation upon receipt of the expert to confirm that the change in accounting estimates has been taken into consideration. We have also said that to achieve by end of June 2025. Depreciation of assets on property, plant, equipment under undepreciated landfill sites. Depreciation of assets component on landfill site rehabilitation provision will be accounted for as per the requirement of GRAB 17 by end of June 2025. Revaluation reserves and revaluation movement asset or asset with negative revaluation balances. We will review the fixed asset register to ensure that for all assets that have revaluation decrease, revaluation reserves is debited to the extent of its credit balance, and any excess is recorded as impairment loss in profit and loss. That will do by end of June 2025. Property, plant, equipment verification differences. Physical verification will physically verify movable assets on a sample basis and confirm accuracy and completeness of the geographic coordinates and update the fixed asset register accordingly. And this will do end of June 2025. And all these above commitments, we have got an engagement with AG on our approaches to establish that our approaches as far as dealing with historical qualifications are correct to eliminate differences going forward. The underbilling on lease rental debtors on material irregularities. Lease register is manually prepared and was found to have significant number of deficiencies. Significant number of property lease debtors weren't billed in line with their lease agreements. A large number of lease agreements were found to be outdated on a month-to-month basis, and some missing. Escalation rates contained in the lease agreement since inception of the lease agreement not correctly applied, resulting in underbilling of the debtor. Progress up to date. Actions have not been implemented in a timely manner, and a number of progress are still in progress. Lease register is still manually prepared. Verify and validate all rental debtors and their related lease agreement to determine the appropriateness of the rentals. The municipality is in the process of ratifying these through the conclusion of written lease agreements for future properties. Consequence management is yet to be implemented. Our remedial actions in this regard, we confirm all lease contracts are valid and correctly captured with full details to the lease register. The lease contract is numbered and referenced on lease register together with the customer account in the data billing system. Management has set up monthly work groups, meetings which comprises of officials from spatial planning and development, revenue management, where both directorates ensure completeness, accuracy, and validity of this lease register and billing lease debtors. Automated lease management system to be implemented by September 2025. Vandalism and theft on completed assets. Management did not safeguard phase 2 of the Gonubi Bailing Road post handover from the contractor, which resulted in vandalism and theft The road will only be brought into use once all phases of the 5-phase projects are complete. The non-compliance has resulted in a material financial loss of 4.1 million. Progress update, lack of own revenue and grant revenue focus to complete the remaining phases of the road in order to bring it into use. No official could be held accountable for the loss. A cost-benefit analysis was performed in 2021-2022 financial year and 2022-2023 financial year. The municipality completed fencing of the road and submitted the application to Infrastructure South Africa by 3rd July 2023 to secure funding of phase 3 to 5 of the project. To date, the outcome of this application has not been confirmed. The municipality is in discussion with the Department of Transport to provide funding of 30 million towards the construction of the road with completion aimed at by 2027. The remedial action, BCMM jointly with Eastern Cape Department of Transport has signed a memorandum of agreement which will allow BCM to implement the project using Eastern Cape Department of Transport funds, as the portion of the road is still under the provincial department. After completion of the 5-kilometer stretch of the road or asset, then the asset will be transferred to the BCM by agreement between the department and the municipality. BCM is currently finalizing appointment of service provider, the contractor, and the project will commence mid-February 2025. We're now in March. Completion date is set to be December 2025. Pollution of water resource not prevented, which is Nahun bulk outflow sewer pipeline, East Bank water treatment work. Non-compliance with Section 21 of the National Environmental Act 107, which requires that every person who causes or has caused or may cause significant pollution or degradation of environment must take reasonable measures to prevent such pollution or degradation from occurring, continuing or recurring, or in so far as such harm to the environment is authorized by law or cannot reasonably be avoided or stopped, to minimize and rectify such pollution or degradation of the environment. Non-compliance with Section 19 of the National Water Act, which requires that an owner of the land, a person in control of the land, or person who occupies or uses land of which any activity or process is or was performed or undertaken, any other situation exists which has caused or likely to cause pollution of a water resource must take all reasonable measures to prevent any such pollution from occurring, continuing, or recurring. Progress to date, attending to backlog along the NBOs, which is the Nahun bulk water outflow, allocation of funds to the replacement program, enforce full credit control policy of the municipality and sustain collection rate, sampling and analysis of groundwater for a period of 12 months by consultants, municipal teams attending to blockages and teams inspecting sewer blockages and spillages, construction of big silt trap for the NBO. Remedial action prioritizing repairs and maintenance of pump station to ensure functionality, continuous dredging of the pipeline to reduce siltation, continuous jetting of pipelines, especially in Nompumelelo Township, appointment of a consultant for the completion of a detailed design for the of the Nahun bulk outflow sewer. Completion date is by June 2027. The UIFWE expenditure for the 2023-2024 financial year is, as outlined there, 32 2 million on finance charges and interest, a loss on derecognized of assets to the tune of 351 million, and other losses being 19 million. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is 826 million. The irregular expenditure is 1.3 billion. Broken down into procurement outside SCM regulations as 1.2 billion, bid construction contracts, annual contracts, informal contracts, and tree code system, services of the state not declared state employees, and expired leases. Contracts used outside of the scope, rotation of supply in the panel of local content at that stage of the award constitute the reasons for the irregular expenditure. Monitoring of the audit action plan. The audit report was received on the 17th December 2024 and management report on the 15th of January 2025. These reports were tabled to Council on the 24th of February 2025. The audit action plan developed from the audit report and management report. Audit findings, which are have been loaded into the National Treasury portal. Each finding was assigned to the appropriate directorate and designated responsible person. A deadline of the 31st of January was set for all audit action plans, implementation progress, percentage, and portfolio of evidence to be loaded on the National Treasury portal by directorates. All directorates were provided with guidance on the completion of their audit action plans. Links to the previous training sessions were shared with all directorates, and an additional training session was conducted on the 4th of March 2020. Regular emails are sent to all directorates on the status of the audit action plan. The city manager is included on all these emails. Weekly meetings are conducted with all directorates to review the status of the audit action plan. The audit action plan was submitted on the 3rd of March 2025 to the internal audit for review. The audit action plan serves as a compliance document, however, it does not diminish the necessary effective implementation of the proposed remedial action. I think this is repeated. The executive mayor is committed to the auditor, has committed to the Auditor General to ensuring her oversight role, the effective implementation of the audit action plan. The audit controller ensures that on a quarterly basis, the progress on implementation of the audit action plan is submitted to the executive mayor, audit committee. I think I'm repeating that. The deliverables, 125 audit findings has been loaded into the National Audit Controller, into the portal by the 31st of January. Action plans and portfolio of evidence uploaded by departments on the NT portal. 3rd to the 3rd of March to the 30th of April, submission to internal audit for the 1st of March, internal audit adequacy and POE review, departmental meetings and adequacy review of action plans submitted. The case under review or under investigations. These cases below are under investigation and before the courts of law. The awarding of qualification to councillors and officials from 1st of January 2005 to December 2023, investigations are conducted with the University of Fort Hare. Contract CE ED 420 electricity procurement irregularities, State versus P. Kokela, fraud and irregular payment of sport-related services. The former councillor is attending the trial and has been charged. The case is with the Hawks. Overpayment of 3 million to the service provider in 2018. The accused was refused bail at the second prosecution stage. An offender was arrested. The case is with the Hawks. The investigation in the procurement of temporary residential unit COVID-19 proclamation. That matter is with the SIU. Proclamation 40 of 2015 of the supply and delivery of plastic refuse bags. Proclamation 13 of 2018 Nelson Mandela funeral. Proclamation 20 of 2020 COVID-19 personal protective equipment. The details on these can be best sought from the Special Investigation Unit as the authority leading the investigation. On its part, the BCMM is fully cooperating with these investigations. We have further tightened controls to ensure that the occurrence of these are prevented. On the overview and the development of the NU2 swimming pool project in Tanzania, I won't waste time for the members to deal with the history of where the swimming pool is, at least through the engagement that was also given as a brief to the members. I will move to the problem statement. The NU2 swimming pool was closed more than 40 years ago and was lying as in an abandoned state until recently. In order to bring back the former glory, the project was redesigned and additional building and infrastructure was planned. After undertaking the work, the appointed service provider failed to complete handover the facility due to cracked pool structure, unresolved snags, incomplete installation, among other issues. The approach to address the problem, the city appointed the service provider which completed the project on forensic investigation. The city is committed to mandate the service to its mandate of service delivery, hence it will appoint the service provider to complete the remaining work. The scope of the redevelopment of the NU2 swimming pool, the project includes the following work items for phase 1. These have been done but defective or incomplete. Main swimming pool and kiddies pool, offices and ablution facilities, paving and stormwater management, precinct fencing. Phase 2, diving and water pool pools, grandstands, remainder of the paving. The cost of the project value was 26 million. The total expenditure, including VAT, was 26,389,000. The professional fees was 4.7 million. The expenditure professional fees is 4.4 million. The project consultant is Sky High Consulting. The project contractor is NLG Group. Variation orders, 1. The overview of the redevelopment of the swimming pool, breakdown of all payment certificates, total to 22,458,000, and they are outlined there as certificate 1 to 12. All payment certificates were paid to the contractor after they were certified by the project consulting engineers. The contractor NLG Group referred the dispute to the contractor for the contract termination to the Dispute Adjudication Board, and they were granted the termination with an award of 3.9 million. So BCMM paid the money. Progress made so far, the components such as guardhouse, caretaker, cottages, public ablution facilities, pump house, precinct perimeter fencing, kiddie pool, ticket office, administration block, parking bay, paving of some parts are all completed with very few snags. In 2024, the contractor terminated the contract for the construction of the swimming pool by abandoning the site. The city manager appointed a task team internally of officials with built environment expertise, such as construction management, civil structural engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, project and contract management. The team is currently busy with the site technical assessment, designs, specifications of consulting engineers, business plan, bills of quantities, and cost estimates. All that information will be part of the report that is going to council on the 28th of May 2025. This will be completely new process aimed to successfully complete the work at the NU2 swimming pool. To prevent vandalism, the site precinct is under armed security guard 24/7. Challenges and mitigations and way forward. Funding: the municipality has committed itself to fund the NU2 swimming pool from its own funds. Pumps that were removed, all those pumps that were procured through a contractor and paid by BCM. When the contractor was leaving the site, they took the pool pumps with them. After BCM contacted the contractor on the matter, the pool pumps were returned to BCM. Project management, and they are currently kept safe in the pump house. Project management: the city architectural department will manage the project from planning through implementation, working hard hand in hand with the Sport, Recreation, Community Development Directorate. Internal expertise are brought in to guide the whole project management life cycle to ensure delivery is met. To avoid bad publicity, we have now appointed these project specialists. We will appoint the project specialist, pool consultant, contractor specialist will deal with the poor executed project and rescue the current status quo. Once council resolve on the way forward, all stakeholders, ward councillors, ward committees, and people in Tanzania will also be consulted. On waste management and treatment works infrastructure, I won't go to the history there with regard to Ristin. I'll move to problem statement. The Ristin water treatment works was initially commissioned in 2002 with treatment capacity of 2 megaliters. However, with planned Duncan Village redevelopment initiative, the municipality planned to upgrade the plant. In 2005, following the need for redevelopment of another water waste treatment plant in Amalinda, namely Central Water Treatment Works, the Department of Water and Sanitation did not approve further development of this treatment works given its proximity to residential areas. Accordingly, the municipality imposed a moratorium on development in these areas since 2005 due to unavailability of bulk sewer infrastructure, as the Central Water Waste Treatment Work was already operating beyond its treatment capacity at the time of application to expand the plant in 2005. The municipality commissioned a feasibility study in 2008 to divert the wastewater treatment plant to Rustin Water Treatment Works. The Central Water Wastewater Treatment Works drain sewage from residential areas that include Amalinda, Scenery Park, Egoli, and Vergenoeg. The scope of the Ristin bulk sewage upgrade is the implementation of the wastewater treatment, water and central water treatment plant infrastructure upgrade, were planned in phases. Phase 1 is the diversion to Wilsonia Industrial sewer tunnel shaft at Scenery Park for 27 million. Phase 2, the upgrading of Rustin wastewater treatment works to allow diversion from Central to Ristin for 240 million. Construction of the tunnel to Ristin at 1.4 million. Phase 4 decommissioning of the central wastewater treatment works, which will cost 50 million. Progress made. In 2009, the municipality appointed professional service providers to commence with development of resting water treatment work and diversion. Phase 1 was completed in 2014, while Phase 2 was only completed in 2021. Contractor initially appointed in 2022 of Phase 3. However, contract termination during the site establishment during the contractor's non-compliance with contractual requirements. Those phases are illustrated in the table, and they all will cost 1.7 billion. Challenges and mitigation. There's funding challenges. The municipality has applied for funding assistance through National Treasury, the BFI. Feedback received, however, we are resubmitting to National Treasury soon after completion of the required correction for the application. Procurement delays on appointment of the contractor for the sewer tunnel diversion. The municipality is now prioritizing training of internal project management teams and select experienced professional service providers for a construction supervision. The municipality has secured services of experienced engineers from MISA to provide support and skills transfer to the municipality. The vandalism of the wastewater infrastructure, the municipality prioritizing funding in the new financial year to install alarm system, surveillance cameras linked to armed response, and construction of high security fence to wastewater treatment plants and pump station to mitigate vandalism and cable theft. Moratorium on development, approval of the Amalinda and Wilsonia area. The municipality is applying for a BFI funding from NT to allow going out to tender again and complete the diversion. Health risk on environment and degradation. The municipality is applying also through BFI to allow going out on tender to diversion. The way forward, the municipality has prioritized the completion of the diversion. A funding application has been submitted to National Treasury. The application is currently being considered to submit the application to the Department of Water Affairs. The municipality has allocated funding to security improvement to wastewater treatment plants and pump stations. We're also looking for blended funding model to complete remaining phases. The municipality is pursuing blended infrastructure financing model to augment infrastructure funding within the city. And the blending finance model is to enhance revenue, the government grant public-private partnership, and development loan funding. I would move to I think they are repeating these slides. Apologies. Done? Okay, I think I'm done with my presentation. The next slide will be the BCMD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, City Manager, and good morning to the Chair, the honorable members, the Honorable Executive Mayor, the MMCs here in present, the Chairperson of the Board, board members, colleagues, and visitors, good morning. Mine is to present the project that relates to Water World Fun Park development that BCMDA assumed an implementing agent on behalf of the city. The BCMDA or BCMM from time to time gives BCMDA strategic parcels of land for development and also to third parties. And Waterworld Fun Park was assigned to BCMDA for implementing under the Integrated Beachfront Program. And to this effect, BCMDA procured the services of a consortium, which is MDA Consortium, on the 1st of March 2017 through an open tender process under the bid 3 of 2016 as engineers to render stage 1 to 6 for both two projects, which is Court Crescent Recreational Park and the Waterworld. And the contract value for those designs was 4.4 million. Then MDA, which is the consultant, completed their work, then their contract ended. And then BCMDA started a new phase, which is the second phase of the project, where they needed to implement the stage 5 and stage 6, wherein McCann Engineering was appointed as a professional service provider through this tender on the 12th of April 2019. Upon the commencement and the review of the work done by the MDA, McCann requested to review the work on stage 3 of the project and stage 4. And McCann advised the BCMDA that they could not rely on the work conducted by MDA. One of the key challenges they cited as McCann is the work done by MDA on the lack of geotechnical studies for the Waterworld project. This therefore resulted in a request for a review of designs by a new consultant in order to mitigate the professional risk that would have been transferred to them. The review of design resulted in the variation order amounting to 1.2 million, which was then approved through due processes by BCMDA on the 15th of August 2019 and subsequently reported to the board for noting on the 29th of November 2019. I won't waste time of the committee around the picture there. It was the initial design of the park. Then after the approval of the designs, BCMDA then embarked on the competitive bidding process to appoint the contractor for the construction of the project, which is then stage 5 and stage 6, resulting in the appointment of a contractor named Mvusulutso Projects for 103 million under the bid 4 of 2019 on the 27th of November 2019. These are the cost breakdown. The project value on construction, including the VOs, amounted to 115 million. The total project expenditure is 114 million. There are professional fees which were paid, including the VOs, which is our variation orders, to the tune of 7 million, and therefore the total project expenditure amounted to 221 million. The contractor there was Mvusolotso Projects, and the consultant was McCann Engineering. And total variation orders that were incurred or approved were 4, and they are enumerated under. The project consisted of built structures and external works, and the scope comprised of the following. There was going to be demolition of existing structures, upgrade of existing structures, construction of new building, renovations of a tidal pool. There's a tidal pool right on the sea. Rehabilitation of existing super slide, construction of new swimming pools, and water reticulation, and number of other Yeah, I think my technical team there is no. Yes, please, thank you. Next. The project construction commenced in March 2020 and was planned to be an 18-month project. Therefore, it was going to be finished probably December 2020, from March 2020, then 21, and then it was supposed to be finished in 21 towards the end of the year. It experienced various delays ranging from COVID-19 lockdown, which necessitated extension of time, and therefore currently the project has been terminated in terms of the contractor, was subsequently terminated, and their account termination account disputes. The contractor closed the site on December 2022 shutdown period and did not return to site until March 2023, and suspended its works again on the 3rd of April 2023, therefore abandoning the site. And the contractor default notices were issued to the contractor in February 2023. On the 20th of April, the contractor was then terminated by the agency for breach of contract. This led to the dispute, which was brought to the Dispute Adjudication Board, and the Dispute Adjudication Board issued an award on the 18th of August 2023 to the effect that the general conditions of contract 2016, paragraph 9.3, they said the contractor is therefore entitled to a payment of amounts which were due and payable to it at the time of termination, less any amount due by the contractor to the employer at the time. The parties therefore were directed to give prompt effect to this clause of the general conditions of contract 2015 to determine the value of the claimant's final account. Then the arbitration process is handled through the BCMM Legal Services. As an agency, we're not that big to have a fully-fledged legal department, and the BCMM has necessary and relevant expertise and budget for such undertaking. And subsequent to the termination, the CEO instructed the employer agents to carry out a detailed site assessment to determine the scope, value of outstanding work, and the work to be completed. Then the employer agent submitted a report on the assessment on the 23rd June 2023, and such assessment of the outstanding work amounted to 42 million. Outstanding work in order to bring the project to completion. And it was reported to the CEO at the time. And the site assessment indicated that the following, but not limited to, works needed to be completed: swimming pool, slides, sewer, paving, electrical work, stretch tent, outdoor furniture, and landscaping. On the 5th of September 23, the agency instructed an independent quantity surveyor company to assess the value of the site so that you can get an objective opinion. And the report of the independent QS, which is dated 15 September 2023, indicated the value of work to be about 84 million work done on site. Based on this assessment, outstanding work was then estimated by that report to be about 20 million. But due to the lapse of time from the contractor site abandonment, and now the site has and continues to experience deterioration due to weather elements, overgrowth, and vandalism and maintenance due to non-activities. The outstanding work currently cuts across all project disciplines, which is architectural, aesthetics, electrical work, landscaping, civil, and structural and mechanical. Next. Thank you. And the employer agent, being McCann, issued a termination account to Mvusuluzo for work completed on the 20th April 2023 for an amount of 422, which is saying this is the amount the contractor is owed by the agency. And the employer agent was instructed also to submit a final account and closeout report indicating the status of the project and the contract value at the time of contract termination. And the employer agent at the time did not produce this required document, resulting in the agency making an urgent application to court so that we compel the employer agent to submit the report, because we needed to comply with the arbitration award. And the matter was dismissed by the court on the basis that the court deemed the application not urgent. Then BCMDA then continued to engage the employer agent so that we can fulfill our obligation to comply with the DEB arbitration award. And to that effect, the PSP subsequently, subsequent to those court processes, came back providing the support to the BCMDA and its legal challenges with Mvusulutso. In 2024, an internal audit undertook an assessment on the site to establish the extent of work done, damages incurred as a result of the vandalism, general damage from weather elements, and other contributing factors. Next. And it found that currently an initial project of 103, VAT inclusive as a draft final account of 42, which then makes it visible on site that there is loss of work value to amount of about 60, exclusive of variation orders. And then in October 2024, the employer agent submitted the termination account to the value of 810,000, meaning that that is the final amount that is currently under dispute between the agency and the contractor to say we owe them this much, and that matter is still under dispute. You can pass through that. Okay. The material on site is, during the construction, the contractor ordered the material which was based on the work schedule. And the material was verified by the PSP and the client. And the payment certificate for the material was certified by both employer agent and the client, paid, making the property of the client. Subsequent to the delivery, the contractor abandoned the site, leaving that material. And in anticipation of the termination of the contractor, security measures were put to protect the material through the appointment of security services. We had a budget, we have to concede we had a budget challenge for a period of 3 months, and then during that period we didn't have security, but we since also put the security back on site, and the material is now guarded. Next. Okay. Yes, we currently have 24-hour security services on site. The contract was awarded on the 1st of February and expires on the 31st July 2025, and no incidents of crime or related challenges have been picked up since, and the agency is committed to ensuring that there is no breakdown in the provision of security and damage, and that would result to damage on property. Way forward, there is a significant anticipation from both public, business, and other stakeholders to have the project completed. And the municipality has indicated that due to current situation, the financial recovery at the point we're talking to, there was no money to fund the project. And therefore the council, or the municipality requested that we look at other alternative approaches to complete that project. And BCM has, we spoke about this yesterday, BCM went to the market to check the private that could come in either as an operator or come in as an investor to be able to complete the project. And this approach is premised on enticing the private sector with long-term lease options to conduct further site development, commercialization, and control of the facility. And thank you very much, City Manager and the Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think there was just one slide that we did not present as Zwelisha water treatment. If Mr. Nongongo can come and present. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning to the chairperson of the SCOPA. Good morning to all members of parliament from SCOPA, to the Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor of Buffalo City, the councillors that are here from Buffalo City, to the HODs and city manager of the HODs, as well as to the chairperson of the board of Buffalo City Development Agency and the board members from the agency, and to all that are here in this Parliament SCOPA meeting today, all protocol observed. I will just be continuing with where city manager stopped in terms of presenting the Zwelisha wastewater treatment works. The Zwelisha treatment works is one of the treatment plants that we covered during the site visits yesterday. I'll just talk briefly on the general background of Buffalo City, of the Zwelisha, which we know Zwelisha treatment works is serving the areas of King Williamstown, Breitbach, Bisho, and various other areas around that area. The area of King Williamstown, or Kongwe as we call it now, is one of the critical areas for Buffalo City. It's one of the main nodes of development of the area. And of course, also it is the center of provincial administration, which is seated in Bisho. So it plays a very vital role in terms of economic development of the municipality. The challenges that we have in terms of policy statement on the area there is that we have a bulk storage infrastructure in the area. The area is served by 4 wastewater treatment plants, which are seated in Bisho, call them Bisho ponds. We also have ponds in Breitbach, which is the basic wastewater treatment infrastructure. And of course, we have Schonville, which is in King Williamstown, and as well as the Zwelisha wastewater treatment plants. So all of these plants, except Zwelisha, currently are running over capacity in terms of their treatment capacity. So the municipality in 2008 commissioned a study to do the infrastructure upgrades, and that study suggested that we decommission the 3 wastewater treatment plants and upgrade Zwelisha as the main regional wastewater treatment plant. In terms of the scope of working that was proposed for the upgrade of the infrastructure, the feasibility study said we must do the project in 5 phases, with the first phase being the diversion of Schonville wastewater treatment plant to Zwelisha. The second phase was the upgrading of Zwelisha itself. Of course, the third phase, diversion of Breitbach, 4th phase, diversion of Bisho, and the last phase, the upgrading of the treatment plant itself. The first 2 phases were initially implemented by Buffalo City, of course, based on the funding that we have that was available at the time. Of course, the remaining phases, we are still looking for funding to implement them, phase 3 and 4. Of course, phase 5 is actually the future development of the treatment plant to cover the expansion of the area, which is estimated that around year 2040, we will need to upgrade that plant with the phase 5 upgrades. In terms of the progress made so far, and as I said, the very first commencement of implementation of the project after the studies, the designs, was in 2015, where the municipality started with the 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1, we started it, and of course, as you can see in that table there, that it was only about 7% complete when we had contractual issues with the contractor on site. Phase 2 was done in 2 contracts, civil contract and the mechanical electrical contract. The civil contract was completed in 2018-19, and of course the electrical contract should have been completed in 2021 before we had contractual issues with the contractor on site. Okay. Okay. Yes, and then of course the other phases, phase 3, 4, and 5 are not yet completed. However, the designs have been completed. The whole project is about 1.6 billion in terms of the remaining work. I think during the discussions, sorry, can I go next slide? During the discussions on site, there was a request that we include a breakdown of what exactly has been paid by Buffalo City so far, not just only the work that is still outstanding. The table that you have there shows exactly what we have paid so far as Buffalo City. The first phase, Buffalo City has paid about 23 million rand before we had contractual issues with the contractor on site. And with the phase 2, with the upgrading of Swelicha wastewater, we had already paid 308 rand at that time of contractual issues in December or November 2021. Of course, the designs, as I said, were already completed, investigations, environmental impact assessments. The costs were about 105 million rand. I think we explained also yesterday that we have been going through the court challenges, or the court challenge with the mechanical and electrical contractor, which was settled out of court only in September, October last year. And at the time of settlement, that was agreed between the contractor and municipality. The settlement value was about 25 million. Just now need to just contextualize it again. The settlement value is the work that was completed on site. As was explained yesterday, we had a dispute with the contractor because they were claiming more than the value of work that was completed on site. Ultimately, the value that we have that was settled out of court is the value that we had originally thought is the value that the contractor is deserving to be paid. So there's nothing more than that was paid by the municipality. It's the work that was completed on site. And then, of course, the last column shows the cost of what is still outstanding to complete the project. So the project in total, we still have about 1.6 billion rand that we need to fund to complete the project. And of course, we've already paid about 500 million rand for the work that we've already done. So in King Williamstown or Kongwe, we have plans to actually do an infrastructure upgrades to the value of about 2 billion rand. Also, I just thought we need yesterday from the discussions to show the details of which areas in the mechanical electrical equipment that are still outstanding. So those tables show, I'll go through later, I won't take you through into details, but they show the various areas of the mechanical and electrical equipment completion stage at the time of the contractor leaving site. Most of the work was done, it's different percentages, but the remaining work that was not done at all, of course, was the commissioning, the start of the commissioning of the plant. So that's the extent. So our estimate is we're sitting between 90 to 95% in terms of the remaining, the completed work on site. Challenges that we have, if I just go through them, I think city manager has already touched on most of them. Of course, we need funding to complete the remaining phase of the project. We need about 1.6 billion rand, as we've said. This is one of the challenges, and the municipality is looking for funding. We submitted, as city manager said, application last year to Infrastructure South Africa to assist us in funding the project and maybe find ways of blended financing of the project. Of course, we also had procurement delays that we explained yesterday in fully during our tender, during our appointment of the contractors, and then of course the city manager explained the measures that now he has taken to improve the procurement processes within Buffalo City. We also had the contractual disputes, which of course, as city manager said, we now are training our internal project managers, and we are also, we have secured through the city manager and the executive mayor assistance from the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency with the engineers to beef up Buffalo City's technical team, expected to arrive in May, April, May. Yeah. The other challenge that we have, of course, is the issue of the old Zwelicha treatment plant that we are running. Our plans were that we would have decommissioned that plant by 2021 and move the flows to the new wastewater treatment plant. Because of these delays, there are some areas that we find in the old plant need attention. So in the coming financial year, we'll be doing some refurbishment on the old part of the plant to ensure that we comply with legislative requirements. And of course, the other challenge is for us as vandalism as a municipality. I think the city manager explained the plans that we have in the coming financial year to beef up security, not just on this plant, but in all other wastewater treatment plants. The issue of cable theft, it's something that we deal with pretty much daily. If I estimate, I think we spend pretty much about 60% now on repairing what was already existing because of vandalism. We also had this problem of moratorium, as we said, since 2008. We have not been approving in the Konga area any development that drains to Bishop Ponds, to Braypark Ponds, and the Shonville. And of course, that at the expense of future development of the area, economic employment, and so on. And lastly, the problem that we have, of course, is some of these treatment plants are discharging effluent upstream of the drinking water resources. So we are in need of a completion of these upgrades to ensure that the water quality that we drink from is protected. I think that's, sorry, maybe the last slide is on the way forward. As I said, with the municipality is focused on getting phase 1 and phase 2 of the two phases that we've already started, and of course also implement phase 3 and 4 to allow us to open development in the Konga region. So these treatment plants, Zwelicha, has been prioritized in terms of upgrades and in terms of going back to tender once now we've received the assessment from the engineers. The city manager has explained that we are also considering these options of blended financing, which is something that National Treasury is pushing now because we can't always completely depend on the grant funding we get from the government. So we are weighing all options, including the PPP arrangements or public-private partnerships, and also developmental funding. So part of the applications that we've done to the infrastructure South Africa, and we are now preparing also an application to the what is called Water Partnership Office that has been formed by the Department of Water and Sanitation administered by the Development Bank of South Africa. They have an open window for municipalities to apply for funding to assist them for blended financing. So we are looking at that, and hopefully we'll be packaging a project, a preparation application to that office. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think on behalf of Buffalo City, we have made a presentation. The MPEC Chair has arrived on the issue of write-offs that I'm not sure if you are going to give to him or maybe later. Okay. And then, but I think on the issue of the whip chair, as I've alluded yesterday, we've written to the MEC for section 106 on the Buffalo City whip, and Water World to go under the Financial Disciplinary Board, those two items. In 2024 quarter 4, Chair, although there's a decline in the Eastern Cape of unemployment, but Buffalo City was sitting, there was an increase of 0.8. So the efforts that we're making for employment in the city, you can see. Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of Buffalo City, we'll await questions. Siyabulela.
Oh, the chair is vandalizing. I'm so sorry, the chair is vandalizing municipal property. Is it fine? Is it not broken? Okay, during break, just make sure that it's fine because we may need it again. My apologies. Executive Mayor, thank you very much to you and the officials. So I'm glad that we're running to time so far. So may I ask that we do the following? So we're going to take a break now, the tea and body break that I promised, and return promptly at 1:30. Then when we return, we shall deal with audit matters, general audit matters. After lunch, we deal with all the places we visited, plus the one we didn't visit, so that our work is organized properly. So we deal with the performance issues in the audit, so there are two sides. There is three. There's financial, there's governance, there's performance against objectives in general for the metro. And then we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to deal with Zwelicha, we deal with Mdanzane, we deal with Water World and Riston. Yeah, we're going to deal with Riston, so that we go through things, so that we don't go up and down. So let's deal with the overall picture first, and then we go to the specifics of the areas that we visited. So the time is 12 minutes past, so we get a bit more. We return at 11:30. Where is the tea? The tea is out here. Thank you very. Oh, sorry. Oh no, and I know exactly what I didn't do, Honorable Skosana. Yes, actually. So in fact, the mayor told me about the issue of the chair of the MPEC. So can we then, when we return, we deal with MPEC? And then we get to questions on the overall audit. Thank you for that. I had been notified. Sorry. And we will also do introductions, because I always forget this, and the members. Once we've been with people, I forget to do the introductions again. So before we get to our Q&A, we'll deal with introductions. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. So we are going to get into the question and answer phase of our work. So what we'll do quickly is to just take introductions from everyone who's going to participate. So I think it's Executive Mayor, members of MACO that are here, Municipal Manager and other senior officials. You don't need to introduce everybody. just the senior people. If anyone else has to answer a specific question later on, they can stand up and say who they are, and then they answer the question at that point. And then the honorable members will then introduce themselves. But let's introduce the council to the members, and then the members will say who they are. Over to you, Executive Mayor. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon again to honorable members of Parliament, the support staff from Parliament, and good afternoon to members of Council, City Manager and HODs, the members of the public that are here. My name is Councillor Princess Faku. I'm the Executive Mayor of Buffalo City. I'm here with the Speaker of Council, Councillor Humphrey Maxekwana, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor...
Sorry, there's an issue with the mic. Can you just... So is it off? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Nozandile Mhlolo. MMC for Finance, Councillor Makongo. MMC for Spatial Planning and Development, Councillor Madwele. MMC for Infrastructure, Councillor Gyali. Chairperson of MPEC, Councillor Chaga. Next to me is the City Manager, Mr. Yawa. Next to Mr. Yawa is the Acting CFO, Mr. Vincent Pillay. Next to the Chairperson of MPEC, it's Mr. Squeza, HOD for Sport. Behind me, I have the Chairperson of the BCMDA Board, Chair. I've got Mr. Spam, who's the member of the board of BCMDA. I've got members of the board, Ngane Matikizela. Member of the board, Ms. Sukisa Fago. I've got the CEO of the board of BCMDA, Mr. Kloboka. I've got the head of legal in Buffalo City, Mr. Zenzile. I've got the HOD for human settlement in the city, Mr. Mbula. I've got the HOD for infrastructure, Mr. Mondli Mkoko. Miss, yes. I've got the acting general manager for water and sanitation, Mr. Nongongo. I've got the head of internal audit, Yolanda. Oh, I'm good. Okay. And then we've got members.
Sorry, what's the surname?
Dali.
Oh, Dali, yes.
Okay.
And then we have senior management, that is HOD for executive support, Ms. Tukwana. Director for technical services, BCMDA, if you can stand up. GM for assets, Mr. Matikizela, if you can stand up. I'm not going to mention the entire senior management team. And then we've got councillors of Buffalo City, as invited a chair, but they are members of council. Councillor Majeke from the Democratic Alliance. We've got Councillor Walton from the Democratic Alliance. Both of them are members of MPEC. On the far left, I've got Councillor Humbu, who's also a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Councillor Nokoyo, a member of council as well. Councillor Chape, where is she? I saw her, she was here as well. I don't see her now. I hope that I've introduced all councillors that are present from Buffalo City. And then we've got the support staff from the city. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. May we have the members? Where's the microphone from this side? Is it? Oh, Councillor, not Councillor, Honorable, not danger. How can I demote you? I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I am Tandi Nontenja, the member of SCOPA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Tintswalo Bila, member of SCOPA, deployed by the African National Congress.
Good morning. I am Honourable Helen Neil May. I am an ANC Member of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Tombovuyo Veronica Mente, deployed by Economic Freedom Fighters, member of SCOPA for I don't know how many years. Thank you.
Thank you, and greetings to everyone. My name is Kwenzo Guhle Madlala, member of SCOPA, deployed by Umkhonto Wesizwe Party.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Ndando Matuna, a member of the committee deployed by the African National Congress.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Farad Isak. It's not too important who I am deployed by. I'm here to serve South Africans as a whole. As a member of SCOPA. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Atkinson, and I am a member of SCOPA as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for introducing all your colleagues. It certainly made the process a lot faster. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So can we then do this? I'm going to indulge the chair of MPEC with Mr. Councillor Kaga with a few minutes, just to take us through a couple of things. One, how they approach their work, comments on the audit findings, as well as various such as material irregularities, write-offs, and so on. So you don't need to give a long speech or do a presentation, but you deal with these matters all the time. So I'll give you an opportunity. Then we'll go straight to questions from the members of SCOPA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of SCOPA, honorable members of SCOPA as well, and Executive Mayor, Speaker, Chief Whip, and the rest of the councillors present here, including senior officials as led by City Manager, and from BCMDA as well, led by Mr. Koboga. To everybody else, your team, Chairperson, I've seen the members of the from the Auditor General's office. Yesterday we did even have SIU and the rest of the contingent. My name is Sakumzi Kaga, Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality Councillor, Chairperson of Municipal Public Accounts Committee. I'm being asked to lay just an overview of the work we are doing as MPEC. I would have appreciated if I've been made aware so that I do a full presentation of the work that we're doing. But nonetheless, Chairperson, let's do as we are asked. Also, as you are my counterpart, because I'm the SCOPA at this level of the municipality, including your committee, I would have appreciated if we had a one-on-one session so that on each of oversight we are taking everyone through so that you know exactly what we are doing as a Municipal Public Accounts Committee. However, it's a committee that is appointed by Council in terms of Section 79, subsection 1 of the Structures Act, to play oversight on behalf of the Council. Amongst other things that we are doing is, oversight over the annual report of the municipality for each and every financial year. We analyze, we draft oversight, the process that we are currently undertaking now of the financial years 2023, 2024 financial years. So we are busy with that. On the 4th, we are tabling our oversight report on the annual report. Yes, there are so many issues, irregular expenditure that we are dealing with. We are also working together with the unit of the audit committee, and which is the internal audit and the audit committee, especially the assistance that we are getting from the audit committee chair. Now, as I'm told that at least I must just give that background on the work that we are currently doing. On the issue of the audit report, obviously, Chairperson, in your committee, you are fully aware that Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality has acquired a qualified audit opinion from the Office of the Auditor General for the second consecutive year. At some point, we did turn things around. I don't know what happened. We regressed back to qualified audit opinion. Surely the presentation that was done here by the city manager in trying to, to apprise the committee as to how, as the management think they are going to turn things around. You are aware, for that matter, that most of these findings are relating to asset management. In asset management alone, we acquired around 8 qualifications, which is qualified audit opinions, as well as the revenue management, another qualified audit opinion. But most of them are relating in particular to finance. But be as it may, in terms of our, broad strategic objectives of the institution, again, we did get some qualification over there, like your connected city, as well as good governance. It's not a picture that we can be proud of, but there are some improvements from within. But the general picture, when you look, is the one that needs a serious attention, especially from the city manager. On irregular expenditure as well, this year we around about 1.3 billion for the financial year under review, which is 2023-2025 financial year. It's something as well that we need to look into as a committee. These are the things that we are discussing when we meet as a committee. We do give our report to the council and recommendations as well. And if you can just go through our website on some of the reports of the committee, will begin to realize that the committee is working very hard and is ensuring that we are leaving no stone unturned insofar as the work of oversight by the committee. Because if you look into our recommendations, especially on the issue of consequence management, we are unambiguous on that one in terms of what needs to be done. The issue is the implementation of those decisions. I'm telling you, it's something that you must know, because they take time to be implemented. Some of the decisions that were taken years ago, they've never seen the light of the day insofar as the implementation of those are concerned. So this is the work we are doing with, those members that were introduced by the executive mayor sitting there, Councillor Walton and Councillor Majeke, also members of this committee. Maybe out of interest, they said they should come. So this is what, in fact, on the issue of irregular expenditure, of course, we are not doing it willy-nilly. We are guided by the prescripts of the legislation that are guiding the committee as to how to tackle irregular expenditure. We have irregular expenditure that is dating back from 2013 financial year. Is historical in nature. Currently, we are sitting around more than 10 billion coming from all those years to this. There is a contract that we have accumulated a lot of irregular expenditure from, which is contract 13. And after that, there was contract 13B. We investigated all those as a committee, and we did, table our report before council and what needs to be done. Some of these transactions are transactions that have been prescribed by law. We recommended write-offs on those. On contract 13B, we recommended some of transactions that needs to be recovered in terms of Section 32 of the MFMA. So this is something that needs to be executed by the management through the accounting officer. Of course, we don't just recommend for write-off without looking as to who is liable for any transaction, as prescribed in terms of Section 32. And where there is, a loss from the city in terms of monetary value, we recommend for write-off. This is what we did, and also we are guided in this by Section 32, as I indicated. We are guided as well by Regulation 74 of the municipal reporting regulations as well. In this case, you have a situation where if the city has incurred irregular expenditure, the management through the city manager must ensure that those who are liable for that are held to account, as well as ensuring that the office of the MSC is being informed accordingly. That is Section 32, and as well as reporting the matter to the police, so that the issue of irregular expenditure falls under a serious financial misconduct. So that's how it is being dealt in terms of those pieces of legislation. So Regulation 74 is very clear as to how the municipal manager should address the matter. Also looking into the issue of the measures that have been taken to recover such expenditure, the cost of measures already taken to recover such expenditure, and the estimated cost and likely benefit further measures that can be taken to recover such an expenditure. And also submit a motivation before the committee for those transactions that needs to be written off. This is what we are looking into as we deal with with irregular expenditure. Also, Circular 68 of the MFMA as well is guiding us on how to deal with this insofar as looking into whether goods and services were received, and if received, whether goods and services were aligned with the specifications, and if aligned with the specifications, whether the price for the goods and services is market value related. So we look into all those guided by the legislation and begin to recommend accordingly insofar as the matter is concerned, especially of irregular expenditure. Also, Prescription Act is guiding us in transactions that are more than 3 years without them being dealt with. We are not only recommending for write-offs, more than to say, even those, if the accounting officer did not, take any actions against those who transgressed, we do recommend for consequence management against the accounting officer himself. So this is how we are working in a nutshell. If I was not thrown under the bus, I would have prepared a proper presentation because I didn't know, but I would do some presentation. Forgive me, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Xhaka. You've done very well because you would have had to answer some of the questions anyway. So you'll get a chance to deal with matters and refer to your notes and other information that you have as you answer. But I've felt it was important for context for everyone that you make some remarks at the beginning. Okay, so we're going to go to members. So just to be clear again, we're dealing with overall outcomes. And then after lunch, we will deal with our visits, to our oversight visits. So we're going to break up our session into 2 segments. May I start this side this time? I'm always doing these members last. So can we get the microphone to come this side? I'm going to start with Honorable Isaac and Honorable Maduna. They will ask their questions. Please take note of them and then answer. Then we'll do the next 2 and the next 2 and the next 2. Can I ask all of us that we concise and of course you can preface a question, but let's try and be concise. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. Colleagues, okay, I gotta try and be concise, so I've got so much here that I want to highlight, but I realize that I have to try and summarize as best as I possibly can, Chair. So, yeah, lots of my queries and questions are directed, obviously, to the CFO's office, and then, of course, city manager and mayor, I think, politically and financially, the buck stops there. I first of all would like to highlight, colleagues, that, talking to the AGSA report, if you can hear me clearly, is that you have a total of 10.72 billion rand overall budget, right? And your operational expenses, that is your operating expenses rather, is currently in the last financial year running at 9.3 billion rand. So that leaves you with a capital expenditure available of 1.3 billion rand. Now, what I'm finding it difficult to comprehend is that your operational expense is so ridiculously high that you only have, of a 10.7 billion overall budget, you only have 1.3 for this entire municipality to spend on capital projects. Now, how possibly can you be servicing community and society if this is the logic and concept? Okay, so I'd like to hear yourself express that. Again, on the AGS's report, I want to point out, CFO, that it's very clear that certain assets were purchased and paid for, right? Now, the question arises is why was this accounted for as repairs and maintenance and not written to assets as such? Okay, Chairperson, I'm trying to highlight the other issues because I know exactly what my other colleagues are going to speak to, so I'm not going to
I wonder how
speak
you
about
know.
everything, so because I'd like to give them a chance. Zuelisha Waterworks, somebody's going to come up with it down the line here. Umzonyana Waterworks, somebody's going to come up with it down here. The water tanker contracts. Now, I mean, of what value is this to citizens when you have so much of fruitless and wasteful expenditure towards these water tankers, yet at the same time, you're trying to develop and get your water treatment plants working. I mean, there's affluent all over. We know that. I mean, we can see it. We've been traveling on the roads here. So I'd like to hear your opinion or you speaking to the water tankers issue. Now, Chairperson, let me just go back there and then I'll come back here, okay? So, now look, it's a fact that this municipality, this is my notes that I've been making as I've been listening to the presentations. And Chairperson, please, you must bear with me because I know I won't get another opportunity. So, this municipality seems to take pride, obviously, in the continuous termination of contracts. We see it everywhere. The AGSA report, every page. You had this contract terminated, you had overpayment on this contract, and then you're going back onto tender, and then you've got court cases. So contractors are paid for, sites are abandoned, and the whole sense of corruption, and I say this with due respect, the whole sense of corruption, it's manifest everywhere. And if you look at the AGSA's report, you look at the SIU report, together with our physical oversight, it just manifests of corruption over and over again. Then, Chairperson, the stormwater drains are dysfunctional, there are continuous sewage overflows, safety and security within the CBD, the water wall project, I'm going to leave that to my esteemed colleagues because we're going to interrogate that one. Quickly, Chair, I want to just check in with you, City Manager, with due respect to you, sir. Am I correct, and please just explain to me, am I correct in saying that this municipality is currently paying for 2 CFOs? You have a permanent CFO who's collecting a salary, and then the gentleman across me, I'm told, is an acting CFO. So I'm trying to comprehend how does this municipality pay for 2 CFOs? I want to understand that. And then, Chair, the Section 79 committees, are they really being effective and operating on the level that they should be in terms of the MFMA? Okay. The lease contracts of the municipality's properties. The AGSA has highlighted huge material findings, Chair, in terms of the leases. To what extent can you express yourself whether we're getting value for money? And also, how are these contracts? What is the consequence management, if there is any, that has been put into place? Then finally, Chair, and I'll give the others. My last question then would be, please explain, there is a Hawks investigation currently transpiring regarding the security contract. Are you aware of it? Or security contract for councillors? I'd like to just you to express yourself if or how far is that investigation. And then finally, I think I would close off on saying that the financial statements, of course, are damning year on year. So I'd like us to come back here in a year or two and see what progress has been made. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks to our GNU partner next to me with those questions.
He's hoping we pass the budget.
I'm hoping that they vote for the budget. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I just have a couple of questions as well. I think, firstly, I think on the audit opinion, Executive Mayor, I think we really need to improve again. It doesn't look good when you will go from unqualified with findings. We expect you to be unqualified with no matters after that. We don't expect that we go back to qualified. Now, many of my questions around the issue of revenue management, Chair. I think one would like to find out, does the municipality have a revenue collection strategy? I'm asking this because I think also AG flags it a lot. I think you have about a revenue that is for God, it's about 9.9 million. And when they explain is that your policy doesn't allow you to pick date of areas billing that beyond 6 months. Now my question in relation to that, who was supposed to do the billing and why was it not done? Being it as it may that it was not done, what consequences has that particular individual will ought to receive? Or it's just that now that it's a return year, you have just forgotten about it, you are moving on from that 9.9 million? Because I believe there's someone that is being paid to do the work. I think that's one. Two, just an explanation of there are bad debts that you have written off as uncollectible. I think of about, this year it's about 322 million. Now I just want to understand, and from exchange transactions, and I think about 139 from non-exchange. I just want to understand if they're uncollectible, what happened? Just a bit of explanation there. Chair, I think also one would like to check, in line with other questions one would have had even yesterday when we went to around the issue of asset management. Is your asset management in compliance with section 63 2A of the MFMA? I think that will help us a lot to determine many of the things going forward. Executive Mayor, I think through you to the Mayor Chair, to the MM. I also noticed that you don't pay service providers within 30 days. And one would want to understand what is the cause. Do you not have money, or your processes are not optimal enough to ensure that you pay service providers with the required time? I'm sure you understand, all of us will understand the impact that they have, especially on the SMEs, the businesses that are owned by our people, majority. And lastly, Chair, one would want to check the issue of contract management, because I think it would answer many of my questions if you answer me on that. Do you have a proper functioning, adequately resourced contract management as a municipality? And as well, I would like to check on the issue of strategic planning. I think it's strategic planning that would deal with your performance management, the drafting of the documents, making sure the adequates of the performance information and so on. Because really, I was looking at some of your performance targets that the AG raises. Really, I do not think a municipality, especially of this size, should draft indicators in that particular fashion. It's really, on my side, I really fail to understand how does it happen. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I hand over to you, Mayor, and your colleagues to deal with those questions as specifically as you can?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to give to CFO, City Manager, then I'll come last in. Thank you.
Can I sit, Thomas Skiller?
Yes, you can sit here.
Thank you, Chairperson of SCOPA. Good day. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Yes, I would like to explain the low surplus, and you mentioned 1.3 billion. Yes, you're right. The revenue is about 10 billion, expenditure about 9 billion. We need to look at the city holistically in terms of growing its base, growing that revenue base. Poverty is high in the Eastern Cape, together with unemployment at a very, very high rate. And we don't have the luxury of large businesses. Our largest business here is Mercedes-Benz, and the mayor spoke about the IGZ that attracts new businesses because of the incentive we give them to bring them to the city. So then the city in the past years, when the USDG grant, the Urban Settlement Development Grant, was launched by National Treasury, the focus was on social housing, predominantly social housing. So we spent most of that capital on on developing those infrastructures in the ground for that. So the thinking has changed now to move towards economic spin-off and economic development in the city. Now that had led to a stagnant revenue growth in the city, stagnant revenue growth. But in order to complement that 1.3 billion, we received approximately 850 million of grants from National Treasury, made up of various grants that augment the capital budget. On average, our capital budget is about 1.2 billion per year. So what I'm saying is that, yes, you're quite correct, we need to grow the revenue base, but the revenue base has been stagnant. On top of that, we find that our revenue collection has also been stagnant for a while. You mentioned about the debt book growing, and yes, it is true. It is difficult when the city is not growing at large, especially on the average income earners that should be paying for the services. We have 3 regions: the coastal, the Midland, the Mdantsane region, which I'll travel through, and King Williamstown. Average collection in the coastal area is about 78%, while Mdantsane is where you got your RDP house and most of your housing community there is about 40%. And electricity is being bypassed in most of those houses. We just estimated about 45% of the electricity in the component in that area has been bypassed from the stats we have. Then on the King Williamstown, the inland region, we have about 50% collection. So, and there's not much developments happening in beside what Buffalo City. I'm talking about private developments and the Bishop government, which is the parliament there that's based in Zulicha. So there's no major private developments happening in the city other than the current Mercedes-Benz and the spin-offs from Mercedes-Benz motor industry. So we're looking at there's been lots of engagement with the city manager, the mayor, and the team, with foreigners want to invest in the city, and we're looking at that. We have designated part of King Williamstown as another IG's area for motor manufacturing, seem to be attracting motor manufacturers in the city. Then with regard to I hope I've answered that. If you can, any questions, I'll take that. Then on the second one, you spoke about the repairs and maintenance. Yes, we were qualified on repairs and maintenance for the first time. The AG, firstly in part of their sample, identified a few assets, and one of them particular was air conditioning. So we ended up, in our discussion, the AG, we ended up with 2 assets, and then eventually one, and the one we qualified on was an air conditioning unit that was replaced, and the AG of the view that we should then capitalize that asset, which we didn't do. Now, to mitigate those factors going forward, and then that was extrapolated over the 500 million repairs and maintenance. So when you start to extrapolate, it looks more than the cost of that particular asset. Okay. So yes, there are control deficiencies, must admit that, there are control deficiency. At what point do we then, from finance, get to see this? We get a point where the expenditure hits the system. So we are putting a control system there, but it's not good enough because we need to pick it up in the early stages where procurement is done, whether it's asset or capital. So we have implemented over the last couple of years now an e-procurement system, which we're enhancing. And those controls will be embedded in the system. So we have automated the 0 to 30,000 on supply chain, 30,000 to 750,000. And now we're busy with the formal tender development. At the same time, we're looking at other controls, the full integration of the e-procurement into the financial system as well. Currently, there's a bit of a gap, which is manual, between the financial system and the supply chain system. So yes, you're quite correct. We identified that one particular asset which became a qualifying item. Then I'll let the mayor and the city manager speak about the HOD on water, tankers, termination of contract, and stormwater drains. May I just go to the second speaker? With regard to the collection strategy, yes, we have a collection strategy, revenue collection strategy. As we know, it's stagnant. We're sitting, in the last 18 months, it started around 56%. Now we're about just under 70%, which is not good enough for a metro. We should be, National Treasury norm is 95. We were about 82%. At one, Buffalo City was at 92.5. We regressed, We regressed. And with regard to revenue management, we have decentralized offices because of the decentralized areas. That is the coastal, the inland, and the midland. We have managers in each office managing their staff. And the question was, how are we managing them, and and if they're not, and if you're not, what type of consequent management? We have training with the staff. I sit with the general manager. In my office, I have all my general managers, so I'm in constant contact with them, and obviously dealing with this matters on day-to-day basis. So, yes, the 6 months was part of our, we have a debt control, by the way, a policy which we implement. Now, the challenge is that we're the only municipality in the country where the court found that we must issue a consumer a 14-day termination notice in his or her hand. And now that had become a detrimental effect to the city at large. I mean, notices were normally posted or emailed for termination. Now the court found that Buffalo City must then, maybe the legal gentleman can speak much longer on that one, why we failed that court case. We shall challenge it, I don't know if we will challenge it or what, but now we have to, if you send out a termination notice, we have to issue it in your hand. Otherwise we are challenged on that if you don't receive it. So we can't just drop it and go away or put it in your post box or send you an email. So it become a challenge, or give you notices via emails. Then on the bad debts, the bad debts of 300, and you mentioned about 300 million, that is the indigent debtors. We have a large component of indigent debtors in the city, and during just around about COVID, took a decision not to charge them, and there were punitive measures implemented on water. So you can imagine what happened to the poor household that couldn't afford the large consumption. But it's not only that on water. Although we have 5 plumbers per ward operating in the city, the aging infrastructure is a major concern for water leaks. Now, a person that's earning indigent income suddenly receives a bill for 50,000 rand per month. Now, he or she cannot afford that bill. So we have taken a decision, an overall decision in council. We interrogate all these accounts. We're also constant cleaning up together with the AG. We get a data from them to assist us with the identifying those indigents. So if you're not indigent, we move you out. If you're indigent, we will keep you there. But then we start to write off those debts for those people, especially around the water component, because of what has happened, the punitive measures, and generally we do an investigation. We just don't go and write off. Every account is investigated. So this year, by the way, just for information, in May we will take a report about 1.3 billion to write off. We got debt over 5 years. So those debt, whatever we write off, we will investigate each and every one and put a reason to that. And a full schedule goes to council. It's workshopped and it'll go to council, giving the description as to why the debt was being written off with regard to that. The service providers, I'll come back to the asset one. Service providers paid outside 30 days. Not anymore. In the last 14 months, we've been paying our service providers. We pay some of them on a weekly basis. I understand we're the first city that used to pay SMEs. We started it, Buffalo City, paying the SMEs in 7 days. We understand the plight of the people on the SMEs. So we started that 7 days. But currently, over the period during COVID, that the collection rate fell, so management had to manage the cash flow, which resulted in some of the creditors. So that was in the 21, 22, 23 year. But in the last 14 months, we got our creditors down. I think now, currently for this month, we're down to 25 days. So we manage our creditors on a 2 to 3 payments in a month. So we don't wait for month end, as we got major creditors at month end, like your Eskom, Amatola Water, and salaries that go through. So we don't wait to do creditors at that point in time and have a challenge with the cash flow, which becomes a nightmare. So we manage it on a weekly basis. For example, this week we have got a payment today, and we'll have a payment on Monday because of today's month end. We'll run normal creditors. We've got grant payments going through today through the system. I just want to check that section you mentioned, sir, on the 62.3. So you said 62.3, or did I miss that section? I just want to, you mentioned a section of MFMA assets. 62A. 63.2A. Sorry, give me a second. 6328. The municipality has to maintain a management, accounting, and information system that accounts for the assets and liabilities. That is true. We have a system, but there's no one in the country that has a system end to end. What would we like? We like a system that starts at the IDP planning process and ends at the point of cradle to grave. There's no system. What we have an asset register that is automated where we run our revaluation. One of the things Buffalo City together with Mangun, and we were the first city here back in 2010, before that, where we took a decision to revalue our assets. So at that time, Buffalo City was having financial challenges, and we took a concerted effort to say, how do we get a city that is financially stable to a point of resilience? So we then looked at our accounting policy, and we brought in the revaluation of our assets. Now what we're saying is that if a desk costs 100 Rand today, to replace that desk over its lifespan of 10 years, you can't replace the desk for 100 Rand. It's now 1,000 Rand. So we have taken that decision, a practical decision. And the thinking there was, National always pronounces, National Treasury pronounces that a metro must be self-sufficient. They shouldn't be depending on grants. And that's true. We should run our city like a business. And that was the thinking that we moved to the revaluation model. So ourselves and Mangun have adopted that. It comes with its own challenges, obviously, because you can't take the entire revaluation depreciation to your tariffs, because you can't become unaffordable. So we only take the cost portion of the depreciation to the tariffs. So it has its own challenges. In terms of asset management, yes, you'll notice that I'm going to talk a little bit about this, Chairperson, on the asset, because it's a qualification matter, and maybe I don't know if anyone other of the SCOPA members is going to pick it up or ask a question. Maybe I cover it in your question. Asset has become a qualification item in the last 2 years. Prior to that, we never had a qualification item. What has happened is that the AG said that you've got a large amount of assets that are sitting in your whip, about 5 billion. And I just said that, mentioned that our assets on a yearly basis is about 1.3 budget. So we unpacked that. That was the first qualification. And in there, they found that assets are not being paired, that assets are not written down. That was the second qualification, assets not written down. And the third one basically was the revaluation, computation on that. So we in the first year was just the impairment and the asset not being capitalized. We've done that exercise, not fully. We're still busy with it from January to date. And the last year, we moved from 5 billion to 3 billion in terms of assets in the WIP, work in progress assets, 5 to 3. So from 5 to 2 billion. 3 billion was then capitalized. Okay? 3 billion was capitalized. Now, the challenge is that it's difficult if we don't get the information, or you find a system that goes, say, you have to go out and see these assets are being paired. Where work in progress is, most of the big projects are done by service providers, and normally the responsibility falls back on the service provider, and where we hold retention. So when the asset is completed, we will then inspect the asset. The engineers or the consultant will prepare a completion certificate, then we bring it on board. The other part of the qualification basically was the componentization. So if you are building a road, the AG expects in terms of GRAP 17 is right, they are right, something we need to find a way, how we put out a tender. Maybe our tender must go out on components, so we capitalize those. For example, electricity component of a sanitation plant. You visited the sanitation plant yesterday. You got civil work there, that's the building, you got mechanical work, and you got electrical work. So in terms of policy, yes, in terms of GRAP 17, we should be then componentizing electricity, the mechanical and the civil works. Now, at what point do we do that? Because the other question is, we have to make the asset operational. So the norm is that when the asset is running, we capitalize the asset. So the thinking has changed now that we have to then capitalize the asset in its various components in terms of GRAP 17. So it becomes difficult because you're sitting with a consulting engineer that's going to issue a completion certificate at the end. So the question is now, how do we then, as a metro or as any municipality, start to componentize the asset? The best way is maybe when we issue out a tender, we break the tender out into various components. That's one of the thinking. So something we're looking at. In terms of safeguarding assets, that's a major challenge. Currently, electricity alone is incurring $1 billion rand loss a year, which used to be, and you'll all know here in the room, it used to be the golden goose of municipalities. Not anymore. One, through vandalism. major vandalism. Two, the cost of our electricity is much more than any other municipality because we're down at the coast to get it out. That's a fight. That's the fight the mayor and the team was having with the NESA as well, and ESCOM. ESCOM doesn't come down to us.
Sorry, can I say? So I'm trying to get us to get to the answers as concisely as we can.
So I'm just talking.
I'm running a clock here. You are on
Sorry,
15 minutes.
My apologies. So I was trying to explain the safeguarding of assets. So we have to look at other forms of protecting the assets, whether it's warm bodies or whether we use CCTV cameras to protect our assets. We're doing it for the robots because every other day there's a robot down because of vandalism of the cables. Copper. Copper is a price everybody wants to take away and get the scrapyard to buy it. So I don't know whether I covered you everything on the assets. And then the rest I will leave to the city manager. I think the one on contracts management and stormwater drains and water tankers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll give to the HOD infrastructure for the water drains as well as the water tankers. But the HOD performance indicators will be executive support quickly as well. Through you, Chair.
Sorry, you have to be on the mic so they can capture, the camera can get your sound. Okay, he's going to help you. He's going to help you. Because I think as we handle the mic, it accidentally mutes sometimes. So he's going to unmute it. Is it off? Can we take this? Can we take the members? Okay, I think that one's not working as well. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with the water cutting. Yes, we have some expenditure in terms of water cutting, but I just want to indicate that most of areas where we are cutting water are located around Midland and Inland. Our Midland area is Mdantsane and Inland is King William's Town, which primarily received water supply from Amatola Water Board. Yes, there are challenges with Amatola Water Board in terms of your old infrastructure, illegal connection, and also some villages build their informal settlement over servitudes. We do have a rapid response and meetings with Amatola Water Board in terms of supply. When it comes to stormwater, we are currently developing, reviewing our stormwater management plan and our pavement management system. However, we do have EPWP personnel in all of our ward, about 10 in each ward, in terms of blocking and jetting of stormwater systems and drainage. We also have budget that we received through the disaster to look at our stormwater infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm the HOD for Executive Support Services. I'm going to be talking to the issue of performance. Chairperson, the Honourable Member was talking to inadequacies in terms of the indicators. However, the report from AG is mainly talking about adequacies on the supporting information that supports the achievement of those indicators. However, starting on the indicators, the Honourable Member, I'm sure, is aware that, because in his question, he ended up by saying he doesn't understand how could we have set such indicators being a metro. Remember, indicators are set in response to our issues. And as such, those indicators measure what the city's specific issues is in response to those. Further to that, because we are a metro, we set indicators in response to Circular 88, which seeks to standardize indicators for all metros. The inadequacies, as I've indicated, yes, in some areas the AG did identify those in terms of being able to verify how we are reporting on those achievements. And there were other issues that we're dealing with now in terms of lead schedules and SOP for each indicator, because the SOPs, the standard operating procedures that we had, were rather looking at the whole function, if I were to make an example, solid waste, but not specifically to each indicator. That we are addressing, and that matter will have been resolved by the 30th of June. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Was someone else that way supposed to answer? Okay, so then the microphone is supposed to come this way. Can we have somebody to move the mic around? Are we able to get one of your colleagues, MM, just do that for us so that we move efficiently? Okay, so can we have a microphone executive?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll respond to the question of whether the Hawks are investigating the security for councillors. Yes, there is an investigation which is undergoing. We have got no update as yet as to how far it is, but there is an investigation by the Hawks. The two CFOs, Mr. Pillay is an acting CFO, but appointed in the municipality as a COO in the office of the city manager. So effectively, we do not have two people, two CFO paid, but we have got Mr. Pillay acting as a CFO, but paid as a coup. So there's no additional salary from the municipality as a consequence of his acting. The CFO,
Not paying another CFO.
the CFO, he's acting because the CFO is on long sick leave.
So you are paying for two CFOs currently.
We're paying for only one CFO, and one coup. He's appointed as a chief operating officer in the city manager's office, but acting whilst the CFO is on sick leave.
Okay, I just want to get this straight so that we can close it off and move on. The permanent chief financial officer is on long sick leave.
Yes.
Okay, without getting into the details of the health issue, is it a condition from which they are likely to recover, or does there need to be a process where they get boarded? Have you made that assessment?
Currently, we are in that process.
You are in the process of assessing whether the person should be
assessment,
boarded.
yes.
The position in which the acting CFO is in pre-existed, and he is simply acting in the role of the, okay, so the only thing you're paying is an acting allowance, or is that
No,
not
there's
allowed?
no
So
acting
they're getting paid the salary of their chief operating officer while acting as a chief financial officer. Is anyone acting as a COO?
No one.
No, so the person is performing both roles.
Yes.
Okay, is that where you? So you expect the matter to be resolved?
Because it's a legal matter, we are currently in the process of engaging with that. I hope it could be resolved as quickly as possible, but it's always difficult to make a determination.
Is there litigation involved in the matter? No.
Not
You mean it's
yet.
a labor?
It's a labor.
It's a labor process.
Yes.
Okay.
We anticipate that it might get there.
Okay. How long has this persisted? This situation?
He's been on sick leave since 2022. 2022 years.
Okay. So can I, so that we we don't belabor the point. I think 3 years is a long time.
I can explain.
No, I'm going to give you a chance. No, I'm going to give you a chance. So 3 years on its face is a long time, right? I think what you should do is to give us a sense of what your policy says in relation to the situation and at which stage you are in the implementation of the policy relative to the situation. I don't want to be insensitive to the person. I don't know what the medical condition is, but what will help us is an understanding of what your policy says and where you are in the application of the policy as appropriate. But it can continue, for instance, for 5 years, as an example. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we have one meeting, please, colleagues?
I mean, you're right, it's a sensitive issue, very difficult to discuss about it openly. But in terms of COIDA and occupational health, when an employee gets into a situation, because it's an employee that got into accident whilst at work, the requirement is that the employer must be sensitive, give an allowance for recovery of the employee for at least 24 months, which is 2 years. So after the 2 years, it's only then that the employer will be entitled to kick the processes of assessment. So that's why we are at that point now.
Okay, so the 2 years expired last year.
Yes.
Late, was it late last year?
About August.
Around August.
Yes.
So you're now in the next phase because the 2 years has expired.
Yes.
Okay, can you provide us an update, let's say in a couple of months' time? The committee will take note
I'll do.
so that you can then update the committee.
I'll do.
Okay, thank you. All right. The continuous termination of contracts, I think I agree we have identified that risk as a municipality. Hence, we reviewed the policy with regard to procurement, streamline committees, review the committee system, bid committees, but also ensuring that we adopt the risk adjustment strategy so that the project pipelining does not start at the time when monies are budgeted by the municipality, because sometimes these termination of contract as a consequence of bad contract management. So we're introducing the project pipelining to start a year before the allocations through the risk adjustment strategy. So we hope that these issues will resolve these issues. I think those were the issues, otherwise all of them are resolved. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna make a comment on this, and I hope that I'm not wrong. I'm gonna keep looking at my colleagues from the AG there as I make the statement, because I want us to get to actions and points of accountability between us, and this partly comes from our experience. So it would appear that there is a ballooning work in progress sort of asset base, because it simply takes too long. So the Metro engages service providers to do work, and basically assets, at least in construction, are purchased, they put on the ground, takes forever. Contractors leave, there's litigation, there's performance issues and so on, and payments of monies, etc., which introduces the question of at which point do you capitalize assets, because it's just taking too long. This is a problem that should not exist to the extent that it does right now, if we had not seen some of what we've seen yesterday, whether it is the swimming pool, whether it is a wastewater treatment facility, whether it is water well, and so on. So I just want to say, so that we don't back and forth too much, I said we're going on a journey of a couple of years. So, and I'm going to ask Denzel and Sisintombi to note this down as a point of ongoing accountability between us. We want to see that WIP base matching what the norm should be first of all, in terms of your project pipeline. So your contract management needs to get better. Your procurement process, your contract management, project planning, you know all the things. I am not going to you know exactly what the issues that then become involved are. Secondly, we will do that together with your performance against objectives. Because part of what is going to happen, and as you told us yesterday, because of the issue at Zwelicha, you are not able to expand housing and other developments in the King Williamstown, Bisho areas, right? Which means you fall behind on that performance metric. We're going to look at these two together as we go forward, so that we then have the ongoing accountability. We're not going to do your job, city manager. We're going to check with one another regularly, so that when we engage again, we don't have a long discussion. You're able to specifically say, we started off at 5 billion, we are now here, it's in line with norm in this or that way, and the office of the AG is going to work with both of us to manage those issues. Thank you. All right, can I move to Honorable Madlala and Honorable Skhosana? I'll take all, sorry, you're going to answer, my apologies.
No, Chairperson, I think let me appreciate the opportunity and the questions that are posed by honorable members. I think I want to go into the issue of assets that you have just mentioned. There has been work that has been done with regards to asset, because we were sitting at 5 billion. We've reduced now from 5 billion to 2 billion. Hence, the Chair was saying that if the information is not coming forward, hence we're implementing Section 106 on those, on the information that is not coming forward, because we will sit in this space that we're sitting in terms of our audit outcome if we don't implement Section 106, because at some point the CFO is saying that there must be accountability from directorates. So I think I wanted to mention that. I think City Manager has responded on the issue of the acting CFO. I want to go to the issue of lease, our leases in terms of our revenue, which AG is also raising a lot. We have not been having standard, our lease policy, Chair. Normally you will count pens in a house, and AG is raising that the revenue that we are collecting in out of a big building, we are saying you must count these pens. So we are currently
sorry, you must count
the pens.
Oh,
pens,
I see. Okay.
Toilet pens. So we are currently looking into our policy as Buffalo City to review our lease agreement. We just now in council approve standard framework for lease agreement in the city, so that we can go through these issues properly as Buffalo City. So there is work that we are doing as Buffalo City with regards to this issue, and also on the issue of contracts that have expired. These are the reforms, Chair, that we've coming up with as Buffalo City, because there's been these annual contracts since 2020 up to now, which now currently are out on tender for advertisement. And the issue of water tankers, Chair, I think this is one of my concerns when I came in as the executive mayor, that in some areas where we use these water tankers. Hence, we have written to Minister Hlabisa to help us in issues of water that affect us in the city. So I just wanted to raise those. In terms of stormwater, I think the HOD has responded to that. I felt that it's important, Chair, that I raise this issue of WIPO, because this is where ourselves and AG are stumbling in terms of the WIPO of Buffalo City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the purpose really is that our next engagement is very specific. It's not we're not dealing with everything. We walk out of here with specific issues that at the next engagement, you just update us on those matters and we can have a more, so just so you understand why I'm saying this. So Honorable Madlala, Honorable Skhosana, and Honorable Mente, the three of you.
Thank you, Chair. This GNU person doesn't want to hand over
He's
the mic.
He's nationalizing the mic without compensation.
He's trying to suppress the official opposition of the country. Eh? So, Chair, I want to first just go into, I know that you had summed up the issue of the two CEOs.
Please, yeah. We can go into it.
Thank you so much, Chair. I was in human capital for some time in a municipality. So, news is that, okay, in the first process, it is wrong to have one person doing full responsibilities of 2 offices. It is not practically possible because if we analyze the job description per individual, we assume that it consumes the amount of time that they are contracted for in a space. So they can't perform 100% of a CO's function and 100% of a CFO's function within the same number of hours and give the deliverables. So in an event of IOD or any form of long ailment, within a space of 3 months, an assessment is done, a person is put under medical board, not boarded, not terminated, but you subject them through a process where the insurer from the pension fund then pays off, and you advertise a position for an acting, and then you put someone in there. Or else you find funds elsewhere to advertise a position, and then to appoint somebody into that position, and also then subsequently when they're relieved from their duties, they are appointed there, because acting is full responsibility, unlike a responsibility allowance. So those are 2 different things. Or unlike if you are putting someone there for developmental purposes, which is also a different area, because you must calculate the percentages and make it feasible for this person to perform optimally at these tasks. But also, there is an allegation that the incident happened in June 2022, and in June 2024, Mr. Stau is that the Yes, Mr. Stau indicated his readiness to come back to work, and I think you'll confirm this or you dispute it. His readiness to come back to work post the incident and so forth, to an effect that apparently has been attending some of the meetings, including an MPEC meeting. That is the former or the CFO that is alleged to be off sick and is still unable to come back to work. So I think you'll just need to clarify that and explain to us why has this CFO not been brought back to work, if that is true. If it's not true, then at what stage is the assessment? I think we need to deal with detail. Because when a person, if after 2 years there are medical reports that are submitted, if he remains unfit, then the processes that are followed. If he's fit, he returns to work, and whoever is the acting incumbent goes back to their responsibility. Thank you, Chair, on that one. And then let me go straight to some of these issues. From the picture that is pointed by the Auditor General, it appears that the municipality has got a very low appetite for consequence management. And I think that was also confirmed by the Chair of the MPEC, if I'm not mistaken. There's a delay in effecting consequence management. So we don't seem as a municipality to take those matters of consequence management serious. But also when I look at the targets achieved versus budget spent, it appears that we've got a very high appetite for expenditure when we're delivering less. When we look at the percentages, we spend more on every target, but the achievement in percentage is less. So there's no correlation, and that tells me there's no value for money. Because if you are then delivering less and spending more, that disjuncture is very unsettling, and in all of the strategic outcomes of the municipality. And I would like just a short clarity about what are the cause effect of that. In terms of accountability on performance, also it's cited by the AG that employees are not held accountable by senior management and council for performance and transgressions. I've dealt with the issue of transgressions, I think, under broadly consequence management. But in terms of performance target now, there is a relationship between council, the executives, and also the employees. What are the instruments in place to ensure that there's consequence management where targets are not met? Because that performance speaks to or fits into the overall development plan of the municipality, in terms of ensuring that there's accountability. So that is measuring performance, dealing with incapacity issues, dealing with also even terminations on incapacity grounds by both the executive as well as the council. Another issue speaks to, there is a report which says as a 3006, that is 30 June 2024, there was unspent conditional grant of up to 30 billion. I don't know if, I believe that is your report. Unspent conditional grant from both national and if you know nothing about it, you can leave it. So you are saying that you have spent on all your conditional grants as at that time. I take it that is what you are saying. And I will note that and move forward, Chair. The high irregular expenditure, which is recorded to be at 85%. That is the uncleared one, the one that has not been dealt with. If I can just get a response as to what are the issues around that. And I'm also very much interested. I know that in the presentation there were steps to try and ensure that some of these issues are mitigated, but I'm interested in understanding what were the causal effects. Because if we do not diagnose the problem properly, the recommended remedies may just be rhetorical, because we must ensure that we've got a scientific analysis and understanding of what had caused our problems, so that then our response thereafter speaks directly into that. So just saying going forward we're going to be doing ABCD, it's good and looks closely, but it must exactly speak directly to what did we identify to have been at the center of our irregular expenditure and our lack of consequence management as well. What had been the central problem? And that could be in 2 lines. We had a problem with willingness, we had a problem with process, we had a problem with whatever the issue could be, people, process, or systems. Generally, problems in management range around those 3 issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. May I just say, the fact that I said we're aiming for 4 doesn't mean we must cut, we're not going to cut corners. So if we go beyond that, because there are issues, we will stay. I was just trying to be helpful. So, just so we, yeah, so we will stay. I'm just trying to be helpful. Otherwise, we can't leave issues on the table because I said we're aiming for 4. So please. So members, that doesn't mean you must skip questions. Don't. I'm just saying let's be concise, that's all.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon to everyone. All protocol observed. Yeah, Chair, I think I will only have 2 questions this time.
For now.
For now, yes. I think my other questions are specific to the projects that we visited yesterday. But then before I come to my 2 questions, let me just start with a comment that Buffalo City is a metropolitan municipality. And I understand that previously it used to be a local municipality. In other words, it used to be a type B municipality, which was under Amatole district municipality. Now, obviously, before the municipality was moved from being a local municipality to be a metropolitan municipality, the relevant studies were done. And it was discovered that indeed this institution has a potential to be self-sustainable. So it can have a status of being a metro. It can raise its own generation and be able to deliver services in a meticulous way. And that comes with cost. Because you have to raise enough revenue, because even your cost, they become more, unlike the time when you were still a local municipality. For instance, the remuneration for councillors is not the same as it was during the time when we were local. Your councillors are remunerated at a higher level compared to councillors of a local municipality. Your officials are remunerated better than officials of a local municipality. So now, even in terms of the delivery of service, we expect you to be effective, efficient, economic, and meticulous. Because if you are not doing that, a resident of this municipality may say, this metro does not benefit us as residents. It only benefits councillors because they are now getting more salaries than before. It only benefits employees because they are now getting more salaries than before. So we've got to make sure that the status of being a metro must be seen in the delivery of service. Because the fact that you are a metro, it means you've got a capacity to employ professionals, which some local municipalities are unable to do. You are able to employ professionals with different skills, either in finance, in technical, and so forth. So that's why even our tolerance on our part, it becomes very thin when we deal with metros. Because when you deal with local municipalities, sometimes you understand that, but now this municipality is unable to can get a good CFO. The municipality is unable to get a good technical managers because they are unable, they don't have capacity to pay, and they are unable to collect revenues. They are dependent on the equitable share, the grants from the national treasury, and then most of the residents, they are indigents, so they fall under indigents. So very few people are able to pay services. There are few business activities in those kinds of municipalities. So I'm saying that because I'm also coming from a rural municipality in the former Wandebele area in Mpumalanga. So I know how local municipalities suffers. But when we are in a metro, you expect things to be different, you see. So looking around, looking at your projects, I think what is very glaring, there are two things, Chair. One, there's a general delay in the completion of your project. And there's a general escalation of cost in your project for various reasons. I think we'll deal with that more when we deal with specific projects that we visited yesterday. But then those are two things that I've noted yesterday, that there's a general delay in the completion of your project, but there's a general cost escalations in your project. So those are issues that which I'm very much concerned with. Coming to my two questions, you received a qualified audit opinion in 2022, 2023, and also in 2023, 2024. But in 2021, 2022, when you arrived, you were able to take this municipality out of a qualified audit opinion to an unqualified audit opinion. Because you arrived here, when I'm saying you, I'm referring to this current administration that came in 2021. You came in 2021 November. So obviously the audit for 2021, 2022, it was done in 2022 after the end of the financial year, which is around June, July. So it means this team was able to take the municipality out of a qualification, because prior 2021, 2022, this municipality was also under a qualification. If you go to 2020, 2021, 2019, 2020, the municipality was under a qualification audit opinion. But when you came in, you were able to take it out from a qualified audit opinion to an unqualified audit opinion with findings. So the question is, what is it that you did right at that time when you arrived that you are unable to do it now? Because the fact that you were able to take this municipality out of a qualification to an unqualified audit opinion with findings at that time, it means by now you should be in a clean audit. For 2023-24, you should have received a clean audit. Or at the very least, you should have maintained that unqualified audit opinion with findings. So what is it that you did right in that year which you are unable to do it now? My last question, Chair, I was listening to the presentation by the chairperson of the MPEC, and I think he raised a very important point. He says some of our recommendations don't see the light of the day in terms of implementation. So I want to find out from the municipal manager, from the city manager. You see, we are in a city. You are not saying a municipal manager. From the city manager, why are recommendations of the MPEC don't see the light of the day? Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I add, Honorable Scosan, I went to school up the road here, and the fellows from here, and one of them is sitting here, I won't embarrass him. They used to call us Abantu Basemaxhoseni, because we're not from the city. So this is a city. Honorable Member, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Pardon me, I have a terrible flu. Nguntombo Vyo Veronica Mente from the EFF. Chair, One thing I just want to request all of us to be aware of is that we need progress. And in order to progress from this position, we need to identify our problem and take it out. But as far as things stand, we're not identifying a problem, but we are speaking about the problem without talking exactly about the problem. Now, a problem in this particular matter we're dealing with is who did what and what happened to that person. It's simple like that. And if we don't get there, this whole exercise is fruitless. If we don't get to that point, we'll get to midnight, Chair, trying to get to the bottom of who did what and what happened to that person. That's the only thing we're here for. Because money doesn't come into BCM and miraculously disappear. Someone signs a report or an invoice, money gets out, project doesn't get finished, escalation of cost, unjustifiable, someone doesn't get accountable for that. And it's gonna stop today. So the exercise now, can we please get to what we want to hear? And not what's gonna happen around everything else. Now, Chair, I'm gonna go back to what Maduna asked in terms of the collection of revenue. And once more, I'm going to be very precise. What are the highest, maybe top 5 contributors to the operational cost? Because your operational cost is too high. Yet you are not telling us what contributes to it. Is it the fleet? Is it workers? Where are they? What are they doing? Skosana is saying you are paid the highest salaries because this is a metro. And an expectation is that this is a highly qualified officials. These are the best of the best, creme de la creme. And we're not expecting to not understand or hear what we want to hear. What contributes to the operational costs to be 10 billion? That far exceeds the Apex projects. What is it exactly? Instead of buying Fortuners, you are buying X5s or whatever. Just give it to us. What is it that takes the money of the municipality, which then lacks the project and doesn't have money for the projects? Now, number 2, on the collection, who's owing the municipality that does not pay and their services are not stopped? Because these big firms around here owe the municipality a lot of money, but you are not telling us who's owing the municipality. You want to go get a third party to go and do revenue collection. Yet you know who owes you electricity. You know who owes you water. You know who owes you rates. Why are they not cut off so that they pay? And who is supposed to be doing that? This thing of hiring people to come and do revenue collection, you are adding on operational costs for nothing when you are hired to do that. Now, the underspending on the infrastructure grant is on agriculture. And agriculture in the Eastern Cape, especially for our people, that's the best source of income. I think before a taxi industry, agriculture is the first one that a black child masters. It's the first business that a black child masters, agriculture, before a taxi industry. You did not spend there. What are the projects that you deal with in terms of ensuring that the people are participating economically in terms of that particular special grant. Now let me go to my brother of MPEG. I hear your cry, but here is a problem. We can't first write off and then go to consequences. You must recommend, then the recommendation be acted. Once it's acted, then we can write off. When and the council, you start at the back, and then there will never be anything happening. Nothing will ever happen because the write-off is already done. And our problem legislatively in this country is that even the AG doesn't look into your recommendations as the council. Once the council take a resolution that we have written off, it's done, the AG takes it as gospel. Without knowing exactly who did what, irrespective of it's 100 years ago, there was a name there. That money didn't miraculously grow legs and leave the coffers. Someone took it out of the coffers. So we can't have a system that first deal with the medicine without checking if the patient is responding to the medicine. We can't have that. So part of what happens is that when we say the money is irrecoverable, we're going to be told that we can't find a person, or it's over 5 years, it's too old, and all of that. So the culture now is that let's keep the money. After 5 years, we're going to say we can't find those people. Yet people design an environment where if a contract is supposed to end in March, by November last year, they have started a process of advertising for a tender. They don't do that. They wait until the 20th of March, then they apply for variation and an extension so that their friend who's a service provider continues under some emergency designed by an official who's highly qualified, highly paid, not doing their work. And that official, nothing will happen to them. Then we say, there was value for money. There was no value for money because corruption was there. You can't design a situation where you want your friend or a service provider that is favored by you to continue at the expense of excluding abanye abantwana ngaphandle. We all want to benefit. Then we can't have a situation where we say there was value for money. Value for money that is derived from criminality. There can be value for money, but anyone who extends a contract that they know they were not supposed to extend, it should be out of the system. It's simple like that. Now, all those, my brother of MPEG, they cannot be said there was value for money, which is derived from corrupt elements. It can't be. Those people, there is no value for money until we get the ones that breach the supply chain legislation. It's there for a reason. Then let's not be in parliament and draft laws. These laws are useless. If there's going to be value for money and people are going to be criminals, then we say, oh, there was value for money. No. We were once told in Guyana there was value for money. And when we drilled deeper, we found that a borehole was 1.5 million. One. And then we were told there was value for money. No. We can't, because we see a product. We then say there's a value for money. Someone who didn't follow the legislation through must go. It's simple like that. All those transactions have got names and picture. And those names must account. So the council must go back and look into this. And Uba Maxekwana knows the process from here. What's going to happen? And you don't want us to make recommendations that will make you the people who are not decisive in taking decisions. Because we can do that. So this whole exercise, we're not being playful, it's not at all. It's us helping the people of BCM to get better services and get a better government. Now, in terms of the material misstatements with the AG is talking about, there were izolozies are confirming. Many of the plants are neglected. Many of the areas are not taken care of. There is a serious depreciation of assets. I want to understand who is responsible for this job in terms of performance of the museum. Who's responsible for the asset register in the BCM? That has to make sure that we do not have a chaotic depreciation of assets that belong to the people, because that person is either must be taken to a course, or that person must then say, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm resigning from this job. I'm looking for another job. The irregular expenditure, it's said it's been 13 years or 10 years or whatsoever. Chair, if we look at the irregular expenditure of the BCM, at 2020 and 2021, it was 3.8 billion, that was carried over. It started shooting up 2021-22 on the arrival of the new administration to 9 billion, from 3 to 9. And the investigation should have been started then. So this thing of, it's very old, it's 10 years, it's not true. It started shooting up from 2020-21 to 21-22 to 9. Then 22-23, 10, and 23-24, again 10, with a small, a very slight reduction there, which was this writing of Enga Explanekio today, which is also not justifiable. Why was it not thoroughly investigated in 2021-22 when it was at 9 billion? Because at that point, whoever you were looking for was still around. Ebengekayi overseas. I'm sure ngokusebenzisa residents zase-US abo bantu. 2021-22 aba bantu bebeselapha. And irregular expenditure, city manager, it's not because no, there's a slight problem or it was an emergency. I know, being a councillor, I jokingly said in the earlier session, I would love to be a councillor, because I'll be that councillor who, when there is a burst pipe, I'll call anyone to come and fix it. We'll deal with the emergency and everything later, but we will account for the pipe. If it's unauthorized, we'll account for that unauthorized expenditure. Because upipe akazochitha amanzi bantu bangabi nawo because of umthetho pha. But la mthetho has got a remedy of accounting for it. I-problem yalapha, umuntu noba wenzeni uyayekwa. Akho nto yenzeka, akho mntu ubanjwayo for anything. Zonke ezi transactions zinabaninizo baphi. That's the problem. So SIU has got new proclamations. They came to us, they are asking for reports from the council. And these two new proclamations they want to sign. One is on the swimming pool around the forensic report. We're going to ask you nicely, give SIU the forensic report. Number two is on the water park. They want information. Please give SIU the information of the water park. They want to sign a proclamation. We can ask the president to sign it without that information because we have enough evidence with what we've seen. As a committee, we can do it. Now we want to ask you nicely, just do it. Let's allow SIU to investigate these matters. Now, BCMDA, you have a write-off of 39.2 million on irregular expenditure. You have a write-off of a 49.4 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We're not told what are those transactions and why were incurred. But most importantly, and what is interesting in BCMDA, is that you are an implementing agent. And an implementing agent ought to have at least some 5 strategic components in it, that it qualifies to carry out the job that is implementing fully. Now, out of the projects, it will be interesting, Chair, to hear how many projects has the PCMDA delivered for the PCM. Because as far as things stand, the projects I know of and the projects that I researched since last night, Ebuhlanti has started from 4 million, is now around 70 or 80 million. There is unjustifiable high escalation of cost every time PCMDA is starting a project. The beachfront ended at around 80 million. Unjustifiable. If you go there and see the beachfront, you will tell us, where is that man? Sistupunji, esehlayo. Now, here are the 5 components of the implementing agency, May. Planning and project management, procurement and contracts, financial management, quality and performance, key roles and responsibilities that are carried out by the chair for commissioning and handing over of the keys to whoever they are doing that for. What does that require? Highly qualified board members and executive. The interesting part now, Chair, which I'm going to request you to do, let's get the board members' full profile. What are the qualifications of the board? What are they doing? How many projects have they done? Because we can't find financial statements under the board. They are merged into the municipality. The municipality accounts for them. So in terms of the monies that gets allocated to them, they only have the strategic plan and the integrated strategic plans, but they don't have full financial statements and audit reports of their own, except that you can abstract from the municipality. So with that, we need a full profile of the PCMDA board since 2016 up to now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I was actually going to ask that we backdate to then, so that we don't let anyone through the net. May I also, because Honorable Isaac had raised the issue of the CFO. So we now, this does not invalidate anything I said by way of process going forward, but there are some details that we need to get in this meeting, because I understand the CFO who is on sick leave has attended some meetings, including meetings with the Auditor General. There's also news articles that say the CFO is raring to go, but he claims he's being sent from pillar to post. He wants to reoccupy his role. Okay, so can I ask specifically? So let's deal with the audit questions when we return. We need a full accounting of this saga, because we also don't want to get half information. Where does this thing come from? Because there's publicly available information, for instance, that says this person tells a Daily Dispatch that they are raring to go, they want to return to work. We also, on the other hand, understand from our colleagues at the Auditor General that the CFO has attended some meetings but not said anything in the meeting. The two don't match. If somebody is unwell and they are at home, well, we accept that they are unwell, they are at home. But if they also attend meetings and something doesn't work, so we need a full accounting of the saga. We can do that after lunch. Can I ask that we deal with the members' questions, except this one, we'll deal with it after lunch. When we're dealing with the rest of the Honorable Bila calls the men of the match issues, so that we can break for lunch. Thank you. Over to you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will ask the CFO to respond, but Chair, I think it's important that I respond to these issues of the CFO.
Yes.
Chair, I think Honorable Member has said that there are allegations with regards to the CFO coming back to work and attending virtual meetings. As City Manager has explained that the CFO had a car accident, and that in that car accident, he was paralyzed. And part of the integration process which the municipality has undertaken is for him to attend meetings, give him the necessary equipment for him to come back to work. When the municipality and the CFO, there were a disagreement because the CFO is wanting to work from home. That is where the disagreement from, that he can't come to Buffalo City from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, but he wants to work from home. So the disagreement between the municipality and the CFO were based on that, because if you are saying you want to come back full-time at work, you have to be full-time in office. But City Manager will explain that in detail later on. I will give CFO to respond to issues, then I'll come back and City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regard to the, I'll start with the top 5. Expenditure in terms of operations. Salaries is 24.5%, and we're far below the norm as expected, but we generally around, we keep it around in the past years between 22 and 24%. So we're around the similar for the many, many years. The other contributing factors, as you know, that when we prepare our set of financials or management reports, we also calculate depreciation on the revalued assets. So that's a big number, currently 1.3 billion. Okay. In terms of debt impairment, our budget is 76% for 23-24, and we dropped that for 24-25. We're going to drop that down by percentage to 76%. That makes it about 34% of debt impairment of our total budget. The other big expenditure is your bulk purchases. Current month, for example, it ranges between anything between 200 million and 290 million per month. And then repairs and maintenance, a great portion goes to repairs and maintenance to maintain our assets, and that's about 600 million. And lastly, the other expenditure item that we have is the contracted services, obviously for plant and other services. Then that's on the top 5. Then on the our debtors, major contributor to our debt book is household, followed by business and government departments. Yes, we cut off. We don't outsource revenue collection. What we outsource is disconnections. You need electricians to go out and disconnect. So we outsource that service for disconnections. We provide the report to them on a monthly basis, which is reconciled back, to ensure that they obviously went out and did their work. That's how they get paid on the performance. So with regard to where we are now, currently we not have an effective debt collector in terms of taking the position to a sale and execution. We use the National Treasury one, but it's very soft. It doesn't give you that hard impact. So we're really looking at it from internally to appoint from our panel of lawyers to implement that. The National Treasury contract has expired, so we now, for the next 12 months, we'll look at using our lawyers to then take the full distance of the execution of up to sale. We don't sell indigent houses. Then with regard to material misstatements, ma'am, you asked materials. Honorable SCOPA member, a material misstatement regarding assets. Yes, assets, we have a corporate asset section within finance. What they do is the reporting, management of the asset and the reporting, not the management day to day, in terms of from a reporting perspective. Capitalization, depreciation calculation, also visiting the assets. Obviously, the number is too large, so we do 20% per year to go out. But the asset is the responsibility of, of managers at large, who are with the budget aside, they are the full custodians of the asset that they develop. So the areas of concern are, like I said, was the revaluation, depreciation was a computation issue. That one we're busy now in talks with the AG, how to close that gap. The issue is on the ground, the impairment. You know, in terms of managing assets, your assets should be at least once a year be visited and looked at. And that is Buffalo City's downfall in ensuring that that is conducted on a year-to-year basis, whether it's your bridges, whether it's your wastewater treatments, especially the ones that are sitting in WIP because they're still under construction. So we have a bit of a challenge there. Then on the capitalization, I think we spoke lengthily about that, where we brought it down from 5 billion to 2 billion. More work still is going on. That work is going on, the 2 billion, from January to date. We hope to complete it by April. We also found there, and the AG found, where documents could not be produced for certain assets. And that's the legacy assets of 2010. And we were told that they were burnt in the archives at that time. Those 2010 assets that cannot be found or could not be recognized due to dilapidation or various damages to the assets, we were investigating each and every one of them. And then obviously we'll have to go to council to do a write-off. But we didn't want to take that report last year. We wanted to interrogate each and every asset before we make that pronouncement. Obviously, it's going to run into millions, so we need to be very, very careful how we go to the write-off. So those are the areas of the material misstatements for the assets. In terms of where you were driving your question, in terms of accountability, from our side as CFO, acting CFO, my job is then to obviously, for our section, we may have many management meetings. Part of the consequence management is to write to the HODs of other directorates where the assets are being implemented or being maintained. We write to them. We have weekly meetings now. We used to have bi-weekly, now we have weekly meetings. Bi-monthly, we have weekly meetings covered in great detail where HODs and the staff attend those meetings. They're not long meetings, but we have it frequently so that nothing is lost in between. So that is happening consistently, not because of any audit issues, it's because of the driving the asset management especially. That's a separate meeting that is chaired by the Human Settlement Director, Mr. Mbola. And other than that, we do visits to the directorates, to the sites, and we advise from finance. So from our side, we try to implement the consequent manner in that aspect, from training, communication, from that aspect. I don't want to speak about where there was loss of or anything drastically happened or loss of monies and stuff. That is from a city manager's perspective upon MPEC and to city manager's office where there's further investigations will happen if that comes to the forefront. Thank you.
Chair, if I may give Mr. Sojini to respond on the escalation cost on Buhlanti.
Where's our Mike executive?
Followed by head of legal immediately on the forensic report. Can be one.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Parliament, and Executive Mayor, Speaker, Chief Whip, MMCs that are here, councillors, city manager, HOTs, all protocol observed. The ballooning of the Buhlanti project, Chair, it's the cost that is coming out as 70 million is the total cost of Bushland, which means there's fencing that needs to be done at Bushland. There's ablution facilities that has to be done at Bushland. There's amphitheater that needs to be done at Bushland. There's water and sewer connections that needs to be done at Bushland. And there's roads and stormwater that needs to be done at Bushland. There's also protection of the estuary next to Bushland that needs to be done. When the project was launched, we had a budget of 6 million then to just undertake the road project. I think when the executive mayor and the premier launched the project, it was to attend the issue of roads and stormwater at Bushland, which we indicated then, or the executive mayor indicated that at that point 6 million was made available to start up the project. As you are aware that the cost of building a road, a kilometer, is around 12 million nowadays. So that was not going to finish the roads there to have Bushland, because the roads that are there, when they are measured, they are about a kilometer at Bushland. So there's also the issue of parking and that we needed to address, the issue of the dry areas.
Sorry, so I'm interrupting to ask just an explanatory question. So when you say roads, is it an access road to Ebushland, or is it roads within the facility? And how big is it? Just help the members. I know where it is, but a lot of the members are not from here. So just give a sense of the measurements and so on.
It's the roads that we're talking about. It's the internal road within the facility, and we have made the width of the road to be, I think it's about 6.5, if I'm not mistaken, to make it wider, because of we know that the area is small. We need to have the space for them to pass each other cars there. So then the other issue, so that is basically why the cost, the total cost for Bushland is sitting at around, but currently.
Sorry, can I ask, what is the total road, the distance within, when you measure it from end to end? I mean, what are we talking, a kilometer, 2 kilometers?
It's around a kilometer. I think it's 1.1 or 1.2.
Okay.
Yes.
And the total cost you anticipate is going to be around what, 12?
Yes.
Million.
For
just for the road.
For the road. Yes.
Okay.
So all the other costs will be, once we have a contractor to do all the other items, as I've indicated, the fencing, the amphitheater, the storerooms and dry area, and what else is that? Ablution facilities and all other things. So that's
okay.
And then also the parking around the Bushland.
All right.
Good
Sorry?
afternoon, members of the SCOPA.
Sorry, I think that
sorry.
can you just Does it pertain to the answer here? The beachfront escalator. Is it someone else who's gonna? Okay, no, someone else. Okay, thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Once more, good afternoon, members of SCOPA, our executive mayor, the speaker, the chief whip, and the entire councillors and the senior management of Buffalo City and the support staff of SCOPA, and also to the SIU, AG, and other parties who are here. Mine is just to answer about the report on the forensic investigation which was conducted by PCM on Dansane swimming pool. I just want to first start by saying that the investigation itself was commissioned by Council of Buffalo City after it has been realized through numerous reports which were submitted to Council and the motions, by the way, which were entertained by Council itself, that there could be something which is going wrong with the Dansane swimming pool. And on its own accord, the Council of Buffalo City Municipality decided to institute this particular investigation. Whilst we were busy, when I say busy, because I'm the head of legal services and I'm working with the chief risk officer in terms of managing the investigation which is taking place. We received a request for all the information pertaining to the Dansane swimming pool from the SIU. So we had to write to the SIU to say that we have appointed Ernst & Young, which is an independent a forensic investigator, in terms of which we had to submit the very same information which they were requesting. But we had to put a qualifier to say, because we are using government funds, it will be not proper to have investigation on top of investigation, and at that stage we're at the very early stages of investigation, maybe also pleading with the SIU to reconsider its stance, because we are worried about the investigation and after investigation on the same subject. Those were the discussions, but we are here now. The report, the forensic report, has already been completed, and having been completed, it has been commissioned by Council, and in terms of the standing rule of Council, the Council of Buffalo City has got to receive the report, deliberate on it, and then the report can be, if there are any revisions, by the way, which can happen, and any questions which can be asked by the members or public representative in Buffalo City Municipality who are councillors, then the report can be refined. But as I said, it's ready to be presented in the Council of Buffalo City. It has not been presented. And then from the side of the accounting officer, it will be improper to release a report, a confidential report of Council, which is destined to be discussed by Council, without such a report having been considered by the Council itself and be adopted as a report of Council. So that's the technicality which we are on now, is that the report has not yet been presented and deliberated in Council and adopted, by the way, and also steps taken in terms of what route is going to be followed in terms of consequence of management. So that's where we are. So I don't really think there is reluctance on the part of Buffalo City to release the report, but it's just a matter of technicality in that regard, to say the report still needs to be deliberated by Council, plus commissioned by Council, and thereafter the report can be released to any public entity, law enforcement agency that requires it. I think that's all the city manager. Thank you very much.
Sorry, before we move on, can I deal with a couple of things you said, sir? So it does not fall on the Council or you to decide how you're going to save the costs of various law agencies. This report is commissioned with South African taxpayers' money. The SIU has a different mandate to the Hawks. The SIU's job is primarily to pursue civil recoveries. The job of the Hawks is to prepare criminal dockets out of which there may be asset forfeitures arising out of a conviction. Routinely, the SIU shares information with the Hawks and the NPA while an investigation is ongoing, because there is a real risk that people may get away and not be prosecuted and so on. In this case, conversely, there is a real risk that assets might disappear. So I just want to address the issue of costs. It doesn't fall on you to say you can't have multiple, it's not your job. And I say you, I don't mean you personally, I mean as the council, as a corporate body, so I'm not personalizing this. So whichever committee was dealing with the issue. So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to do is to ask a question. When was this report made available to the council? Around which time? Don't have to give me a date, give me a month and a year.
Okay, thank you. Can I respond?
Yes, please.
I think I want to start by the sharing of information by law enforcement agencies. I don't think that's a situation here. The Buffalo City Municipality has commissioned an investigation on its own accord. And in terms of that, it requires that report to go back to council for it to be implemented. That report is going to be shared after it has been adopted by council. So here is a governance issue more than the law enforcement, because the oversight structure is requesting this information for oversight purposes and has commissioned a report and it needs to act on the report before. I don't think we share the similar understanding.
No, I'm trying to get to the same point, but from another angle, trust me. We're going to end up in the same place, you and I say. So, I am asking, when was the report, the draft report, let's call it a draft, is it a draft? When was the draft given to council?
Technically, I would say it has not yet been deliberated in council.
No, I mean being made available.
Okay, it was made available on the 6th of December council meeting.
Okay, so it was made available 4 months ago. 4 months. How many times has council met since?
The council has met in January. They met in February. The council met in March. That means
has the council had opportunity to deliberate on this at all in all of those council meetings?
No. Okay.
Can I?
Sure. Okay. So can we all come down?
Can I?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. No, just to clarify the issue of sessions of council.
Yes.
In a year, we have 4 ordinary council meetings.
Right.
The last one was in December. The second one was in March.
Right.
On the 26th.
Yeah.
I wanted to come there.
Sure.
The report was not there.
Okay. So when is the next one?
The next one is in March, April, May. It's in May.
Okay. Let me come back to you, sir. You see where I was going with this? Can you see where I was going with this? Just don't put the thing on the agenda and it never gets discussed and the SIU never gets to get it. Do you take these matters seriously at all, or don't you? Because I am not certain what is stopping council from amending its agenda or from placing it on the agenda. So what we are being told is that this past week, when was it, 26th? This 4 months after it was given to the council, there was an opportunity to place it on the agenda and it wasn't. The next opportunity may now be in May. And at the rate at which we're going, it's possible that it may not serve there until then. And then we talk about technically here. Sir, we are not here for technicalities. These matters are serious. Unless there is an earth-shattering reason why it was not tabled, we need to understand why it was not. Who took that decision that it must be held over again? Or was it not considered at all? Because that's where I was going with those questions. I wasn't just asking. So did someone in council Was there deliberation at all by anyone, whether it's council secretariat or anyone, who took a decision that this will not serve before council? Because it's gathering dust. The committee deserves an answer to this question. Someone needs to take accountability for the delay. We are not moving until we get accountability for the delay in tabling this report before council, so that the SIU may get it. We're not asking anyone to break procedure. We want some accountability. Who decided that it shall not serve? And the question is who? So that we can ask them why. Sorry, can I give Honorable Maduna a follow-up?
No, thanks, Chair. I think to assist Umhlangano, I think what we need to establish rather was the report given to council. It should be to the speaker, and then we establish if the speaker received the report, why he did not take it to council. Because I don't think we'll get an answer when we're not being specific.
Let's start with that question. Who is the receiver of the report and what have they done with it? Then we'll get to the delay.
Okay, let me explain. This is a report of the accounting officer to council. So the report...
In the title of the municipal manager.
The accounting officer. It's a municipal manager's report.
Metro municipal manager.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It was submitted by the municipal manager. Once it gets submitted, it becomes a business of council to deal with that report, not municipal manager.
Okay, so it was submitted to the office of the speaker. Where was it submitted? Table before council?
Okay, maybe let me deal with coordination. Okay?
Sorry, can we give them a chance?
There is a department within the accounting officer's office which is called corporate support. The report was submitted and it was compiled and then it was signed by the speaker and then it was distributed to all councillors and then it went to council for consideration. I'm talking about the process now.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. So the speaker has received the report we've established, and we are talking about this speaker who is here with us, Councillor Matlekwan, right? So the speaker has received it. Next step is the speaker did what? Tabled it before council, or who tabled it before council? Because as I understand, council hasn't deliberated on it. So where is it now? Can we hear? Is the mic working? Okay, please give him another one. Our mic executive has quit.
Thank you, Chair. I confirm the process by the head of legal, but to be more precise, the item was in the agenda of council.
Okay.
And council decided to withdraw it for consideration of the Hawks investigation on the matter. So I'm trying to paraphrase what council has decided.
So can I say, so can I ask, because this session was chaired by the speaker, was it not? Can you assist us here, Speaker? The session was yours. What did council decide and why?
No, thank you. I was trying to say, Chair, to explain how we take decisions.
Yes.
Related to this matter. I was saying in an ordinary meeting. This came in December. I was saying the report was never tabled in council of the 26th. This is what I was saying. The issues that were raised about the report is the process that was explained by the head of legal. Because I'm not going to say that the report was tabled in council when it was not tabled. Because of the issues prior to the council, issues raised by the head of legal, the report was not tabled to council. Then the executive mayor wants to comment on those matters.
Before you step aside, we need to understand what the issues were. Are these the issues I was disputing with him about who can investigate what?
Yes, these are the issues that says the report, there is this dispute. There is this investigation by SIU and the Hawks. So on those bases, the report never finds its way to the council.
Okay. Okay, so we getting, sorry, Honorable Isaac, you're not walking off in disaffection, please don't. Yeah, please, please sit. So, okay, are you going to add on to this? Because we need to get to the point of accountability. Honorable Mende said we need to get to the who, so that the who can tell us why.
I think, Chair,
Colleagues, members, please.
I think, Chairperson, the legal and speaker responding to the question because the report was presented in December. It was taken in the December council. During that time, there was the Hawks coming to Buffalo City to come and collect the documents. Now, the question was, as the head of legal, should we proceed now or give Hawks all the information before it proceed? And then we had the January council, which is the March council, which is an ordinary council. It does not mean when a matter of council has not been discussed in one council meeting, it would not be discussed in the next council meeting. At the time, council wanted clarity on this issue. Should we proceed while there's this investigation? So I think items don't just get removed out of council. In the draft agenda of council, that item remains on the draft agenda of council. So that report will remain and come to council and be presented because at the time Hawks and other investigating units were given the documents. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, may I say, and I'm going to give Honorable Mende a chance, it's clear we're not going to leave at 4, but that's not an issue. So we're not leaving at 4. Is it my understanding that council will only deliberate on this report when the Hawks one day complete their investigation or not? Because that's what I'm reading here. And I also want to say, if that is the attitude, may I submit, and I may be wrong if that is not your attitude, may I submit you're not interested in the contents of that, or if you have seen the contents of that, you don't want to do anything about them. That's a bottom line. And you don't want the SIU to get anything about the contents of that report. Because I am assuming that if a decision was taken to withdraw it, it was going to be discussed. It was put in the pack, was it not? It was put in the pack. Was it not put in the pack at all? So there was a decision taken to not consider it at all because the Hawks are investigating, which may take a year, 2 years, 3 years.
No, Chair, I think on the issue that you are raising, I think we have responded to it to say that the matter will go to council. There's no way that an item of council can just be removed out of council. I think the speaker, as the custodian of council, can then come in. But I think the report will be, because it's from the office of the city manager, it will go to council, but I'll give speaker to respond on this issue. I just want to respond on the issue of the SIU, Chair. As I've alluded yesterday, the issue of the SIU was not brought forward to us at the time. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just give Honorable Mende a chance? It might then assist the speaker in his response.
No, Chair, I think legal must make reference to the matter of National Skills Fund. Then Minister Blade Nzimande tried that trick, wanting to do a departmental investigation and holding the entire country at ransom with taxpayers' money that the department will do it, but it does it in sections. Now, when the report comes out, it does not cover the entire scope, of which the SIU has capacity, like the chair has been explaining, that it deals with the entire scope of governance, recoveries, accountability, disciplinaries, and criminal aspects. Now, Chair, the excuse that because Hawks is working on it is neither here nor there. And the council can't take that decision that because the Hawks are busy with it, there's nothing different. Then they can say the Hawks and SIU are busy with it. Why do you want to elevate Hawks over the SIU? That excuse is not valid. And then my last question is, which council sitting is going to deliberate on that forensic report? When is it going to go before council? So that the council can decide and then the SIU must get into the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I interrupted. You can then deal with Honorable Mendes' comments and questions.
Let me start at the end. Honorable Chair, the report will be dealt with in the May council meeting. Kalab. It will start there. But as I was saying, the report for this 26 March meeting, it was not in the pack of council, because in the draft agenda, remember we sit the draft agenda, Mayor, Chief Whip, myself, City Manager and the officials. It's where we decide about issues that must go to the agenda. And then we agreed because of these issues, but most importantly, the issue of the Hawks, because information is with the Hawks. And we agreed that the report must not be tabled in the council. It was not a decision of council that the report must not be discussed in the meeting of the 26th. So it will come in May. It's good that there is this interaction. So we'll definitely move with speed in terms of finalizing the report and bring it to council in May. I can only say that, Chair.
Can I ask, what makes council comfortable to give this to statutory body A and not give it to statutory body B? Between the Hawks and the SIU. Well, why is the Hawks investigation, why does it cancel the obligation to assist the SIU with its investigation? Because I don't understand. If you were saying you can't give I understand the Hawks have the report, correct? And they did not get a section 205 to go and seize it. It was voluntarily given by council. Is that correct? No. So they don't have it either.
No, they came with a court order.
Okay.
To seize and take the documents.
So unless the SIU obtains a court order, you will not assist the SIU with information that is sitting in a forensic report that taxpayers have paid for until the Hawks complete their own investigation.
Chair, can I respond to that? as far as I understand, before the Hawks did not come and request the documents, and there was an element of refusing of giving the Hawks. When the Hawks only came, they came with the court order for the first time, and they were given the documents. As I'm saying, on the issue of the SIU chairperson, we can't be held accountable as the executive, because it was only when we were told yesterday or so that that report was requested, and city manager was advised by legal on what Mr. Zenzila was saying. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so can I ask, because I'm worried about lunch and the food getting bad, we are going to return to this after lunch. We must get to the point where it's clear why the SIU is not being assisted. I'm assuming that council, once any money is recovered, I need to get to the point together with the committee as to why the SIU has to struggle to get information contained in the report that may assist them in doing their work. But can we take a break until 10:02? Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable councillors and honorable members and other colleagues that are here. So, shall we please resume with our program? And I hope that everyone has managed to get food, and that we'll go through the issues as quickly as we can. So we were just still dealing with the issue of the report. I mean, the most important thing is this, that we get to a point where the Special Investigating Unit is going to be assisted by the council to obtain information that is going to assist the council to recover any monies the ratepayers and taxpayers could or may have lost in the process of certain actions. That's the most important thing. Now we are having this back and forth and so on because there is an issue on the table, which is the SIU cannot get this report. As I understand, the SIU, for any investigating organ, such information is not the Bible. In that you have to take it as it is. Such information assists in the investigation so that they may go and investigate. There may be something to some conclusions, there may be nothing to some in their own view. The reason we are having this back and forth is because there appears to be a view that says we are not able to furnish them with that information which may be helpful so that they can assist the council. And I want us to resolve, I mean, we don't enjoy the back and forth. So the reason I'm stating the outcome is because we can just get to the nub of the issue and move on to other things. So the reason I'm asking these questions now is to get to that point, which is to ask whether because the effect of the decision is that the SIU is not able to be assisted in its investigation. And we would like as the committee for the SIU to be assisted. And where necessary, the Auditor General as well, so that they may be able to do their work. And they tabled it before council as well. The technicalities cannot be such that the council paralyzes itself from agencies that are there to assist it. That's crazy. That doesn't help. So let me ask again: will the council be in a position to assist the SIU, or when will the council be in a position to assist the SIU with that information contained in the report, so that the SIU may then proceed and do its work? we've had the benefit of a break. I don't want to pretend that there hasn't been a break. And if there is a way in which we can get to the conclusion we want as the committee, let us get to it. So I'm going to provide that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Let me go back to the May issue. I said earlier, I think after members spoke on the matter, I said the council commit to bring the report in the May council meeting. And I want to leave it there because of what I said earlier, that the reason why we could not was the issue of documents that are in Hawks. But now that we have had this discussion, we'll then have it in May 2025. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So that takes us some of the way, not the all of the way. So as I understood, the reason it could not be considered, there were I think you're the head of legal, correct. So the reason it could not be discussed was because there's an investigation, right, already by the Hawks. That was number one reason. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to correct me, so don't panic. Sometimes I'm wrong, so and I accept I'm welcome to be corrected. Here's where I'm getting at. Simply saying that is going to be discussed in May does not resolve the reasons given for it not to be discussed this last time. I understood there to be issues of principle. We need to resolve that, not so that we now know the impediment is gone. And then council can now deliberate on the matter. One. Secondly, I do need to understand why the Hawks, the Special Investigating Unit, can also not be furnished with key information contained therein, because they're not going to use it as a basis or as an untested basis of conclusion in developing their case. So you've dealt with the one issue, Speaker. What I need to ask you, sir, because you had answered the question, are the issues of principle you raised resolved now? Have they fallen away? What's the difference between now and May? If you could assist him with the mic, it's here, so please assist him. And if I said anything incorrect, please start by correcting me and then answer.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon once more. What I said, let me say, by the way, for the Hawks as well as the SIU, the reasons are just the same. The person who commissioned the report, which is the council, has not deliberated the report. There could be some changes and all that, but the report still needs to be presented, corrected, and all those things. So without it being discussed, tabled, then it could not be released. And it was a top secret item, and in terms of the standing rules of council, we should actually treat it like that. So the Hawks, they just confiscated the documents or information pertaining to investigation on the Danzano swimming pool. They had a search warrant, search and seizure warrant. So on those basis, they could get that information, but the principle, it's like an incomplete report up until it's adopted and is deliberated and is checked that it conforms to the terms of reference which were adopted by council. So that's the principle, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay, so the matter then, then I don't understand why it wasn't discussed now. Because all that you are saying is that council needs to deliberate on it. I also understand in the same vein that they couldn't deliberate on it because why? So it appears from what you are saying, you didn't say they shouldn't discuss it. Okay. Someone withdrew it then. Send it back to, it can't be in no man's land. It's got to be somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. So there was an opportunity to discuss it in council. Council decided not to. Okay. Who decided it should not? Someone had to have made the decision. Because we just need, that's all, we just need to understand the logic. It's not to get someone. We need to understand the logic of behind that decision. Because the head of legal is saying, look, my only problem is that this was done for council. Council needs to consider it. But council, as I understand, has not. Okay, so I now need to understand, together with the committee members, why, what's the reason? Because it's sitting in no man's land right now. I just need us to be, so that we can move on from this issue. I'd really like to move on. As much as we joke about being here until 10, I don't want us to be here until 10. We are joking. I think it works. Does it? Is it working? No, I don't think it is.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm the whip of the council, Councillor Mhlon. I just want to reply on your question because it's a straightforward question.
Yes.
We took a decision as council based to the advice from the legal unit. Okay. Because that report for investigation for NU2 swimming pool was initiated by the council. And then on the day of the report to be tabled in council, then we withdraw the report because of the hoax that are part and parcel of investigating. As the council, we looked as if there are two parallel processes. That was the only reason that we withdraw the report.
Thank you. We have now got the answer. The council has, on account of the fact that there is a hoax investigation, decided to do nothing further. That's what you decided to do, nothing further, and leave the investigation to the Hawks. That's what it seems like, because it can't be both. If the reason is that the Hawks are investigating, the Hawks will finish investigating at some point in the future, say 2028. So the council has decided until the Hawks are finished with their investigation, there is no need to discuss it here.
But in terms of the council agenda, the matter is in the council agenda for discussions on May, and 28 May.
Okay, no, I accept that. But what is going to be discussed on that day? Because the Hawks investigation will not be complete.
We put it as that because we wanted that we can get the information in that council meeting from the legal department. Now it's only now that we also heard that even the SIU is part of the investigation. So maybe in that meeting, that's a meeting that we will to get the whole information regarding the matter. Other than that, we withdraw because of the investigation. We thought it's a parallel processes.
Okay, so can we agree on this? And I'm going now, because I don't want this to be a personal thing, so I'm going to give the members a chance, Honorable Mend. Okay. So, can we agree that how many investigations the national government chooses to conduct has nothing to do with council business? Has nothing to do with council business. For example, the SIU conducts investigations which are incomplete. They come and update us in the committee in Parliament as to how far those investigations are going. Similarly, the Hawks also investigate matters referred by the SIU to the Hawks or referred by the AG to the Hawks. It doesn't stop anyone from doing their work. We take steps as Parliament in line with the information provided so far. They continue with their investigation. Nothing about what the Hawks or SIU do paralyzes Parliament. And Council is also a legislative body. It's also an executive body in a sense, because the executive mayor is also a member of Council. Nothing, there is nothing on any legal principle that paralyzes Council from taking steps on the basis of information placed before it by an agency it has paid to update it on a regular basis. I want to understand what is the basis, therefore, of commissioning a report, and once you hear that there's another investigation somewhere, now you stop. Can I understand where, because that's what you are saying. Can we agree then, because my view, and I'm going to give Honorable Mend a chance to weigh in, because that's what I'm hearing, and that has no basis at all. Honorable Mend. The mic, Honorable Matun. You like holding the mic.
No, Chair. What I would like to understand from the whip speaker, and I don't think that it will be fair for the mayor, because the legislature is for the speaker and the whip. What I want to understand from them in detail, what is it exactly that the legal said to you in relation to the contents of the document? Because if the document came to you covering the entire scope as you have requested, you should have adopted your report and then say, after adopting, because now we agree, this is a true reflection of the scope we have commissioned. You then say, up on agreeing, we will await the other outcome, so that the document does not become top secret. It becomes a public document wherein any other person who needs access to it can now get it. What is it that was said that prohibited you as a council from even adopting it and acknowledging that the scope is exactly what we asked them to do, and we are satisfied that this is exactly what we're looking for, therefore we adopt it, but let's wait for other investigative organs of the state to assist us in this one, which will help you to release to SIU as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Matlala.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to maybe try and assist with the way forward. I don't know if it will assist. I think one, in terms of the compilation of the report and the scope of works and all of that, I think that would have been certified by the user department, which would have been legal or something, before it goes to council to say, are the checks and balances, what they're supposed to do. And then it would have went to council for council to, I don't think for council to amend. I heard something like that. I don't think council has the power to amend a forensic report and its recommendations. I think the council can note the report and then follow line with it, unless if there are any legalities that it wants to dispute, and then it will do that. But I agree with you, Chair, that there's nothing that's stopping council to exercise its fiduciary responsibility over a report simply because another organ of state is dealing with it. So as a way forward, one, the court order by the Hawks in light of and knowing that there is a process or the council has not seen it, simply says there's nothing that is confidential about the report in terms of furnishing it to these organs. Otherwise, the court would have not ordered, would have not given that order if it was not proper that other institutions must see it. So as a way forward, I believe that the SIU must just be finished with the report. I believe that council must meet and look into the report and deal with what is in its own jurisdiction. For example, there could be issues there relating to disciplinary hearing of staff and all of that. It will help council to do that, because failure of council to do that, another state organ may come with a recommendation that suggests that council in itself has failed to exercise its fiduciary responsibility. And if council cannot provide a report at that stage to say, look, we have looked into the report, this is what we have done in terms of the recommendations of the report, then council itself will find itself in jeopardy and in crisis. So this process can all run. SIU gets the report, the Hawks have already received it. There's no need for SIU to go to court again, because a matter of principle, the court has ordered that the Hawks be given. So SIU receives the report, council receives the report, and then acts on it. In line with the recommendations or whatever, if they want to put justification letters against the recommendation or whatever they need to do, whilst the Hawks and everybody else continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. There is a proposition on the table. There's a proposition on the table. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I don't think we have a problem as the council. As explained by the honorable members, as we articulated very clear that the reason was that we don't want to go for parallel processes. As all of us will know that when we note the report, that report will going to be in the public domain. And maybe that report, unfortunately, azange sifumane. Maybe that report, that's what we wanted to not to discuss unless the finalization. We were not about the finalization. We thought maybe we will get information about how far he hawks, and then we took a decision as council. So I don't think we have a problem with that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want to, for additional assurance, so I communicate with the SIU and others all the time ahead of committee hearings. I am always very careful, and all their presentations to us are public. You can go to PMG and get them. I always take particular care to say, do not name individuals when you have not, for instance, completed your report or submitted your report to the president. Tell us how far you are, what evidence you have seen so far, and whether you've yet made any criminal referrals and so on to any law enforcement agents. And they come and they do that. The people who did this report for you, for instance, can also do the same. 1. 2, the SIU, as I understand it, does not publish whistleblower information provided to it. They keep it for investigative purposes. So helping the SIU with information does not mean it's going to be public. I don't know what information they have, so I just want to give that assurance, and we are going to follow up on this matter. But please, Council, assist the SIU to assist you, because at the end of the day, you can pursue disciplinary steps if you want. SIU pursue civil recoveries if they should. The Hawks do their own thing. You don't need yourselves to wait until somebody is found guilty in court before you do anything. Your job is to use available information. I just want to ask one final question. Are we certain that the Hawks have this information? Did someone hand this report to the Hawks? And I need to say, I am not just asking this question. I am not just asking this question. I am asking this question deliberately. May I also ask, whoever is going to answer, please take care to be candid with the committee. Did someone hand this information over to the Hawks. Can someone confirm that one of the documents they removed, because when documents are removed from any premises, there is a log made of what documents have been removed. I need someone to confirm that this report was one of the pieces of one of the documents the Hawks received. We gave it to them. Please, let's give the head of legal services in.
Thank you, Chair. I was the one who was handling the information that was submitted to the Hawks.
Right.
I've signed for that information. I had to depose an affidavit as well. So the report on the swimming pool is not part of that information. I'm very confident.
Sorry,
the report that we are talking about here, the forensic report on the swimming pool, is not part of those reports.
Okay, so the Hawks were actually not given that report.
I did not give the Hawks that report, and is not the part of the information which is in the spreadsheet which they provided me with, which I've signed off.
Okay, so have I been mistaken the whole time, thinking that the Hawks received it? Okay, so, honorable members, did you understand, honorable non-danger? So, and don't worry, we just need to clear this up. I might be mistaken, so. So, the mic was next to you, now it's gone. Like one sentence. No, wait. Jeez. Please, honorable non-danger, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think we are going around in circles here. The reason why they've done nothing with the report is because they were leaving it to the Hawks to continue with the work. Now we are being told that the Hawks do not have the report. Why then haven't they gone ahead and did what the taxpayers' money paid Ernst & Young for? Because they paid somebody to do this investigation, and they refused to give it to SIU because they didn't want to have parallel investigations. And after receiving the report, the fact that the Hawks came in with a court order to seize some documents, not the particular one, stopped them from proceeding. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm the only one who's lost.
Sorry, can we have one meeting, please?
Maybe I am lost, Chair. I would like to understand if the Hawks didn't take the report, why are they not proceeding with what they should be proceeding with? Thank you.
Honorable Isaac, just one quick question to ask.
One sentence. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. Chair, through you, I just wanted to check. Is it not possible for council just to call a special meeting next week? Why you want to wait till May? Just one item on the agenda, special meeting now in April.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so see, when I made the conclusion earlier that the council has decided to do nothing further about the report, it sounded as if I was not saying the right thing. Let me ask this question along with the questions. Why did you not find it necessary to provide the Hawks with information that may be helpful to their investigation, such as what is contained in that report? If they were looking for information pertaining to that may assist them in that particular investigation, why wouldn't you give it to them? Especially since council had been advised that the Hawks are already investigating. The logical thing to do is to say, you know what, you guys are investigating, here is all of the information we have, go ahead and continue. Is there a reason why it was not given to them? And please also attend to Honorable Non-Dangers as far as the council is concerned, not you, the council. Because Honorable Non-Dangers' question is important to get an answer from the council, and Honorable Esak's questions from the council. But And please, Council, start with this question, and then we're going to come to you. Yeah, so please give the mic here. Sorry, is there advice you can give us about this mic so that it doesn't switch off? Okay, just pass it. Yeah.
I will attend to one question.
Yes.
This one.
Yes.
That says, why do you wait for May? Why don't you call a special council meeting? It is possible.
Okay.
Because the calendar has meetings every month, but not ordinary. As I said earlier, ordinary is 4. But each and every month is occupied for specific issues. This can be considered as one of those issues and deal with it in that special council in April. I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Speaker. It might be helpful to use that opportunity and not have to wait. Thank you. No, please go ahead, Madam. No, the Speaker has answered Honorable Esak's question, but Honorable Nondenja had asked a question. No. This Honorable Nondenja's question is for the Council. Do you remember what it was? Oh, you don't remember? I can ask her to assist us.
No, as Mvanga.
Okay, so Honorable Nondenja, don't get offended.
She can repeat it.
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, she can
Please.
repeat it as Mvanga.
Yeah.
Chair, let me start by saying, council members, both executive and legislature seems to be playing around, going around in circles. I have to emphasize that one, especially after I've asked the question and they don't even know what the question was, which tells me that they are not interested in what SCOPA is saying. The question is, if the Hawks didn't touch the report that you have, as your legal have just said, what stopped you as a council, especially you as the legislature, proceeding with what was in the report that was paid for by the taxpayers' money, because you decided to go outside and get this report. You got the report, you do nothing with it because Hawks walked into your premises and seized some documents. Now you're staying with this document. You had all these meetings. You said every month you had a special meeting this year when you received the report in December. But you haven't addressed this matter because the Hawks are investigating. Now, all of a sudden, you are interested. The Speaker said it's going to be tabled in the May. Why only in May? Search me. But that's the question. Why did you hold on to the report if it's not gone with the Hawks? As you said, you were waiting for the Hawks investigation, which you don't know how many years is it going to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the question is clear now. Thanks, Honorable Nondenja. Madam Chief Whip. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Apology, Honorable Member. Unkungakuva kwi-presentation yakho. I think we agreed that as council were advised that there's a process here, Hawks, and the process, then we had that report on that day. Hence, we agreed that let's share the report. Otherwise, we agreed with all of your inputs as the council now that if, as we stated clearly that the meeting will be on May, then if now there is this new development, then we agree we can have a special meeting anytime. We don't have a problem with that, but our problem, Tina, is that the parallel processes. If you clarified us and that there's nothing wrong to go with parallel processes, we don't have a problem. That was our initiative. The problem here, you appoint an investigation for a swimming pool. It was the decision of the council as a Buffalo seat. So that one is our report. So we don't have a problem. We will table it in the next council meeting, maybe on April. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. So there was a question I had asked the head of legal, which was, why, if you knew what information the Hawks were looking for, why did you not finish them with the report?
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Let me say that I was provided with a schedule of information that they require, but they want all the information. Okay, there was a disturbance. They want all the information regarding the Tanzania swimming pool. In my understanding, coming from the approach of the SIU, the stance that we have adopted, that in fact we did not consider the report, as much as the report was still going to be presented by Ernst & Young, deliberated, and if there are any changes to be effected. From my point of view, the report was not ready for distribution to external stakeholders up until it has been noted and processed by council. So it's not a report of council if it has not been adopted by council. So that approach, which I told you in regard to the SIU, is the same approach with regard to the Hawks. The report was not released on those bases.
So did the Hawks order itemize specifically what documents they wanted, or did it say, because you see that from what you are saying, they wanted any information pertaining to that swimming pool, and the report pertains to that swimming pool, and you elected not to give it to them, even though it does. There is nothing in law that says a piece of information that might assist in a criminal or other investigation can only be given to law enforcement if a certain body has deliberated on it and approved it. From what you are saying, you've read it. You are aware of the contents of the report. You can't say it was not ready to serve in council if you didn't read it. Yeah.
No, on top of that, Chair, why did he mislead the Chief Whip and the Speaker that they must not deal with the report because the Hawks are dealing with it? Why did he mislead the legislature? Because the basis of them withdrawing was the fact that they were afraid of running a parallel procedure to what the Hawks are doing.
Yes.
Why did he find it suitable for him to undermine the legislature and mislead them, meantime knowing very well that the Hawks don't have that report, therefore the council must deal with their own report within their own authority?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I need to correct the meeting entirely.
You need to?
Correct the meeting.
Yes, please.
All of us.
Yes.
From my side, the report is emanating from the Chief Risk Officer, who is responsible for investigations. And
so just bring it closer.
Okay, sorry for that. I just want to correct something in this meeting. The report is not from myself. It is from the Chief Risk Officer, who is the one who submitted the report to council. And when the report was tabled to council, when it comes to the withdrawal to council has got nothing to do with me. I've not been consulted in as far as the withdrawal of the report. So I just want to correct everybody. I was not.
I thought you were going towards conclusion.
No.
on this matter.
Okay. Sorry. I just want to also maintain the discomfort of not sharing the report was based on the premise that the report has not been tabled to council. And it's a report which was commissioned by council, and then it had to go back to council before it can be released to any important stakeholders. Thanks.
Where is the chief risk officer? Is the chief risk officer here?
No, chief risk officer is not here, Chairperson. She's on another council business, and also he was not part of the list of the senior officials who are going to be here.
I accept that. We didn't specifically ask. So here's why we are now stuck. Someone is not being honest with the committee here. Either the chief whip or the head of legal. Someone is incorrect here. There are two competing assertions. And not being straight with Parliament is not acceptable. Someone now needs to tell the South African people what really happened. What is the basis of this being withdrawn? Honorable Bila, please.
Chairperson, I just want to check, the legal manager is saying he was not consulted when the report was tabled to council, right? So what informed him not to submit all part of the report to the Hawks? Because he was not informed.
Okay, I'm always answering this question in the same manner. I said I refused to give the report to the SIU because the report had to be tabled to council. Up until the report has been deliberated by council, then it can be distributed. The same goes with the Hawks, the same principle obtains.
So let me ask you, who did you share that opinion with? This opinion that it must serve in council, who did you share it with? Apart from, because we understand that you never shared this with anyone. So who did you share this opinion with, that it must serve in council first? Because we just need to resolve it now. So you shared it only with the Hawks. You said to them, it has not served in council, and until then, we can't give it to you. You only said that to the Hawks.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
That's so. Okay, Chief Whip, who advised you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think it must understood that as the council, we have a legal unit and the city manager too, who have a responsibility to advise the council.
No, but on that specific occasion, who advised you?
It was coming from us, the executive mayor, and myself and the speaker. And we advised, because if any item,
colleagues, please,
any item,
respect the speaker.
Any item that is going to council, which have some some challenges or some problems, we sit as the troika. Then we discuss the matter, and then in council, the matter was withdrawn because we know very well that because of these two parallel processes, as we agreed as council, but because we know very well, but starting today, I'm not sure whether the legal unit was part of the council to advise, but their role is to advise the council.
Okay, so now we're almost done. We are almost
Yes.
done. We are almost done now. So let's just be patient with one another. So So the head of legal says, and he is saying this in front of everyone, he never advised any of you to not table the report. His position is the only problem he has with sharing it outside is that council has not considered it. Correct? That's your only issue. That means he is anxious to have it tabled so that he's able to help the Hawks and everybody else. Right? You took a decision not to consider it. And in that meeting was yourself, the speaker, and the executive mayor as the troika. Am I correct? So the question that still has not been answered, who advised you that because there's an investigation, council should not consider it? He says it's not him.
I'm worried because the same legal unit is saying the matter was not tabled in council because of the parallel processes, the Hawks, and also the report of council. But the same person is saying in this meeting, he didn't advise the council. Understandable that the very people that's supposed to advise if Tina Sitati decision incorrect is the legal unit and also the city manager.
I would assume that the advice is very often given in order to help you plan council meetings. So it does not need to be given in council.
Yes, in council.
No, not always. I mean, do you ever consult the legal department about what can serve before council or not? They're at your disposal. They don't need to give advice only in council session. Because the decision to withdraw, the council never voted to not consider the matter. Someone decided that when we get to council, the matter shall not be discussed in your troika. So one of the three people in that meeting suggested that it not be discussed. Honorable Skosa.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I see that we are going back and forth between the chief whip and the legal advisor. So I want to suggest that can we get the side of the city manager? Because my understanding is that the city manager is the one who advises council. The legal advisor can advise, but he can only do that through the city manager. The chief risk officer, whoever, they can only do that through the city manager. But the city manager is the official person who advises the council. So I don't think there can be an advice that goes to council without the involvement of the city manager in between. So can we hear from the city manager what is happening in relation to that particular matter?
Absolutely. Thank you, Honorable Skosan. That may assist us. Please.
Thank you, honorable members. I think I did indicate that the item was properly prepared, which is my advice to council, because my advice to council come in the form of items. The item went to council advising as to what should be done with the report. So it was council that decided to withdraw the report.
So what had
no,
your...
I mean, it was in a council meeting where it was decided to be withdrawn.
So I just want, sorry,
In December.
Sorry, I just want to understand, just in simple terms, what had been your position? Was it that council should deliberate on it? So that was that your position?
Yes, that was my intention.
So your position was, look, this report should be deliberated upon by council.
Exactly, Chair.
It would then be up to council whether they do or not, but your advice was that it should be deliberated on.
Exactly, Chair. That's the purpose why I brought the item to council.
Okay. So there was Honorable Maduna and then you, Honorable Skosa.
No, thanks, Chair. I think perhaps the city manager partially covers me in what I wanted to ask. Because I would have wanted to ask what was his advice to the council in relation to this particular report. Now, I think my follow-up question would be that from the WIPAR, was it there in the agenda or it never made it to the agenda? Coupled with that, Chair, one would also check the report of the SIU. There's a report of the SIU. I think the SIU, when they were presenting to us the last time, where they referred about 10 times disciplinary referrals to the city. I'm sure the council would have had to receive that report first. And I think SIU is just when it updated us, it just said there was no outcome yet reported yet from the side of the city. So I would want to know as well what that report has it reached the house, the SIU report in relation to the COVID-19 structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Scosa.
Yeah, Chair. Well, from what the city manager says, it means the report served in council. Then it's the council that took a resolution not to proceed with the report, publicize it, and so forth. Because my earlier assumption from what the chief whip was saying, I thought the Troika met, and then in that meeting of the Troika, that's when an advice, maybe from the city manager, came in to say don't proceed. As a result, the speaker, because if that decision is taken before the sitting and the item is already on the agenda, it means the speaker in the sitting will announce that item number, in terms of the number, is being deferred because of certain reason. But now, if if I am understanding the city manager correct, it means the item went to council. So it is the council. It means the councillors deliberated and decided to say, no, this report, let's put it aside. It means there were deliberations in the council about the report. It was not removed prior. If I'm understanding the city manager correct, which is different from what the chief whip is saying. Because chief whip says, myself and the executive mayor and the speaker were then advised as if it's something that happened prior. That's something that I think it's maybe the city manager can clarify as to was the item announced, even if the report per se, maybe councillors were not having it, maybe because it's still embargoed at that point. But was the item announced in the sitting to say item number so and so, forensic investigation, what, and then then it was then open to the house to discuss. Then when discussion were unfolding, then the councillors themselves, they said, no, based on the issue of hoax or whatever issue, we are of the view that no, this report, let's not proceed with it, let's pack it, we will see it some other time. Because that's something that is not clear between what the city manager and the chief whip is saying. I don't want to entertain what the legal advisor is saying, because I think he's contradicting himself a lot. That's why let's perhaps rely on what the city manager is saying, but we must clarify that against what the chief whip is saying.
Thank you. Right. Can we assist the Honorable Skosana and Honorable Maduna with their questions?
Chair, it does occur often that when the agenda of council or items in the agenda of council are in front of council, before the council proceed, council decide which items are withdrawn or deferred. So this item fell the same fate.
I see.
Before during the proceedings of the meeting, but before, it was not deliberated, but that this item will not be discussed, it's withdrawn.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my specific question, actually. Thank you, Honorable Skosan, and thank you, Municipal Manager, because I was going to ask that, was it where you needed to adopt the agenda, and then, because the agenda is circulated to council members, and then just before adoption, this was withdrawn. Okay, now, we now getting to the final question. So it would then appear that the three people who decided on that step is the chief whip, the speaker, and the mayor. That's what we are left with in their Troika meeting. Am I incorrect? That's what happened. So we've now finally got to an answer. Am I wrong? I need somebody to, I don't want this to go on the parliament record, so I need to be sure that what actually happened here is that the mayor, the speaker, and the chief whip decided in their troika meeting that the matter shall not be discussed in council. Can someone own the mic, please? Thank you. No, somebody needs to answer.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Chairperson, we had a troika meeting, but the report was in the council agenda already, and then in the council, we withdraw the item. It's not the first and the last.
No, that's fine. I think the procedures allow for it. So did were any of you able to read the report?
Thank you very much, Honorable Council. Unfortunately, we didn't read the report, but our advice was coming from that there's a report of hawks in the institution dealing with the issue as same Tanzan, and this one. We take it as like that. That's why we took that decision, because we thought of the two parallel. Indeed, the report was withdrawn in council. When you withdraw a report, then there is a city manager and the legal unit supposed to assist or to advise us if we took a wrong decision as the members. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Just keep the mic, Honorable Chief Whip. So the Hawks, they prepare criminal dockets only. They don't prepare reports for any other, not even the president. So there could not have been a report by the Hawks to council ever. It's not their job. The only report that could have assisted council in its work is the EY report. And you honorable members decided to shelve it. That's what we are left with. And that's what we will tell Parliament. That's what we'll tell Parliament in our report. Advice is one thing, the decision is yours. That's what we'll tell Parliament. We can now move on. Thank you very much. We were going down the line on overall audit. Sorry? Is there something I'm forgetting? Oh yes, they were still going to answer. So can you still remember, CEO, what question you had to answer 5 days ago?
Yeah, Chair.
I hope you are taking notes, because if you were not, you would be in trouble right now. And don't forget Honorable Nontenja's questions, because we've already had an incident where they were forgotten. So
I think, Chair, when the questions are not written, I might be allowed to forget, but on a lighter note. More seriously, the BCMD is an entity of the municipality, established through the Systems Act, and therefore we are required to produce an annual report. We're required to produce, to submit our financials to Auditor General so that they can express an opinion. And for the 2 consecutive years, on my arrival last year in January, that's the first thing I went to check what is the status of the institution. And I arrived, and the audit outcome of that year was an unqualified. And the audit of the financially under review is also unqualified. And therefore, we do have financials, Chair, to the question that we do not have. The issue of the board members, yes, these are the board members. There's an advert that goes out in terms of the specific skills required
and they respond and they get appointed through council. And I mean, I've been reporting to them. The chair will speak on that. In terms of the two projects, one, Ebuhlanti, I think Mr. Sojini has spoken. That project is not BSc MDA project. It's a project that is done within the municipality, by the municipality. We've got a litany of projects in terms of our deal pipeline, which we can make it available to the committee, of various projects that we're involved in. Therefore, our main object is not necessarily being an implementing agent, but is ancillary in nature, that of being an implementing agent. Going to the issue of the beachfront improvement, which includes specifically the Baby Lee Jehels Park, the escalations in terms of this, the prices. My executive that deals with properties will deal with it, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure will be dealt by the acting CFO within the institution. But before I do that, Chair, through you, I'll give to the Chair, and then he deals with a few other issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honestly, what I will deal with is the issue of the SIU that the honorable member insinuated that we were not cooperating. Actually, when we joined the institution, I think 6 months before the CEO came, we are the ones who knocked at the door of the SIU to say there are things that are slightly beyond our capabilities that will require your skills. But down the line, the SIU came to us and they said they are interested in looking at all what we are doing as BCMDA, all the projects. And we fully cooperated with SIU. All the information that they needed, they were given. Up to this stage, we are still waiting. So we hope they will come back. Ours really is an oversight role. And at this stage, I can tell SCOPA that we are doing that duty to the best of our abilities. And we are a competent board. And whoever does wrong within PCMDA, we implement consequence management. We do have examples to that effect. So I'm not going to go beyond that. I'll proceed as the CEO has advised.
Thank you, Chair.
No, the executive is here.
Oh. There is Auntie, and then Avi will then deal with the matters.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, I'd like to respond to the Court Crescent or the Baby Lee Jehels Recreational Park question, which is the price increase. The contractor was appointed at 87 million, and their value increased to 99 million. And this is including professional fees. And the reasons for escalation are owing to, one, the excavations at the time of construction. The excavations went up to and beyond 1 meter depth, and that was a cut and fill exercise. And also the other contributing factor is one similar to the one that I had explained, which occurred at Court Crescent, which was an omission in terms of the bill of quantities because the same consultant had been used for both projects, which is the Water World Fun Park, as well as the Baby Lee Yechel. So the omissions would be the same on both projects. And then there was also a discovery of a tram line along the beachfront, which is a heritage element, and that is what that was another contributing factor to the scope increase on the project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chair. I will say all protocol observed. I am Avio Mangnia, acting CFO PCMTA. I will start with the issue of irregular expenditure. Just to lay a foundation, Chair, the MFMA SCM regulations 27, 28, and 29 prescribe the constitution of bid committees. And in that, they are structured in such a manner that at least you must have, as an institution, 2 SCM officials. One of them being rendered a senior SCM officials in terms of the BAC sitting. The agency in its young stage, I will call it the establishment phase, had an organizational structure that catered for only 1 SCM official. Now that led to the improper composition of the BAC, because the BEC and the BAC, the law says that you cannot have a person serving in the BEC serving as well on the BAC. So the irregular expenditure comes from that. So what happened was that during the establishment phase, which was the early stages of the agencies, between 2017 and 2020, the agency awarded contracts through that BAC, which was later found to be improperly constituted. That came about in the audit at the end of the audit of 2018-19. So the agency had already awarded contracts which were multi-year contracts, which were still ongoing as at the financial year of 2023-24.
I see.
So that is how the irregular expenditure came about. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the Auditor General in the 2022-23 financial year identified problems started identifying problems in the water world side. And at that time, there was a report that was issued by the employer's agent. This is after the abandonment of the site by the contractor. The employer's agent did an assessment on the site on the remedial works as well as the outstanding works, which came to the 42 million that was presented by the CEO there with the reasons that he provided. Now, the contract value of the combined, the contractor and the consultant, was spent up to the full. So the contract value combined was about 122 million. So the AG rendered the 42 million that is relating to the completion and remedial works as fruitless expenditure, because the full contract value had been spent and the scope of work would have been should have been done in full with the original contract value. So they did not see the reason why a further 42 million should be spent unless it is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I have to say, your explanations are straightforward and clear. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I could just get it. Thank you. I'm not saying anything about anyone else. I'm just, I'm just saying he has a particular skill. I appreciate it. The explanations were clear. Whether it is, it is so or not is one thing, but I could understand what you are saying. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah, so if I can ask, and this is for submission to the Secretariat, they will liaise with you. So we need the profiles. So yeah, we need just the profiles of this board and the previous, I think there has been 2 boards before you. Yeah. So if you can get that, you don't need to do it now. If you can finish the Secretariat, please, yeah. One of our colleagues will liaise with you so that we can have consideration for that. We need it urgently because we must do a report for Parliament. Yeah.
Chair.
Sorry? And the executives that have served. Yeah. Thank you.
Chair, there was an issue that was asked by the honourable member, which I think you raised it as well, that the issue of the CFO has been in the public domain and you would want
yes,
to
please assist
close
us
up on the issue. One, I wish to undertake giving a written report to the committee so that I can give more details, especially on those issues that are rather sensitive. But however, I wanted to inform the committee that, as I've indicated, there is a lapse of 2 years for which we must wait for the recovery of the CFO. And after that, the municipality had to assess the condition of the CFO, including the report we received through the Department of Labor as is a COIDA case. And the report is an occupational therapist report. And in the report, the recommendation is that he must be integrated slowly in the organization, given work that is corresponding to his recovery. And we had labor law experts advising us through this process as a municipality. So the assignment was given corresponding to the level of recovery, even though the CFO has written to the municipality and said, I'm ready, I want all my responsibility, which was contradicting the occupational therapist report. So we were advised that we need to act responsibly as a municipality, because if we were to accede to his demand against the report of an expert, we might aggravate the situation further. So, as indicated, the municipality undertook the integration process, which include him participating only in virtual meetings because he was not available to come physically to the office. So he was participating in virtual meeting as part of the integration, as part of assignment of work, consumerate with his recovery. We have now started a process, as I've indicated, of reassessing the CFO.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. I also wish to say that what we don't want to be is to be insensitive to the person, to the CFO, and also to his condition, because being differently abled or being disabled in one or other way does not always mean that we cast you out. So I don't want this to come across that way, and that's certainly not what we're saying. Our interest is in making sure that the processes set about by legislation and set out by policy are followed properly, and that they are done without undue delay, and always to be fair to the organization and to be fair to the person. I hope you can understand why it would be of interest to the committee that a situation has gone on for this long. It's 2025 now, and you read things in the paper and so on which are alarming. So if you can please just provide that, just be careful about private medical information of the person, but please give the committee a sort of a sufficiently detailed information without getting into private, so that we get an understanding and we can consider. Okay, thank you very much. Shem, Honorable Atkinson and Honorable Neil May and Bill, I am so sorry. I'm finally coming to you. Sorry? There were questions for MPEG. Yes, remember there was that question. Sorry, Honorable Atkinson. So if I recall very well, the comment then was, you know, we feel for you, but we still need to know why there are no consequences. Where does it get stuck?
Thank you again, Chairperson. Can I maybe first try to address the comments by Honorable Mente on the issue of, you know, write-off that we are recommending to Council as a committee? Because I'm afraid if that comment is not going to be responded to, it may leave a wrong impression against the committee that we are recommending write-offs without following due process insofar as the legislation is concerned. As I indicated during my presentation, that irregular expenditure is handled through Section 32 of the MFMA. That requires that the city manager, as an accounting officer, must take steps insofar as consequence management against those who resulted in the municipality incurring irregular expenditure. So failure to do that, you know, the council may also take consequence management against the city manager. First and foremost, he has to, you know, identify the person who is liable for that transaction, as well as ensuring that if you know, the municipality suffered financial losses as a result of that incurrence of irregular expenditure, that be recovered from that person who resulted in the municipality incurring irregular expenditure. So ours is, in fact, even before that, the municipal manager has a statutory obligation to prevent, in terms of Section 63 of the MFMA, to prevent, take all necessary steps to prevent the incurrence of irregular expenditure. So it starts there. And then ours as a committee, is regulated in terms of Regulation 74 of the Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations, where we check all these steps that are, you know, are mentioned or prescribed in Section 32, whether the steps that have been taken by the accounting officer to recover liability and consequence management. It's then that we also, Circular 68 is the one that gives us authority as a committee to check whether there was value for money derived in the process of the irregular expenditure incurrence. So in that we check whether goods and services were received, delivered and received. If received, whether these goods and services are aligned, insofar as the specifications of the original tender and so on. It's then that you can be able now to derive in fact, to determine whether the municipality has derived value for money in that transaction. Be as it may, it does not preclude the accounting officer having checked all these necessary steps that has to be taken, does not preclude the accounting officer from taking consequence management against. I fully agree with that element. Deriving value for money, yet on the other hand, you are ignoring the fact that there was a wrongdoing in terms of the transgressions that were, that took place within the process. So it's, if we can look, Hlambi, we may share that information as well, the irregular expenditure report that we presented in the council in October 2024. Clear recommendations on consequence management. Writing off doesn't mean to say we are ignoring, the wrongdoing. So all those are, are clearly captured in the report, especially the recommendations of the committee. So we really do take the issue of consequence management seriously, and we recommend accordingly. The implementation of recommendations of the committee, they are, in fact, when they are approved by the council, they are no longer recommendations of the committee, they are resolutions of the council. So, which rests, that responsibility rests with the accounting officer to ensure that they are implemented, and also the executive mayor monitoring the city manager that those are executed and so on. So that's my response on that, on those questions, Chairperson. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question as a general matter? And this is for you, Speaker and Executive Mayor, because the committee obviously writes reports and sends them to council and so on. Given the findings of the Auditor General that the council hardly visits consequences on, and this is a historical matter, I'm not just saying it's you, so over time there has been this reluctance to visit consequences on people. Has the council at any point deliberated on this trend? Has there ever been an instruction given to the municipal manager as a result of those deliberations to say, this cannot continue, we have to start seeing, because you've got an MPEC which does certain work, delivers reports to council and so on, and the assumption in the system is that consequences will happen, but it's clear that they don't. I just need to understand how seriously council takes this issue. And any other members may answer. I mean, I'm picking on you because you're Speaker, but
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chair. No, MPEC does report, council deliberates, always raises this question of consequence management, the MPEC, but members as well of council do the same. And we leave it, rightly or wrongly, because these are HOD's officials that are reported by SCOPA. Obviously, we'll have to raise it with the city manager to make a follow-up on those recommendations. Nothing has been done as far as council is concerned. Nothing has been done as a report, to council, except to say the city manager is dealing with the matter. So there is no conclusive report that says up to so far. So I'll leave it there because I'm speaking from the position of council meetings. So following up on those, it's a responsibility beyond council of the office of the city manager at administration level and executive mayor at political level.
Thanks, Chair. I think first, let me give to the city manager to respond, then I'll come back. Chair, thank you. But maybe before I give city manager, Councillor Chaka, the only report that I have received from MPEC, it's about the issue of the former CEO. Your sorry city manager, Mr. Stau. Mr. Slahla. That is the only report that was given to me, which I was supposed to come back to council. And one of the issues, we have an outstanding meeting with the chairperson of MPEC, because Mr. Slahla was not accounting to me. He's not accounting to me, Mr. Slahla. So those were the issues I wanted understanding, because there are also general managers in that report, which those general managers are not accounting to me. So I was still seeking legal advice on that matter so that I can bring it before council on those ones. On the other issues of consequence management, we are coming from a strat planning, Chair. And out of that strat planning, we've given strict instruction to city manager. But for city manager to implement consequence management, as the political arm, we must be able to support him to implement consequence management, which we all have agreed that we are giving you full support, city manager, to implement consequence management. As I have alluded, Chair, there are disciplinary cases that are currently on track, some suspensions that are happening currently in the city. So those are the things that we are currently doing. The suspension currently. And there are other investigations that are ongoing. To just say that we are going to suspend a person without following the correct process, because those reports are saying there must be investigations which are done. City manager will then respond to those investigations, which we fully support any consequence management as the political leadership. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think the executive mayor is correct that MPEC does produce reports and recommendations for consequence management, which direct myself in the event or as it relates to employees that directly report to myself and the executive mayor in the case of the former city manager. We are in the process of handling those issues. Just last week in the council meeting, we brought a report to request extension as we are still dealing with those issues. And an undertaking was that in the May meeting, we will be bringing a report as to what has happened with regard to those issues. But it's not only those issues, as the executive mayor has indicated, because that which MPEC is recommending are consequence management that in terms of the financial misconduct, which require that they be referred to disciplinary board. There are also other investigations and disciplinary actions that are occurring in the city, which are not issues in the hands of the MPEC necessarily. So I wanted to just give that clarity, Chair.
All right, thank you. Honorable Atkinson, it was your turn. Oh, sorry, are you coming back, Mayor?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
So that, Chair, also MPEC would attest, because even in our last meeting, and I would keep on emphasizing this issue, Chair, to say that some of the issues which AG has raised on issues of consequence management. And part of it, it's these projects that have been outstanding since 2021 up to now. And part of consequence management is for you to have independent investigations that are going to happen. I would make an example of the water world. I've said that that project must go under the Financial Disciplinary Board because only in December or November we appointed the Financial Disciplinary Board in council. To that also, in terms of the whip of this information that is not coming forward, the Chair, for the MEC to implement Section 106, so it must not be ingati slalo. There's nothing that has been done. But when you implement consequence management, you have to follow the correct processes. Further to that, issues also that relate to water and sanitation, we have requested a Minister of COCTA to bring MISA into the city for investigation on water and sanitation projects. So these are ongoing issues that we are requesting for it, which is part of consequence management. Out of those investigations, then that must be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Mayor, I'm very pleased to hear about your commitment to consequence management. And on that line, are you then prepared to refer the report of the SIU on the COVID transgressions, the financial transgressions, to your disciplinary board? Because I believe that hasn't been done. So I'll answer that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That report must go through council. Once council approve the report, then I will take it. Remember, I'm just an executive, which SIU is requesting us to take the report to council. It will be brought to council, and once that is approved, it will go definitely to the file, because those are the recommendations after council is approved. Thank you.
When is that likely to go through council?
Speaker is the custodian of council. It's in his agenda, so I think some of the issues that we have raised here, it's for us to call this special council meeting so that we deal with these issues. Thanks, Chair.
Right. Just another question about the much discussed Ernst Young report. I do believe it's out in the public domain. I do believe that there was a report in the Daily Dispatch about the fact that there were 42 service providers who requested payments to the total amount of 13 million rand on the swimming pool project that had actually never been on site. So it would be good to get a comment about that particular item, which did appear in the press. So I was just wondering if someone's prepared to comment on that.
Well, on the swimming pool, the Mtanzania swimming pool, I think the Ernst Young report, I have personally not read it because it was withdrawn from council. I think what is important, because what we understood that the report was with the Hawks, the special investigating unit will get that report the earliest today or Monday morning, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Then my next point is more of a comment than a question. I think it's very appropriate that we're here at the moment because on Wednesday, the country's budget may or may not be passed, okay? So the country's short of about 65 billion rand, and that's why they're looking for a 0.5% VAT increase. If you look at fruitless and wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure around the country, it amounts to 180 billion rand, which is 3 times the amount that would be raised by a VAT increase, okay? So as far as I see it, there's going to be an irresistible push throughout government, obviously, to reduce this because the state is running out of money. It can't borrow anymore. It's borrowing at 77% of GDP. If it goes any higher, the interest rates are going to get much, much higher, and more of the money that we raise throughout the year will go to interest payments and taxes. You can see how difficult it is to get through a VAT increase or any form of tax increase now. So what we can see is that, and the President has said that there will be a review throughout government on spending. And when I look at the amounts of money that have been spent here, and in essence, the slightly cavalier attitude that has been on spending vast amounts of money, I mean 420 million on a wastewater works, which is still standing there, not very much is happening on. That to me would raise an interest in the national government. 100 million on the waterworks project. As I said, the country's short of money. And if we're going to spend money, we want to see value for money. And we can't have these things sitting around for months and years, grass growing up, no one accepting responsibility. I mean, you guys are going to come under the spotlight nationally because this country needs to cut. I think the country has been incredibly generous when I look at the amounts of money that have come to your municipality, the hundreds of millions of rand that have been spent on, trying to improve the infrastructure. And on the next door municipality, OR Tambo, R1 billion to build a dam. I think maybe because you do deal with such large amounts of money all the time that you lose a sense of value. And it's very much about what Chair was saying earlier about getting an idea of getting value for the money. And that's just really been our overwhelming impression over the last 2 or 3 days. So the sites that we visited, look, there are reasons for everything, excuses. COVID came in, but it's been 2.5 or 3 years since COVID. So there's been more than enough time to get these things sorted out. All I'm saying to you is going forward, I think you really do need to focus on getting things done. I'd hate to come back here in a year and a half's time and find the things that we've seen today still in the same position. Because I don't think the country can continue to stand for it for much longer. If we're going to pay money to municipalities or to provincial governments or to national departments, we've got to see things happening. And people of South Africa are demanding it. And not only are your people not getting their sewage or not getting their water or whatever it is that's not been done, but we're all potentially going to pay higher taxes because of fruitless and wasteful expenditure throughout the country. And I know yours is a small part of it, but it is an attitude that actually really seriously needs to change. It really wasn't a good look for us on Thursday, what we saw. And particularly that Water World project, where I know 120 million has been spent, and no geotechnical report's been done. I've just heard from someone else that apparently 800 meters up the coast, they're pumping raw sewage into the seas. Why would anyone want to go and swim in a beach with raw sewage being pumped into the sea 800 meters up there? So why was that ever built there in the first place? Was that not ever considered when you came to build the project? I mean, is it even really worth trying to salvage anything out of it? Because, potentially people could go swimming in the sea and get sick from the fact that there's sewage being pumped into the sea 800 meters away. So what I'm seeing is fairly large amounts of money being spent, but it doesn't appear that there's been a lot of thought or planning on how this money's been spent, basically. The project was mentioned around the beachfront, how these things just escalate out of control. Your bid adjudication committee, I'm told it can take up to 2 years to get a response, and then you have to have variations on cost and various other things. So it's a concern when we go and see the wastewater works plant, and we're told that yes, there are some guys guarding it, but we don't have a proper guarding system. I mean, these even though they might not be working, they're all assets of your municipality, and they've got to be protected. They've got to be protected from further decay, because obviously there's going to be a cost to sort everything out. But I think at the end of the day, I just want to make a comment. I think that nationally you've got a coalition government running things, and they're not going to stand for lack of value from what we're seeing here. So I just think the people of South Africa, if they see 420 million rand being spent in a wastewater plant, they want the people in the area to get their wastewater plant. Okay, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atkinson.
Can I come in, Chair?
Sorry?
Yes. Sorry, just one last comment about the pool. Sorry. I see the pool outside was built in 4 months, and this is part of BCCM. We're just wondering why they can't get the people who built this pool to do the one up the road.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think it's important that we acknowledge the comments that you have made, Honorable Member, but one must understand that when I came in as an executive mayor, the municipality was under financial difficulties. We totally did not have any revenue. We were sitting at about 170, so whatever you are making We're under collecting, sitting below 59%. Now there's an improvement of about 68% or 79% in terms of revenue collection. So you must understand, coming from us paying our creditors for, as Auditor General is saying, to 29 days today. So it means there's an effort that is the political leadership that we're making. Now, there is no way, Chair, that we have abandoned, especially the Zwelicha wastewater treatment. There are, hence we have put those security, but when you don't have budget, that you are only mostly depending on grants that you have. So hence we had to ask Mr. Pillay, as a former CFO, to act on that place of the CFO so that that experience and continuity and the institutional memory, so that we're able to take Buffalo City back to where it was. Unfortunately, Honorable Mente would say you must take responsibility now, but these things happened before we were here. And unfortunately, we have to take the responsibility in fixing some of these issues. And part of our cost containment measures that we had to do was to make sure at least we provide people of Buffalo City with basic services, which is water, electricity, light, sanitation, and all of these things as Buffalo City. So we had to look into that. So you have BCMDA that also have the stoop that has been there, not completed. So these are part of the projects when we came in to fix them. BCMDA, Water World, part of it that is Buffalo City. Hence we had to look at different options because you had that and that and that, and you must try and fix what was done wrong, which we acknowledge. But we don't want the people of South Africa to think there was no effort to fix some of these issues. We've been going up and down, asking ministers to help us on the issue of the Water World, looking for funding for it. We've written to the Minister of Water and Sanitation about the Nawun spillage, about the wastewater treatment, which the Deputy Minister of GNU, yeah, he's been here. The Minister has assigned him to come here in April to assist Buffalo City. So there's a lot that we're doing as the municipality, but understand there's this big elephant that you must fix piece by piece, piece by piece. If we had the resources, but now as I'm saying that we're starting to pick up, and that is why we're even getting additional grants when it comes to USD. Part of that, we're taking some of that money to the Zwelisha wastewater treatment. So these are the reforms that we're trying to bring up. We've submitted BFIs, maybe chairperson of the committee and honorable members, you can help us, National Treasury, to give us additional money to deal with these issues. On the issue of security, as I've alluded yesterday, we've appointed a specialized security services looking at the infrastructure that has been damaged in the city. So these are the difficulties that we are faced with. We had to volunteer ourselves as Buffalo City. Otherwise, we would have been in a worse condition. By nature, this is the metro, as Honorable Skosana was saying, that when the metro was established, there was an intention that the revenue will be able to collect. If your economy, like in the Western Cape, it's not growing like this, we don't have big firms here. We depend on household. Hence, you see our debt book sitting at 7 billion. Mainly, those are people who are unemployed in Tanzania, if you understand the history. So, understanding our obligation as the ruling party, which we must look at a proper budget and our people in general. You can't just cut off those people. You need to have a process on how you deal with these issues. Business owes us about 1 billion in our debt book, which we're recovering. We've been cutting off departments of the departments, national departments. We've just cut off correctional services because we have to force them to pay ourselves. And this is a norm at the national level when government departments don't pay. But even with the write-offs in terms of householders, I've explained that you have to go through a thorough process for you, for Osisi Wasem Tanzania to transfer an estate of her mother. It cost her 15,000. If she does not have the basics, she depends on President Ramaphosa to give her 350, then what? So that is why, if you've seen in Zwelicha yesterday as we were traveling around, there's some investment that is coming into the city malls and so forth. So, siyazama. It is not easy, but we are trying under the difficult circumstances that we find ourselves under. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Honorable Neil May.
No, thank you, Chairperson. And I know at the end of the day, so you start off with about 9 questions. I'm going to stick to 4. Chairperson, in the auditor, the AG's report, she mentioned pollution of water resources continues to occur despite interventions by management. And it's leading to my questions on vandalism. And that would be the Nahoon bulk outflow. Is this the new normal whereby vandalism is the new culture for business? The President yesterday in his opening remarks at the Ndaba, Water Ndaba, was mentioning that there is this new culture. And I don't think it's new culture for us because we've had to experience it here in the city with regards to vandalism and then service providers coming in to fix those areas. And that would be the Nompumelelo, Abbotsford area where that outflow is going straight into the Nahoon River. The second question that I have, Chairperson, is in the auditor's report, or AG's report, I just wanted some clarity with regards to Quanera Road. That there's 30 million available for 0.9 kilometers. Now the total road is 2.1. Would it not make sense to work closely with the province so that that road is done in tandem because the road that is planned here is there's the part that is on Buffalo City land, which is from the main road to the Palms, and it's in the report here. So it's 200 meters past Gunubi Palms. Now there's still a lot of development down that road. And if you Google the whole road, and if Google Maps are correct, it's 2.1 kilometers. So it would make sense to work in tandem with the province to actually tar the whole road, because you would have the same plant, you would have the same water pipes that would be leading. So that would be a question that I would like answered. Coming to the connected city. In the connected city, it said vandalism occurred during outages of electrical outages and was not resolved. Now, coming back to well-governed city, what is the status of the rollout of cameras to the city, our security cameras? Because that is part of a well-governed city, and I think it is part of a project there. And what is the status of your community safety forum that was launched in June 2023? And that was there to coordinate all the crime in the city, which is then what would have assisted in assisting with regards to vandalism, your helping getting communities to participate. So that was in the safety and security aspect. And the community safety, Chairperson, it's actually a policy, and it is part of legislation. It is chaired by the MMC for Public Safety, or the mayor, actually, with the district commissioner of the city. So that would be a very important forum. Coming back to the air quality monitoring stations, Chairperson, the Auditor General also mentioned obviously some of the material findings is on environment and pollution. Are the air quality monitoring stations operational here in Buffalo City? Chair, I'm going to land now. The salaries, and I wanted to follow up on Honourable Mente's question because of the payments, but there has been a disparity between general managers and HOD's salaries. General managers earning more than directors' salaries. Has that been addressed? And how are you able to manage that going forward? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pilar, you have lots of questions because you usually concise. I'm just trying to manage us to break. How many questions do you have? I don't want to do a disservice to you.
I will try to cut it short.
No, you don't have to. I'm just mindful of Honorable Neil May, the number of questions Honorable Neil May has asked. Should I give you an answer and then I move to you? Will that be better for you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, all right. So can we get answers to Honorable Neil May's questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will give the MMC for infrastructure to respond to infrastructure, Quinera, and the pollution in the Nawoon River. Then he will also give HOD to speak. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself and the Honorable Committee of SCOPA. Allow me to perhaps first address the first question that has been asked by the Honorable Member on the issues of vandalism and the impact thereafter of our wastewater treatment plant in Nawoon. I think the Executive Mayor had covered us on the issue of a risk analysis service provider that has been contracted to the city, so as to address the issues that relate to the organized crimes in the city. And our wastewater plant in Nawoon unfortunately has been one of those that had been a target for quite some time. We have as a city made inroads in trying to protect the infrastructure. However, we needed more support from the context of the public safety, so that we can beef up and have proper analysis on the high risk areas. The second part of the question is that spoke to the Quinera Road. Indeed, Honorable, we had a discussion with them. In fact, it was an ongoing process with the Department of Transport. And the Department of Transport in relations to Quinera had committed. There was a process where we had to bring a report to council for council to note the transfers of provincial roads to the city. But our key argument was that those assets must come with their budgets. So in our deliberation in the context of Quinera Road, were the discussions to say they must then commit a budget. In their budget adjustment, the Department of Transport committed for the first phase 30 million. And on part of what you were seeking clarity on, we did ensure that a commitment of 5 kilometer be covered. As the city, we engaged on our recovery plan, financial recovery plan, and had some commitments to thereafter. The process is at an advanced stage now. The city has signed an SLA, so the road will be covered insofar as your question was concerned, so that equally it be tarred and the many economical activities and economical spin-off can be enjoyed by the people of Kunupi and that of East London. I think those were the two that related to infrastructure. Thank you very much, Honorable.
No, I spoke to vandalism. It was the first one.
Thank you, Chair. On the status of the Community Safety Forum, I think the Executive Mayor can, yes. Will you take it?
On the issue of forums, Honorable Member Neil May, as you know that when you were the MMC for Public Safety, you started that program. Unfortunately, the Department of Transport took it over from us because they were giving stipend to those people for the Community Police Forum. But the forum is still in place. Councillor Mute does have interaction with them on daily. But as Buffalo City, we are also working with the security cluster, which is the South African Police Services. So that community forum still exists, but we have other forums, as you would know, Honorable Member, that are in the city which are not legal. These forums that are just coming up and do that. So as Buffalo City, we are doing that. When it comes to the smart city, council just approved, I think in last year, the issue of to appoint a service provider to come up with a concept for the smart city for Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality. Thank you very much.
On the issue of cameras, in the last council meeting, the council approved a policy on security risk strategy, which include investigating the deployment of cameras in the city. So that has now been finalized. Equality, Mr. Nkongi, where is he? Or maybe let me go to the salary parity between HODs and general managers. That has been partially resolved. The Systems Amendment Act provides that where there is a creep between salary of senior managers and that of the employees that report to them, an application for a waiver must be made to the MEC for local government, which should be approved by the National Minister of COGTA. That waiver application was made, but it was approved for, the minister took an approach of approving waivers based on names, not positions. So effectively, that if one HOD resigned, we must again apply for a application for waiver to deal with the creep, which create administrative problems and burden. The application was approved for a few HODs. The HODs that we have last appointed, their waiver was only handled by council in the last council meeting. Thank you, Chair.
I think those were the questions. Equality.
Equality, yeah.
I have just obtained the advice from the relevant HOD with regard to which air quality monitoring stations that are functional. She's indicated that there are only 2 that are working.
Can we come back to that question, Honorable Mente? We'll respond before we close. Thank you.
Okay. getting more info. Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Bila, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start with the comment, then I will go to questions. The commitment by the city manager are so much commendable. And with the time frame of 30th June 2025 for the correction of the MIs. If that can really happen, I think by the 1st of July, which will be the starting of the financial year, things are going to change in the Buffalo City. So we will be monitoring that all those promises are fulfilled. One other thing that I can help the city with, even if you were doing it, just take my advice, that if forward planning can be practiced, really we are going far. Because once the project is approved and the budget is there, what we are left with is to start with the process of bidding. So that come the 30th of June, all things are on place. 1st of July, the project kickstarts. Then on the 31st of December, you will find that you are at more than 40% in terms of spending the budget that you are having for that project. You take it or you leave it, but it can assist you. Let me go to my questions. Some of the issues that made the city to get qualified audit opinion chairperson are material misstatements which were not corrected. That is your PPE, revenue and repairs and maintenance. Can I check with the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, why are these material misstatements not corrected on time? One other thing is that there are some important issues that need to be included in the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, your SDBIP, which are the monthly revenue projections by source of collection and the monthly operational and capital expenditure by vote, as required by Section 1 of the MFMA. They were not included. Why? It is done like what was done on the report submitted to the Hawks, that some parts of the report were not included. The third thing is about the financial reporting consulted cost. That is amounting at 10.92 million, which are mainly for asset management. And Chairperson, this is happening during the time where the national government is pleading with municipalities to reduce the use of the utilization of consultants, because there are managers, as we speak. I think there is an asset manager in the municipality who is earning the salary every month. So let us reduce the utilization of consultants, and then we use the personnel that we have in-house. According to the presentation by city manager, he indicated that some of the projects were illegally awarded. Can we have reasons behind those practices? Because we do have pieces of legislation that are helping us in the awarding of projects. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Partly covered by my colleagues. I would like to go to a regular expenditure of 1.32 billion for the year under review and find out what was that, and also say, although the the executive mayor talked about the historical systemic deficiencies that cause as the ones to be blamed. This one seems to be talking to the year under review. 1.63 billion was written off. I would like to know if there were any efforts made to recover some of those monies that are getting written off. UIFWs identified in prior year was not investigated. What was the reasons why they were not investigated, and were there any consequence management implemented? Are there any reasons why the accounting officer did not address all the internal control deficiencies, material findings, and non-compliance findings, as this indicates ineffective leadership controls? The executive mayor talked about water being the basic service. My question would be, are there any plans to provide clean running water to the 9 areas of this municipality that are not getting any clean running water? And what would be the time frame when they can expect to be getting the water? The areas are Chapu 2, Chapu 3, Ongota, Mlakalaka, Ndileka, Kodidi, Dubu, Zimbabwe, and Shushu B. There is no water, no clean running water in those areas, and there's 9 of them. So is there any plan in place, considering that water is a basic service and absence of water has severe consequences on the health, hygiene, and well-being of poor residents of these areas? The HSA was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that the PPE was properly accounted for due to accounting records provided in support of assets. What were the reasons for this? Capital projects were disclosed in Note 4 as repairs and maintenance, consequently understating the assets by 15.2 million. Was this due to lack of capacity or incompetence? Revenue from exchange transactions were not billed at the correct amount. What are the reasons for that? Chair, in order to save time, I'm not gonna go to the mirage of all the things that are highlighted by the Auditor General, but they are there. I would just like to know, when it comes to the swimming pools, why the completed pool is not transferred to assets? Is there any valid reasons why a wall cannot be built between, because yesterday we were told that it is a construction site, the other side cannot be used up until the one that is still going to be demolished and rebuilt is in place, which means the one will be going to waste while we are waiting for demolition and rebuilding the other one. The question is there any reason why a wall cannot be built between the 2 pools? Because they are catering for 2 groups in any event. The kids would be going the other way while the others, or whatever you have in your mind as you talk about the Olympics and all that, would be going to the other one. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May we, Executive Mayor, from you and your team, get answers to those questions?
Thanks, Chair. I'll come last. I'll give CFO City Manager to respond. Thank you. And Councillor Kyale, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Chairperson. The first one on material misstatements. Now, a misstatement is either an error or omission in the statement of, or either collectively or grouped together, set of numbers in the annual financial statements. Now, that report is given to the AG to carry out an audit, and during the audit, they will pick samples. So either it is a factual misstatement or a projected misstatement. Because they cannot test every transaction in the municipality, they will select a sample. And then in the error is then projected over the, for example, repairs and maintenance. The asset was 1.5 million, but it came out at 152 million. So because it's projected over the entire repairs and maintenance expenditure. So with regard to Buffalo City, I did explain this earlier. The understatement was a matter of sanitation, so I'm going to answer both the questions on sanitation. The understatement of sanitation, which is your exchange revenue, is predominantly the pans that we charge for businesses. So businesses are charged per number of toilet pans in the buildings. So the first is a repeat qualification. The first year when we got it, we did manage to do work, but we managed to do 79%. The other 21% were struggling to get access or couldn't get access or contact the owners of those buildings. So that is so the complete population is being redone now. And because of that, it's obviously a misstatement in the set of financials, the understatement. The second one is the repairs and maintenance, and again, on the misstatement and the repairs and maintenance, that was 2 items. One was resolved. The one item was then projected was an air conditioning. Now you ask me, what is the challenge? Sometimes individuals misinterpret. They're replacing an air conditioner, old one with a new one. Instead of impairing it down, they replace it and instead of capitalizing an asset, they just install it and charge it to repairs and maintenance. So yes, so we put in control measures, but I spoke earlier around that to say the control measure we have is an after effect. We need to catch it early in the system when the acquisition is taking place. So that's what we're looking at the moment in our e-procurement system. The other aspect is the depreciation and the recalculation. That figure obviously was a misstatement in terms of the AG's calculation and our calculation, and that's what we're busy with right now, resolving. All this has been dealt with since January in cleaning up and verifying of all the assets together with WIP. The one on the triple P, the PPE that couldn't be accounted for, we have some assets that were there, I spoke about this earlier as well, from 2010 legacy assets. And there was challenge in obviously identifying the asset and the paperwork around the asset. So there is a portion of assets that one needs to, which we are doing right now, or we're doing in the course of this last 4 months, is to identify those assets, and we have to impair those assets down and write it off, depending on the condition assessment of those assets. I just want to see what else. Consultants being used as assets, that's true. Prior to my arrival, there was a procurement done for a asset management system. There was a service provider, and then in that year audit, the person did not perform, and we terminated that contract. You're right, we have a manager, a general manager for assets. We have a team of colleagues in corporate asset unit that work on it every day, going out and verifying assets, as well as the staff in the office that are doing the other aspects of the work. I covered that. Irregular expenditure. I just want to get to my... So irregular expenditure, what is the 1.3 billion? Is made up of bid contracts, that was the old contract, the BCC contract of 57 million, annual contracts that expired 20 million, informal contract of 12 million, but the major portion of that is procurement made outside the regulations. And when I mean outside the regulations, it refers to rotation of suppliers in the panel, not in terms of coming short of the local content, that supplies local content, and outside the scope of work. So there were areas that did not conform to the legislation, that then had to be declared as irregular, which was the 1.2 billion. In terms of fruitless and wasteful, we only had 692 million, 692,000, sorry, my apologies, 692,000 for the 23-24 year, and that pertained to ICT. It was for license for one of the systems that wasn't found to be working or just in abandoned, which we should have actually impaired down. So that was the 692. In terms of unauthorized, unauthorized was 403,000, and this is what it's made up of, which relates to 32 million in terms of accrued interest. This is the calculation done on the landfill sites, the non-cash item of 32 million. 351 million pertains to de-recognition of the asset de-recognition. There's no movement of cash there as well. And the small 19 million is basically for other related losses. So the major portion of that unauthorized is the de-recognition of assets and the interest on the landfill side calculation. I think I covered internal control. That was, you asked the city manager about internal control. Yes, if we strengthen internal control, some of these findings will go away. We also rolling out that the directors within the directors itself, that they strengthen the internal standard operating procedures, as well as relook at the policies within the director, because things change, and every year counting and everything else changes. So we're relooking at our policies, accounting policies, our asset policies, as well as the standard operating procedures, and so that is then being enforced at the directorate level, where the asset is acquired through a tender process or being constructed by a service provider. I think I covered my part of it. There are some other ones for the city manager on illegal projects.
I think first would be infrastructure.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Honourable once again. On the issue of the 9 villages that need to get water. Firstly, Honourable, let me just explain the issue of the supply of water in the city. We have 4 water schemes that through the Amatola board that we get bulk water supply from. So it's the Petty scheme, it's the Naun scheme, the Lay scheme, and the Sandile scheme. Now these that you have mentioned fall under the Lay scheme. And part of the challenges that we are having as the city, and last week already we had a meeting with the Amatola, we went to their premises, is that they discovered that there are a lot of illegal connections on the bulk feeder line. That's the first part. The second challenge is that part of the houses at Endevana area to going to the side of Uchabo, houses were built on the bulk feeder line. As a result of that, they then lack the supply of water. Now we have had a joint sitting that we need to address the issue, because the city then becomes responsible of the reticulation process of it. So we're now going to start a process of ensuring, firstly, that we through a partnership, that we go to those communities, particularly those that have connected illegally, and those that have built on the line, because they are communities of Buffalo City. However, the responsibility of supplying the water becomes Amatol. So that's the first task. The second task is that we would then have means and ways, and that would be fed by the engineers of PCM, equally the engineers of Amatol. So we do have a plan so as to address the immediate, and that's the immediate is the current challenges, but as an alternative avenue so that we can get water to the different communities within use water cutters as the city. But we're furthering the discussions to say when we have challenges on the Amatola supply, Amatola must come on board, because where's Buffalo City? For our services, we pay them. So they must come on board so as to address this matter as you have asked it, Honorable. Ngos.
Through you, Chair, I think partly the CFO, acting CFO, has covered me with regard to internal control question that we are addressing. As indicated in my presentation, that we have now instructed that the whole SCM processes must be automated end to end. We have also requested that the system must develop a dashboard for the monitoring of the working of committees, SCM committees, not only from the point of view of attendance, but ensuring that they sit and decide based on the schedule of issues on their agenda, and that there are results as a consequence of their attendance. We have reviewed the policy on SCM. We have also developed business processes for the entire value chain of SCM. But we've also done training for all members of the committees, reduced the committees compared to how they were. So those are part of ensuring that we address the internal control, but additionally, as indicated, that all the contracts that were, they were first irregular because AG has made assessments of those panels as to how they are being utilized, and as a consequence of that assessment, the finding was made of the contracts that were irregular. And secondly, some of the contracts were declared unlawful as a consequence of dispute through a court process. So we have since terminated those contracts. So we hope that the termination will also result in reduction of irregular expenditure. You might probably remember that before 2000, many municipalities, before the MFMA was in place, even though 217 of the Constitution was in place, they used to contract consultants on a risk basis. The MFMA brought clarity as far as contracting of those services. It would appear that in PCM they continued with contracts of consulting companies on a risk basis. That has since been terminated as well. So we hope that will also reduce the irregular expenditure, because every time you use those consultants, their expenditure become irregular. Every time you use those panel contracts that were deemed irregular and unlawful, their expenditure is irregular. So we hope that their termination will, as a consequence, reduce the irregular expenditure. HOD executive support.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The non-inclusion of monthly revenue projections on the SDPIP, we must just confess it was an error. And you may have noted that it was the first year that happened, and unfortunately when the mayor signed it, it was without them, so it was difficult to include them later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think on the point that the Honorable Member has asked in terms of advising us if as Buffalo City we plan better in terms of so that these projects are planned at a better pace, we fully agree because this is what we are going to implement in terms of our risk adjustment strategy, which the MEC of COGTA is assisting us, because part of the challenges that were questioned here today about SCOPA, it's poor planning and project implementation. So that risk adjustment strategy will help us to plan ahead as the city and making sure that these projects are monitored. On the issue of irregular expenditure, it's true that currently we're sitting at 1.3 billion, coming from 2 billion, Honorable Member, looking at the efforts that we're making. Mainly, this irregular expenditure was on annual contracts that have been existing since 2010. Now, when we came in, we had to continue with those annual contracts, otherwise service delivery would have stopped. So you can't let the people suffer because of inefficiency of the institution. Hence, we had to go out and tender now so that we have new annual contracts as prescribed by the MFMA. Some of these issues that we've identified, which we are still waiting for that report of MPEC to come to council, so that as MPEC is doing the investigation, coming to council so that we implement consequence management, especially on some of the issues that AG has raised that we did not follow the correct process, where we were supposed to follow the correct process, which is the management in terms of procuring good. The council only is privy to this information when annual financial statements are brought forth. Hence, when MPEC comes with that report in front of us, what is important, what do we then do? Moving forward, the irregular expenditure would have been higher than what we are seeing if the deviation option, which is permissible by law, we did not follow. So it was these annual contracts that have been existing for the longest of time. So this is what we're correcting in terms of the irregular expenditure. So I take full responsibility, but there are measures to correct those issues. I think a CEO has responded on the issue of material findings, which we have also alluded to, material misstatements in terms of the pens. When you lease a property, you are charged per pen that is in a building. So we're correcting that to say we must not use pen. Let us use the water usage as a normal person that will go and rent a business. So that is where we are. Once MPEC comes with that report, these are the measures that we are going to make sure that we come forward with.
If I may, through you, Chair, the question on the air quality that I promised to come back, 3 instead of 2 are working, which is Gompo, East London and King Williamstown. 1 in Tanzania is still being established. So there are 4 in total. The 4th one, which is in Tanzania, under on establishment, but 3 are working. Also on the again on the cameras, currently we have allocated 5 million in the budget, and the contract is currently in BEC. We hope the Bid Adjudication Committee will finalize that. The coverage in terms of our priorities also on the critical municipal infrastructure.
Thank you. Honorable Mantenja, I saw your hand. Is there something you feel has been left out? Sorry? You also have something?
Yes, Chair. instead of responding to the question that says UIFWs which were identified in prior year were not investigated, and I asked the reason why it wasn't investigated. I'm given the breakdown of the UIFWs. The same applies to irregular expenditure that was written off. The question was, were there any efforts to try and recover the monies? I didn't get the answer to that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let me just take one. Honorable Maduna says he has a tiny query. Like 2 seconds.
2 seconds is too much. No, Chair, I just want to follow up on the question by Honorable Hudson. When he asked about the report of the SIU on the PPE. So I just want to check, I think the mayor would have said that she had not on her side. I just wanted to check if the council has dealt with the report. Because if I remember the number of referrals for discipline by the...
Thank you.
Thanks.
I did not hear that, Honorable Member.
Oh, I'm saying the report that Mr. Axon was asking about.
Mhm.
COVID-19.
Yes,
the COVID-19 SIU report.
SIU report.
Okay. Can you respond? I'll come back later.
Honourable Member, with regard to the previous year in wasteful and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, of that 10.7, of that 10.7, 10.7 of it was taken to AMPAC. AMPAC has investigated and that has gone for write-off. They recommended a write-off to council from the total fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That was in the previous year. The 53,000 is amount that's recoverable, so that's what we're busy with. We can recover that 53,000, but the 10 million MPAC investigated and there was a write-off from the previous year. The current year on fruitless and wasteful, I said was 692,000 in terms of ICT application that was idle and not being used, which should have been impaired.
I think on the issue of quality water, I think that is also one point that I think I need to respond to. The quality of water in Buffalo City is good, according to the Department of Water and Sanitation. We are sitting currently as Buffalo City, we are sitting at 97.6 in terms of the clean water. But in those areas, we are providing water tankers. That is the problem, which is highly affected by load shedding and other issues. On the issue of the COVID, that report was presented in council. The SIU was called to come before council. There were questions that were asked by council on that report of the SIU, which the city manager was then instructed to write to the SIU. I will then give city manager to respond to the thanks.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. The report indeed was tabled to council. It was considered by council, and council decided to invite SIU in the meeting to explain the report. And in the meeting, SIU presented the report and attended to questions that the council had at the time. But the meeting could not conclude. It then referred the resolution of or attendance to those questions both to myself and the SIU. I arranged a meeting which was virtual with SIU to attend to those issues. The issues were two in the main. Council sought to request SIU to provide the affidavit that was submitted by the CFO, which they felt is not covered in the report. Secondly, it was the report of the quantity surveyor. In the engagement we had with SIU, they requested that we put that in writing, which we did. We wrote to the SIU requesting that information. We still are waiting the response from the SIU as far as that is concerned. Once that information or the response has been given by SIU, we will then resubmit the report to council.
All right. Oh, sorry. Let me give you an opportunity, Councillor Kaga, to.
Thank you, Chairperson. To be precise to the honourable member who asked the question whether these transactions were recovered or not, I can say there was not a single recovery that was done in the transactions that were written off based the recommendation from MPEC, because these transactions were deemed as irrecoverable. Some of them, as I indicated earlier on, they are dating back as far as 2012 to date. So those are the money, transactions that were deemed irrecoverable. Precisely, there was nothing recovered. Yes, in terms of our recommendations, we did also recommend further that actions must be taken in terms of Section 32 of the MFMA. Also, the accounting officer reporting these matters to the SAPS for further investigation and so on. So that's my response to the honourable member of SCOPA. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, sorry, is there someone else? Executive Mayor? No. Okay, I'm mindful we've been going for a while and we need a human rights break so that we can stretch our legs, get in some fresh air and so on. So the time is can I just, because we're going to move to the visit. So we asked each other lots of questions yesterday, so I don't expect that we'll have a long discussion such as we've had. Members, please, honorable members. So I don't expect that we're going to have too long a discussion because we canvassed a lot of issues in, on site together, but it's important that we tie up all the issues properly. I just want to say, I'll just make a comment on the audit outcomes, and I want to thank you, Executive Mayor, Speaker, Chief Whip, and everyone just for the engagement on the audit outcomes in general. I really appreciate that, and anybody who would have been watching, I'm hoping also that they are now properly informed of the issues, even though there were tough moments in the conversation, but I think those are necessary, and thank you for your participation. I just want to say that I think there are just a couple of insights that I have gleaned from this discussion, from considering the Auditor General's report and so on, and also things that you, Executive Mayor, have said to us, that it is clear to us, for instance, the financial muscle of the metro is not where it needs to be. I think that's clear. You've spoken about a financial recovery program and so on. One. Secondly, we've also had regard for what the Auditor General has said with regards to how much is set aside for maintenance, which is below the norm. I think the metro is at 3%, the norm should be at 8 to 10% or somewhere thereabout. And this becomes visible when you, especially someone like me who's practically grown up here over the years coming here, you can really see the fact that there isn't enough financial resources available and attention paid to just general maintenance of the city. That's important because it speaks to perceptions, to ability to attract investment, tourists, and so on. So these basics are really important. And we do give credit where it's due. I've been to eThekwini recently. You can see the improvements because they're focusing on the basics. I'm not saying that things are hunky-dory, they're not. However, you can see the effort when you drive through the city, that where there used to be rubbish and so on all the time, it's being collected. The city looks better and so on. And that's what the committee wants to see. We also recognize that the administrations change, and sometimes you get asked about things that happened in the previous administration and so on. We appreciate all of that. All I want to say on this leg of the conversation is that the Auditor General is our partner. The Auditor General is your partner. We are your partner as well in this journey. Part of our responsibility is not to only hold you accountable, but to support your work so that we can get the outcomes that we want. As Honorable Mente said, if the people get what is due to them and their lives improve, we are all happy, and it's happiness all around. So just want to say, please have regard for the issues the members have raised. We are going to synthesize this portion of the conversation and send you a letter, which basically says, when we meet next time, just pay attention to these issues that we discussed. When we meet next time, we want to get an update on those issues to see how you're doing and that sort of thing. So thank you very much. It's 22. Can we come back here after 15 minutes if that's it's okay? Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Executive Mayor and Council members, let us try and hit the home stretch and hit it hard so that we finish strong. Sorry, you want to start? Or so that you can, okay, that's fine. So can I just say that the way we're going to do this recognizes that we had spent the whole day together yesterday. However, the members have had time to digest some of the conversations that we had, and it's important that we close off the conversation properly by giving them an opportunity to ask any questions that, colleagues, please, can we have one meeting? We're almost done. Thank you so much. So that we make sure that we've closed off properly. Honorable Man telling us that she's battling with a flu, so she has to go. So I'm going to give her an opportunity to ask so that she can try and get medical attention. So that you can leave when the time comes for you to go, and then thereafter I will come. I will just, in fact, I'll start that side with Honorable Nondenja and then finish with Honorable Isaac. Honorable members, order. Honorable, over to you, Honorable Ment. Where is the microphone?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Before I lose my voice altogether. Chair, as you have alluded, this is a 5-year relationship. And as we have agreed, BCM and OR Tambo are very close to our hearts. So most of us, we come from Islali. So as for Naban Basas Lali and Basokol. Now, there's 2 things I've identified. Let me start with BCMA. The same consultant that made omissions at Waterworld made omissions at the beachfront. That resulted into escalation of cost. At what point is this person going to be removed from the database? Now, the other thing that Auditor General complained about was that at Waterworld, when the service provider didn't come back to site, there were no charges. Ordinarily, there are charges against the service provider when they don't turn up or when they don't finish. But surprisingly, they were not. Can we get explanation why? Can we get itemized billing on the escalation of Ebuhlanti on all the items that have been identified? Like I said earlier on, we were once told that there will be value for money. The next thing we knew that a borehole costed 1.5 million. So we don't want to be told the escalation is due to these following items, yet we don't get the itemized billing. How much is what? From where? Mayor and the Speaker, with your debt register, and you have put it very well that in majority is household. Interesting part is that we do not know what is your indigent register, but you already have attributed that those household, majority of them is poor people. Why are we not writing off the debt of poor people? Why do we still keep it in a debt book and write off imali ebiwe tax? Can we look at writing off the debt of poor people? Because there's nowhere where they're going to get that money from. And we're not saying people that can pay must not pay. Those that can pay must pay. We're not saying write off the entire household debt book. But those that are indigent in your register and those that can prove that they are not working anymore, they must be removed because they can't be sitting in your books as if it's some money that can be found, yet it cannot be found at all. Chair, I'm not satisfied with project management. I'll tell you why. The 2 sites, in fact, the 3 sites we went to, all of them were cleaned because we went there. The fact that these sites are under construction does not say they must not be taken care of. Because once you neglect them, they depreciate. What does that do to your asset register? It reduces it. Can someone who's supposed to do this job do their job? And maybe at least they can explain why they are not doing their job, because that reason of they are under construction does not arise because the construction people are not on site. To keep it at the standard where it was left off, Waterworld was left at 90%. The other water treatment plant was left at 95%. By now, the deterioration could be 10%, simply because people didn't do what they were supposed to do. If you look at Waterworld, even if you pour, I don't know, there is that chemical which is very strong, which takes away grass. It won't work on that paving. That whole paving must be taken out, take out the grass, lay it afresh. That's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Because if it were taken care of, that paving was not going to be a problem or being part of the items that must be corrected. My advice, Chair, back to the private-public partnership of the water world. I know the mayor said the item hasn't come to council, and we are by no way trying to remote control the council on their decision. They will decide. But I trust that they will not decide to sell our assets to the highest bidder. But my advice would be, apart from looking outside, can they look to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture as well to assist them? And then maybe there could be a solution. The language of blended partnership, it works, but it doesn't work at sometimes. Because that one which the chair made an example of, the Gautrain yesterday, is exactly what we were explaining. That then you are going to design it for middle income. And the poor people will not have access to it. Chair, please, the people involved in the Mdantsane fruitless and wasteful sewer, swimming pool, they must go shame. There is just no way to justify what happened in Mdantsane, because we have to start afresh, 22 million down the drain. And no one had stopped that. Maybe halfway, we waited until it was completed when it was not worthy of what it was conceptualized to be. Then another interesting one is the legal advisory team on the court case of water treatment plant in King. On the split of the tenders, where one company took the municipality to court to go argue that they are better rated than the other, and the municipality failed not to defend that other company, but to state the principle of tender system, that it is to afford every business person to get an opportunity to have business with the state. Thus, cannot allow one person to take both businesses at once. It was clear like that. I'm interested to know, what was the legal advice from council? We can't have a situation where we design situations where just one company takes everything and every other person doesn't get anything from the state. It's not allowed. And for the council to not argue it, it's puzzling. The last one, Chair, is the grant on agriculture. I said in the beginning, I'm from here. People of Eastern Cape value agricultural projects. What are the agricultural projects in the municipality? Why have we underspent there? What are the projects that are underway? What's the plan? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nontenja, let me come to you. Sorry, can you move the mic? The mic is here.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna base myself on the Zwelicha wastewater treatment works to say it was terminated at 95%. Was there no way that it could have been negotiated, seeing that the bulk of the money is gone? There's only 5% of the work that's left, according to what is reported to us. Was it so difficult to get to an agreement to have that 5% finalized? My question is, has the city paid the contractor as per the High Court ruling? If not, wouldn't that incur interest to the city if they haven't paid it by now? And when are they planning to pay if they haven't paid it? My other question was asked earlier on and wasn't answered, Chair, regarding the swimming pools, to say the swimming pools, the one that is, they claim to be complete, is going to waste while it's waiting for the one that's gonna be demolished and redone, rebuilt over. The question was, is there a reason why they cannot put a wall between the two pools and the one asset be recognized as an asset and start working while they will be doing demolition on the other side? And this is based on what the executive mayor said yesterday, to say it is a contract site. But one part of that asset is complete and should be recognized as such. Chair, on the project at Water World, I didn't get convinced as to why they want to give away the project that's almost finished. It's 10% away from being finished. And it seems to be a trend if you look at the two projects, the one for the water treatment and this one, that when they are almost on the door of completing it, they terminate. This one was terminated at 90%, and we are told that to finish that would cost them 10 million. But seemingly, they would rather give it away, and the community will realize that project after 20 years of whatever arrangement they're gonna make with the private sector person. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pila.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. One question on the Zwelicha Regional Wastewater Treatment Works. On the way forward, the municipality is promising that they want to start with the completion of this project in the coming financial year. I just want to check if there is a budget that is put aside for the completion of this project, or they are still waiting for the funding that they have applied from the Infrastructure South Africa, which was applied in December. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Neil May.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, although we didn't visit Umjonyana wastewater treatment wastewater treatment plant, I'm still interested to know the status of that plant. It was the replacement of the valves with regards to the leakages, and the contractor had refurbished the upstream. However, the contractor had not had not done the downstream. So one would want to know what is the status of that project. And it's a very important wastewater treatment station because it actually goes into the Buffalo River. So one would want to check with regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just two brief questions. One is obviously about the wastewater treatment work. So I think a large part of that was that flows were going to be reallocated from other stations. So what I want to know is, because the one that we went to go and visit yesterday is not available, what's happening to all the wastewater in East London? Is it being fully processed, and are there any blockages in the process because the new wastewater treatment plant is not working? So what is the effect of not having that in operation? And then second was just a question as to whether the changes in the board of BCCM have had any effect on the projects, more specifically about the Water World project as well, with people coming and going, there's been a loss of institutional memory, or whether that actually is having an effect on the process of running that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, no, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Yeah, just few questions. Yeah, earlier I spoke about the issue of escalation of project cost, which is a norm in this city. For instance, let's talk about the Zwelicha wastewater treatment works. That project was supposed to be done at a cost of 249 million rands. Now the cost escalated and then it was revised to be at 386 million rand, from 249 to 386. But to date, the amount that has been spent there is 413 million rand, which means there's a variance of 26 million rand on top of the revised amount of 386 million. And the project is not complete. And we are told that for the project to be complete, the city need to spend a further 130 million rands. So when you add all that together, it puts you at 500 million plus, which is more than times 2 the initial amount. Yeah, we know that there would be, well, there are issues of COVID. Another contractor had to leave because he or she waited on the electrical and mechanical side. There were court cases and wara, we understand. But for a project to end up being times 2, the amount that was supposed to be implemented with, it's really unacceptable. It's really unacceptable. So that's something that it's really worrying. And at least if we were saying this, maybe if we were saying they've spent 413, then the project is complete. But 413 has been spent instead of 249, but the project is not complete. There's still 130 million required to complete the project. And in the process, there was a settlement amount of 25 million with the contractor, which we are told that it was an out-of-court settlement, which the contractor demanded 30 million, then there was an out-of-court settlement of 25 million. Then now you go to the Mdantsane swimming pool. On the Mdantsane swimming pool, 22.4 million has been spent to date. But on top of that 22.4 million, there's a 3.9 million termination award, which the city has paid to the contractor. So when you add that, it gives you something like 26 million has been spent on that project. And that project has to be redone. We don't know how much is needed to redo the project. And we are told that the contractor that was appointed did not know the work and stuff like that. So the city has to spend an amount that we don't know to redo the project. You see, so it's a very worrying factor. And there's an issue of a consultant that we're told that the consultant responsible for that swimming pool is still there. And then there are still engagement. I think there's a team that has been appointed by the city manager to determine whether the consultant must go or must not go. Why is that the case? Because the contractor left some time ago. Why is the consultant still there? Because the consultant is the one who was signing certificates to say, no, this work is fine, and then so that the contractor can be paid. So now that the city is saying the contractor did not know the work, is a person who's only used to ordinary construction, does not know how to construct a swimming pool. So that project needed somebody who's got an experience of doing swimming pool. So that's hence the contract was terminated. But the consultant who was supervising the contractor is still there. There are still engagements, and there's still a team that is still meeting to decide whether he or she must go or not. Why is that the case? Why are you having a soft spot for the consultant? Why do you treat the consultant with kid's glove if you were resolute on the contractor? And on the same project, there's an issue of a 6 million rands. We don't know whether it's a myth or it's something that it exists, which was raised by one of the residents there, that at some point the European Union donated 6 million rand to the city. Then the city said they will take that 6 million rand and add it to, and top it up to do the swimming pool project. The executive mayor indicated that she's not aware of such a thing. So just want to find out from the institution, maybe after yesterday's engagement, maybe the executive mayor or the city manager, they may have contacted other people who were here before. Because if there's something like that, surely there should be somebody who knows about it within the administration. Because I don't think all of you are new, all of you started in 2021. There should be somebody who's got an organizational memory, who can tell if there was something like that and how was it handled. Because I think if we don't talk about it and resolve it, it will remain an issue within the community. When they see you, they see people who have chowed 6 million rands. So can we be clarified, can we place it on record, if there was something like that, a 6 million rand donation from European Union for that particular swimming pool. If it's a myth, you can clarify with, no, that thing is just a myth. It was not like that. And they indicated that it was even in the news. I think it's Daily Dispatch or something like that, that particular matter. Then coming to the last project, on the last project, which is a Water World Fund Pack, there is a dispute. Okay, also with this one, the project is not complete, but we have spent more than the allocated budget, or more than what we have budgeted. An amount of 121 million plus has been spent there. The project is not complete. On top of that amount that has been spent, there's a court case of 33 million rand. The contractor took the BCMDA to court, demanding to be paid 33 million rand. So if the contractor succeeds in his or her bid to be paid 33 million rands, it means the cost will escalate to something like 154 million rands. Because if you add the 33 million rand plus the 121, it will go to 154 million rands. And yet the project is not complete. You see, the project is not complete. Now I'm saying this because you've got a track record of losing court cases. It's either you lose or you make an out-of-court settlement. You don't have a track record of winning court cases, especially in relation to issues of appointment of contractors and supply chain management process. So we've got a track record of losing those cases and stuff like that. I think the other things were clarified yesterday. The issue of a private partner that will be invited and stuff like that, though we are not happy about that as members of this committee, but then we accept what you have told us that you are intending. But we just hope that the community will be consulted. You need to have the buy-in of the community. As that's the point that I just want to emphasize. That where the municipality, through the BCMDA, has spent more than 120 million rands, and then and when we engage in a process of taking the project into a triple P, where a private partner will then take over, I think there should be sufficient engagement of the community. The community need to be taken into confidence so that they are not surprised when they arrive there knowing that this thing it's a municipal property. They don't know that there's another person who's also a partner there. So I'm pleading that let the community be fully engaged, and so that you get the buy-in of the community before you conclude those particular process. But I'm also worried because in this very same project, I'm told there were local contractors who were also involved and who are still owed by the contractor, by the main contractor. The main contractor is in court with the BCMDA, but yet the same contractor is also owing the local contractors. So I just want to find out how, as the city, are you intervening in making sure that the local contractors, because one of their responsibilities also to make sure that local contractors benefit in the local economy. When you've got project, they get something. So under the current circumstances, we don't know how long will the case take between yourselves and the main contractor. But what do we say? What do you say about the local contractors who are still owed by the main contractor? And what do you say about the laborers? Because obviously, those local contractors, they also hired local labor who are also not paid, who are owed. Imagine if somebody has worked maybe for 3 months or 6 months without being paid every day, waking up in the morning, taking a lunch box, using money to pay for taxi, going there, and then after all, that person is being owed for 6 months or so. As the municipality, how are you handling that kind of a situation? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Matlala.
Thank you, Chair. The city seems to be having a lot of vandalism. That is in relation to existing infrastructure as well as work in progress infrastructure. It could be for many reasons, probably high crime, poor security, or deliberate intention by business people to keep on having projects to revamp those. And if my memory serves me well, the executive mayor said yesterday the city does not have its metropolis. I just want to check what is the long-term security plan for the infrastructure of the city. Whether we intend to rely on private security, as we're informed it's going to be sourced, to be beefed up, or we do have actually a plan to end up having our own metropolis services that's going to be full-time in projecting these billions of infrastructure. That is number one. Number two, in the project at the waste management project, some people in the bid adjudication committee allocated scores wrongly. Hence, we lost a court matter and an award was given to the second bidder. The court agreed with the second ranked bidder that the scores were wrongly allocated. I want to know if those people are still part of the municipality, and what was the consequence management evoked in that regard, because someone failed to do their duty diligently and to the best of their ability. The third part is in terms of what the recovery process is going to be evoked on the pool issue. There is 24 million lost. There was a contractor who consistently ignored the advices of the consultant as alleged by the consultant. Ultimately, there's work that needs to be restarted. So when are we litigating? When are we taking these people to task for failing to deliver a product that is usable? Then I need to understand, yesterday I did ask about the the move from the electrical contract to the civil contractor. I understand now what was happening, but I need to understand the process. I did not get that clearly. That when the electrical contractor terminated, was there a bidding process which led to the civil contractor getting the award, or it was a situation of saying, because you are on site and you know how to do the job, we are just taking this contract and giving it to you? What was the process? Permissible, obviously, in terms of the MFMA that was evoked in that regard. There is an issue of wasteful expenditure of about 1.2 million with regards to the designs of the water fun park, because I think if I heard correctly, the contractor who came said they would not work with that design. So they would rather review or have their own design. And I believe there is a design that was made by a company, a consultant company, that was approved by council, and then a contractor was brought on site. So that's a wasteful expenditure, because I think maybe whether some monies were paid again for the design, for the new or revised design now, that these ones are going to work on. I need to just get some understanding there of what happened, and if there was indeed wasteful expenditure, what considerations were made before? Because if we approve a design and we say then we are going to go on tender to get somebody to come and do the work, due diligence ought to have been done leading to that process. Then someone comes and say, I'm not going to work with this, I'm going to review and do my own design. We can't just accept that as a you know, we should get a second opinion or something like that, or bring those people back who did the initial design to say, look, they are saying this thing is not workable. How did you, what happened? I just need some clarity around that. You'll forgive me, I'll move in between these projects. So there is an issue of a diversion that was going to go into the waste treatment plant from different plants. I believe that some of them are not functional. For example, the Sconville plant, if I can get an understanding of whether the existing ones, we understand that we needed to broaden the capacity so that we can extend development of housing and all of that. But are the existing ones functioning to full capacity? And if not, what is the maintenance plan? Why are they not at full capacity? Whilst we're still going to contend and proceed with the works of this other one and do the diversions, why are the existing ones not fully functional? And then the last point is an understanding I want about that Ebuhlanti. I know that we also did not go there, but it came through and it puzzled me. We spoke about an escalation from around 7 million to 70 or something like that. And the explanation that was given by the gentleman who I think has left, was that there were other components that were not included in the initial plan for the project. It was initially for the roads and stormwater, what, and then other things were added. I need to understand if all these things that were added into the contract existing that was designed for water and stormwater, or a bid was issued for each of the components, and then different contractors. So now the total value is 70, or this 70 is a total value for the contractor that was awarded the 7 million. I need to get an understanding there. I have a slight confusion, and I think I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maduna, as you land.
Awu Chair, ukhona umuntu owalende nge. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo, as I'm being intimidated. But no, Chair, to give you comfort, I've been covered mostly by my colleagues. I think I'll just have one or two questions. I think one on the swimming pool. Chair, I know we might have had some questions and had answers, but it still puzzles me, and I still ask myself that how was the specification of a particular project prepared without the condition assessment having been done where that particular project will be implemented, or in the particular structure that was already there of a swimming pool? So I would make an assumption that there was a consultant that would have done some surveys and in the run up to establishing the specification of the work that must be done in that swimming pool. So it really confuses me. I don't know. That's why I'm saying let me re-ask this. It really confuses me. How did that man get there, not know that there are structural damages into that swimming pool, that the structure needs to be reinforced, and then after you can start the tiling and everything. Because, Chair, if that is the case, if there was a consultant that went there when they were establishing a specification, because you see, Chair, every time something happens, it means there's someone that did not do their job. Even in that swimming pool, there's someone that did not do their job. If the consultant that was employed to do the surveys and assist them, or if the engineers of the municipality, because I think that's one other question that I'm coming to check. Do you have any engineers as a municipality that are affiliated or that are certified by the engineering council? I think that's very important, because I'm asking this because I've found out that in many municipalities you find out that there's no one, or it's only the director. So I think that's one. Two, I want to check, because if the consultant that was supervising that job is the one that assisted in the preparation of the spec, and that money as it is now, it's wasteful expenditure, there's no way you can recover it, you will need to restart that thing. It there means that the municipality must recover all its money from that consultant, because that person had a responsibility of ensuring. The reason why municipality seeks professional services is so that it's provided with a professional service to ensure that it prepares and it constructs proper assets. I think that's that. That is why at first I would have asked the chair if do they have about their system, around their systems in asset management. Because by the time because that swimming pool, as old it was and unused, I would make an assumption that it was there in the asset register of the municipality. It means thereof the municipality should have known what is the value of the municipality of the swimming pool, what is the condition of the of the swimming pool, and so on and so on. So that's my first question. Yes, and my second last. My one other thing that I wanted to speak on, Chair, it's the issue of the triple PE in the water world. I think this is my last thing that I will speak on. I think it would be a miscarriage of justice if we allow something like that to happen. Why I'm saying that? Generally, triple PEs, if you go back, for instance, the state would generally, Sanral used to do perfect triple PEs. If you want to see Sanral that used to run them, Sanral will say, I want a road from here to here, from one point A to point B. Here is the land to build a road. I do not have the money. Go to a private investor. The investor build the roads. They agree that you will toll this road, charge your money back for the next 25 years. After 25 years, the concession ends it, and the road is mine in the state. That's a perfect example of a good triple PE, where people will benefit at the end of the day, and the state. But that one, I do not think there could be any cost benefit sound triple PEs that the municipality would go into that. So they would rather just look at other alternative means of looking for funding. Chair, I think that was that. I just want to quick questions, Mayor. In the past 2-3 financial years, given the performance of the municipality, have the senior management received performance bonuses? Secondly, I just want to check in the issue of lifestyle audit. Have you ever lifestyle audit in your senior management? Has it ever crossed your mind that from time to time it's something that you should do? I'm asking this because if actually I was even tempted to say when the manager, the city manager advertises, I'm coming to apply. If generally you could afford more than 50,000 sneakers, you wear them in more than 2 days in a row, it means really the municipality is paying well. It's just in a lighter note. I thank you, but have you ever considered doing lifestyle audit? Thank you.
I'm looking at the city manager's shoes to see if he's wearing 50,000. Are you sure? Normal. Okay, fine. Honorable Isaac, he said you've got one question or not.
You see, Chair, now I'm being penalized.
No, please go ahead.
My friend
No.
says he's got 2 questions, he ends up at 5.
I know.
Colleagues, I'm going to be very brief. So much has already been asked, and I'm just having to now skip most of my questions, so that's fine. I mean, the questions have been asked, and I think that's important. Chair, I just want to talk to the CFO, COO, if I might say, COO, I'll get my facts right here. So, Chair, through you, CEO, and of course, I think the city manager also can fill in on this one here. You know, the AGSA report has alluded to billions of rand of irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure. I think my colleague, Honorable Skosana, alluded to that. Now, what I need to understand from you, in terms of this irregular expenditure, how much you think is recoverable? Okay, straightforward question. How much do you think is recoverable of all this irregular expenditure? Okay, then, the fancy swimming pool that everybody has spoken about, COO. There were 5 payment certificates issued according to the AGSA report. Okay, with varying amounts for the same stuff. Perhaps you could express yourself on those 5 payment certificates. So I'm trying to cut it short here. Then, of course, for my friends at the back, the famous BCMDA, what I'd like to know is through you, Chair, is could we perhaps have the directorate or the secretarial, I'm not sure which department, Mayor, if you could take cognizance, if we could have the board members, or the directors, or let's call them the board members of BCMDA, if we could get their names emailed through to our secretariat, together with their qualifications. Okay, I need to get that information so that I could then work out in terms of where we are. If you could just assist with that. And then on a lighter note, Chairperson, I'm going to close now. I just want to check my colleagues again from the famous BCMDA back there. How often, colleagues, do you send 60 to 70 people to go and cut the grass back there at the water? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I hand over to you?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Colleagues, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, although the information about the BCMDA is requested, which we will send to your office, Chairperson, but the members are here, just to give the qualifications. They are here. There are 4 that are here, so that the committee is well abreast, then we'll continue. Over to you, Chairperson of the board.
So, sorry, asking them to talk to the qualifications and stuff. No, so, look, Honorable Esak may have missed it. We've asked for more comprehensive. We've said not just this board. We've said we want the executive. We also want the previous boards because we're dealing with legacy issues as well. So that must be done in writing. So we don't need to deal with it here.
Okay, Chair. What I will do then, I will request BCMDA to respond first, then we'll come to Buffalo City. BCMDA?
Thank you once more, Chair. Honorable members, thank you for your question and advice that you have given us. I'll just handle few questions and then I'll give to the CEO on why the penalties were not imposed on the contractor. I'll give that to the CEO. And then I'll just come on the advice of abandoning the triple P approach. As a board, we were also still waiting for a report from the CEO with respect to how the management see us utilizing the facility in the future. But on the strength of what you've been proposing and also our engagement with the parent municipality as well after the meeting, we have advised the management, let's consider a different approach, and the CEO is agreeable to that. So the issue of triple P approach at the moment is should I say, is off the table. Yeah, it's in abeyance. That's the right word. And then there was the concern about the change of boards. Boards do change. And I must say we brought stability to PCMDA as this new board. And also we were on the heels of management with respect to accounting to some of the projects that you have given us a bad name. And I must say, especially on the Water World project, hence there were all these actions that we took, like getting to know what is the value, because we were even concerned about that 95% at that stage when the contractor left. Hence, there was the involvement of an independent consultant or a QS who came to the value of 80 million. So the change of the board, indeed, it's always desirable that for the institutional memory, when you change boards, at least you have 2 or 3 people from the old board. That was the case even in this board, but unfortunately, those board members, they left the board, they resigned. I think I'll talk only to those 2, and then I'll give it over to you, Sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. The operational model, of course, the Chair has dealt with it. That was contemplated, and the changes of the board and the institutional memory. However, I need to deal with the dispute on the termination account. The matter is not in court. The matter was brought before the dispute arbitration board, which deals with the construction disputes, and it made a determination that we need to finalize the matter between the employer agent, which is the consulting engineer, the employer, which is BCMDA, and the contractor. That matter is still unfolding. Maybe it is reasonable to think that should the parties not agree, they would go to court. But it is not in court currently. And I think it's important that I put that on record. The matter that was on court, it was the matter of enforcing or compelling the consulting engineer, which is the employer agent, to provide BCMDA with the termination account so that we could finalize the matter. And that has since been settled in the terms of, because we applied for urgency to compel, and the court dismissed us to say the matter was not urgent. And that was the issue that was in court. And the issue around the community engagement process, therefore, is mute at this stage. The local contractors not paid by the main contractor. I think my arrival last year, exactly in February, I convened a meeting to that effect to
get the essence of what's happening and what is our contractual obligation and moral complication to that. And unfortunately, we feel tied up because the real contract that we have is with the main contractor. And yes, we've appealed, we've sent the information to the main contractor to say these people remain to say they have not been paid. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of the designs, I think the wisdom of hindsight, of course, dictates that there could have been second opinion. And of course, there will have been battle of professional opinions, one not wanting to rely on the other. Opinion to say these designs are not worth to be relied upon. And that is a 3, 4, 5 years kind of an event. And it is a matter that is also encapsulated in the investigations that are happening around that particular project. And these matters such as this would therefore would surface better and be dealt with. But in terms of the removal from database of the consulting engineer, I mean the MDA, and the penalties for the delays on the project, I would request my executive to just deal with that, particularly on the penalties.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to penalties against the contractor, immediate steps were indeed taken to recall the performance guarantee against the contractor at the time of termination. However, it was realized that the performance guarantee of the contractor was not valid. And this has formed part of the disputes against the contractor and the agency, and is part of forming the part of the final account that is still under dispute by the contractor, the consultant, as well as the agency. Then in terms of the same consultant, I think CEO briefly touched on that. Yes, the same consultant was used for both Court Crescent and Water World project, as previously mentioned. And yes, it is a professional risk and PI risk as well that any engineer would want to take with regards to taking over another engineer's work or taking ownership of the engineer's work. Then in terms of consequence with regards to that, I think the mayor had committed to an investigation to that, and that investigation will then uncover the liabilities, if any, against all parties involved on the project. And then there was mention of institutional memory with regards to people coming and going and working on the project. Yes, that has been the case. The institutional memory has been affected in the process, as there has been challenges with, for instance, interpretation and reasoning and on decisions taken at the time. And unfortunately, the project has changed hands more than once or twice. And it is a known secret that at some stage there was instability within the institution. So yes, there has been challenges with regards to institutional memory on the project. Thank you, Chair.
Can we give to infrastructure, Mr. Nongongo?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll give only 3 clarities, then I'll hand over to Mr. Nongongo to then deal with the technical questions of the wastewater treatment plant. Then Usanele will deal with the bills per item, Honorable Mende, and the second part that had asked by the Honorable that relates to the advertisement and intricacies of the plant. So the first one would be on the issue of the out-of-court settlement. It has been paid, Honorable, with no interest. The second part would then speak to the Umzonyana. The contractor is on site and the consultant relating to Umzonyana. I think those were the two. I think the last one would be on the maintenance. I think it was a comment from Honorable Mende on us to do a better job in the maintenance of the plant to avoid depreciation. Mr. Nongongo on the Zwelicha treatment plant.
Good afternoon again, Chairperson of the SCOPA and all of protocol observed. There are quite a few questions that were asked that I will try and slowly explain them, the technical parts of them. The first question that I'll deal with was the issue of why did the municipality give one contract to the same contractor, in other words, give the contract of the civil work and also the contract that was the mechanical and electrical contract. But I think I'll link that question together with the 2 other questions that were asked on why there were escalations from 249 million to around about 400 million, and also what was the process followed. Just again shortly, when the court order declared that we must give the contract to the bidder who was challenging the award, the process itself took about 3 years to get to the decision of the court order. And then, of course, the contract was awarded to the bidder who had taken the municipality to court. And at the time of giving that contract, and that contract was for civil work only, which was 249 million at the time. So that time we had already appointed a contractor for mechanical and electrical work in 2012 as well. And that mechanical contractor was on hold while the issues that are being discussed at the High Court are going on. And as I say, once they were concluded, we awarded the contract to as per the court order in 2016 for this 249. The contractor for the civil work worked together with the contractor for the electrical and mechanical work, the one that has been appointed as well in 2012, but waiting for the court order. Waiting for the court order because the mechanical work only comes after some of the civil work structures are built. So they could not start with the mechanical electrical work before the civil work was done. So the electrical contractor that we had appointed on site, which was different to the civil contractor, did not perform on the work. And as I said yesterday, ultimately they were liquidated. So their contract was cancelled on the basis of non-performance. At the time of cancellation of this contract, some of the work was delaying the civil and the civil work contract, because as you put the structure, you have to put mechanical work and then finish the civil work. So there were quite some delays on the work purely because of this non-performance and, of course, the process of terminating the contract. Now, the municipality was left with two options of either now going out completely to tender and follow the tendering process, and of course, which could take another period while the contractor on civil work is waiting on site. So the costs of the contractor with the equipment and tools and insurances while we do the tendering processes would escalate basically. Versus, which is the option and the process that was followed, that the contractor on site, which was appointed originally for civil work, although in terms of their grading, they are both civil and mechanical and electrical, that they give a pricing on the work remaining and the pricing evaluated by a consulting engineer, and on the basis of that pricing, then it was taken through the council for approval of the deviation for this addition of scope of work of the civil contract, of the mechanical work to the civil contract. So the 249 was for civil work, but with the process that was followed in section 116 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, the scope was added to the civil contract. Hence, the electrical contract, which was originally for 137 million, was added to the 249 million of the now both civil and mechanical work. So that's the process that was followed, section 116 of Municipal Finance Management. So the 249 did not escalate to 400. It was the addition of the additional scope of mechanical and electrical work that was not part of the scope of work on the original civil work. The other question that was asked was on the amount of the settlement. I think our MMC has already answered that the work was paid for, but I just want to emphasize again that what was paid was the work completed on site. The consultant had approved the work of 25 million. However, the contractor was claiming more than 30 million, which was the dispute that we had that resulted in their termination of the contract. So the actual work that had been approved by the consultant was over 25 million, but the settlement, which was an out-of-court settlement, was 24.7 million. So that is the actual value of work, not the interest or not the work that the contractor did not do. So we did not settle on something that was not part of the work. And of course, there was a question on whether we paid what was the actual value declared by the court. I just want to say again that that value was not declared by the court. It was an out-of-court settlement that was reached before the court would finalize the matter.
Sorry, Mr. Nongo, can I just interrupt you there to please help me with my own understanding? So what had the dispute in court been about again?
Thanks, Chair. The dispute in court was for the contractor claiming their payment was more than, was 30 something, I think it was around 32 on one of the payment certificate, whereas the engineers had approved the value of 25 million. So that was the point of argument that resulted in them terminating the contract.
And the matter was settled, the out-of-court settlement was so ordered by, in October last year?
Correct.
Okay, you need to just help me understand something. So I got a copy of the court order. And it may be that I am misunderstanding something, and I will read a portion of it to everyone so that we understand. So the Acting Justice College says, it is ordered by agreement that the defendant's decision, and in brackets, the council resolution approving the amendment of the civils contract, and they give the contract BCMM DMS PIU 1249/2012, and awarding the additional contract for the extended works to the plaintiff being HNS, I think it was not an amendment within contemplation of section 1163 of the MFMA, in that it constituted the contracting for goods and services by an organ of state, that is the defendant in terms of section 2171 of the Constitution. The decision was therefore not preceded by a procurement process which was fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective, as is required by section 217 of the Constitution. The decision was invalid and is hereby set aside in terms of section 1721A of the Constitution. The court, in terms of section 1721B of the Constitution, is empowered to make any order that is just and equitable. As such, it is hereby declared that plaintiff is entitled to just and equitable relief, being compensation for the losses suffered as a result of the defendant's decision being declared invalid in the amount of 24.737231,73 incurred for plaintiff's actual costs in relation to payment certificates 58 and 62. In full and final settlement of the plaintiff's claim against the defendant, it is so ordered that the defendant shall pay the plaintiffs, in terms of the applicable section of the Constitution, 24.737 million. Defendant, that is the city, will pay 75% of the plaintiff's party and party costs, including costs of to counsel, as taxed or agreed, which cost shall be on scale C after 11 April 2024, when the tariff came into effect. It is recorded that the defendant has undertaken to waive the cost order granted by Colette AJ in the court order dated 20 June 2024. This appears to tell a different story. Let me share with you my reading. It would appear that someone challenged the extension of the contract to say H&S must do both, and had the thing set aside. H&S said, well, I've done work for you, you need to pay me for it. The matter went to court, and the court said, of course, it's invalid, it's set aside, but there must be a just and equitable settlement. Pay them, and you must pay 75% of their legal costs, which is usually a punitive measure by the court. The members must remind me, that's not the full story we were told yesterday. The story we were told yesterday was that there was a dispute over a claim of the work done. Because they were claiming more, they were entitled to less, and they became unhappy, and they upped and left, and the matter went to court, but eventually we found each other, and we settled. They wanted X amount, they ended up paying Y amount. I want to put it to you, Mr. Nongoko, that what this same court order says is significantly different in many material ways to what you told the committee yesterday and what you're telling the committee today. And I need to understand what the difference in the versions. I need to understand why. Thank you. Because the full story should be someone, to Honorable Madlala's point, became unhappy that these guys had been, the council merely resolved. Because you said it in your story, that you were dealing with a certain situation and these guys were capable of doing electrical as well, and you felt that you could. You went and sought a council resolution, this was done. It would appear that before this disagreement, there was a setting aside of the resolution of council. Would that be correct?
I think, Chairperson of the Council, I can maybe ask for assistance from the legal services who are actually handling the
Thank you.
court matters. I'm stating from the service department the
Oh.
original issues that were given to us on the disputes, the details that went to court. Perhaps the legal services department can explain them further. Through you,
Okay.
Chair.
All right, that's fine. Can you assist us? Sir?
Thank you, Chairperson. First, let me start by saying that what Mr. Nongongo is claiming to say that the payments or the court order is in relation to certified works which have been executed on the ground. That is a correct statement. But what happened, this is a protracted litigation. And when...
Just bring it a bit closer to you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry for that. When we were evaluating, there is no third party who intervened in the legal proceedings first. No
Okay.
other party cited. It's
Right.
only Buffalo City and H&I.
Right.
And yes. And what happened was we were evaluating, our defense now in preparing for the court. We find that the only line of defense we have is to actually, what is actually weakening our case is an unlawful contract amendment. Section 116, subsection 3 of the Municipal Finance Management Act was never followed, and these components relating to open, transparent, cost-effective procurement process was also never followed, and also the civil contractor will never be competent to render specialized services of electrical, mechanical services, which were rendered by first move contractor who was terminated for poor performance. So
just for my own understanding, so I just want, so in the course of the dispute between you two, between the city, between the metro and H&S, right? The court makes this determination that the award to them was in any event unlawful.
we actually, remember this is a judgment by mutual agreement.
Right.
After protracted litigation, we discover that our weakness is based on unlawful contract amendment, which is not in line with the law. So hence we went ahead to invalidate that contract. If, for instance, we didn't have that defense, we could have paid more. In terms of mitigating the costs, we had to raise the defense. And it is us who sought the court to invalidate the unlawful contract amendment. So that's where this issue is emanating from.
Okay, so as part of your defense to the challenge by H&S, you sought to set aside the council's own decision yourselves?
Yes.
Right. Okay. No, I'm saying right because I get it. No, I'm saying right because I get it. So let me ask the following. So when the council initially decided to resolve, to extend this contract, had they taken legal advice, do you know, to say they can?
Okay, let me put it like this. The contract amendment, there are two contract amendments, by the way, which
Okay.
came to the then accounting officer for resolution. The first one, legal services did not see, which is the one which is the subject matter of the court order. And the second one, we did see, and we actually objected to it. And there is a court record in as far as that is concerned.
Okay, but I just need to, so my question is slightly different, and that is, I'm simply asking by way of the council's own processes. So when the technical people said, hey, we are facing these challenges here, and this is what we want to do, someone professionally must have said, okay, the best way to do it such that we are compliant is for council to resolve, etc., etc. I'm just saying there are two pieces of legal advice here, if there was legal advice in the amendment of the contract, that now collide in the litigation over the claim that H&S are making, forcing the Metro to go back on its own decision and ask the court to set aside its own council resolution in order to defend against that claim. I think it was 33 million, I think thereabouts, that they were asking for. So my question is, had council taken legal advice on the extension of the contract? I don't know if you were there or not, so I'm not personalizing this matter. I am simply asking as a matter of record, were council advised that extending this without an open procurement process would be okay? Are you aware if they were advised that way?
There is a memo,
right,
which is proceeding to council, and the legal advice is not incorporated into that.
Okay. Can you just say it in simpler language? So there's a memo from who? From the technical. I'm just going to call them the technical people for ease of reference.
No, it's correct, from technical directorate,
right,
to the then accounting officer.
Right. But there was no legal advice sought and given.
On this particular one, it did not go via legal services.
It did not go via legal services. Yes. It went straight to council.
To accounting officer.
Accounting officer being the municipal manager at the time.
Yes.
Right. And the municipal manager tabled the thing before council.
Yes.
And you don't have to answer all the questions if you don't know. I'm just trying to now walk the process through. So as far as you know, or any of you colleagues know, no one ever asked whether this is permissible or not. I'm just struggling with this concept of this step being taken without legal advice. Are you aware if any legal advice was sought?
I'm the head of legal services.
Were you there that time?
Yes, I was there.
Okay, so you were not asked. So you're just telling us that nobody asked you?
No, this one passed me.
Okay, yes. So the only time you became aware of this matter is when H&S were now unhappy?
When the matter went to court.
When the matter went to court?
Yes. That's when I got the copy of the contract amendment and the council approval and all those things.
Okay, so I think we can then assume we now have an answer to Honorable Madlala's question. And the answer is the decision to simply extend the contract was unlawful by the city's own argument in the dispute between H&S. And in fact, the court found that argument to be correct and agreed with it, because it set it aside.
It was never argued.
No, it's fine, but you made a submission, right? And the court agreed. I think if the judge had found that your argument is not valid, they would have disagreed. Okay, so it was your submission to the court that the decision was invalid. Judge considers it, agrees with you, and say, I also accept your settlement. That you two have agreed, one. And secondly, you, Buffalo City, will then pay the costs of 75% of the costs of the plaintiff.
Yes, but we mitigated interest, which could have run up to 40 million, because this is an amount which was unpaid over time. Maybe Mr. Song Nogogo, if you can remind me, but these certificates are more than a year not being honored at all.
No, I'm not questioning the settlement itself. No, I'm not. And the interest, I'm sure you did. That's the whole point of settlement. You want to save yourself the financial and other trouble and delays and that kind of thing. I am merely concerned with something else. I'm just saying that the court agreed that the decision had been unlawful. I'm going somewhere else with this. No, I'm going somewhere else with this. I'm not disputing what you saved. And that is, so what happened as a result of an unlawful decision which was taken without the input of the legal services of the Metro, is that the council, by not taking legal advice, took an unlawful decision. The second thing is that a claim arose where the Metro had to pay a settlement to a company it had never engaged with, lawfully engaged with to begin with. That's the long and the short of it.
Let me say, Chairperson, maybe just to put to context
Yes.
what you are saying, this is not what was paid in vain. Services were rendered, and also the claim ended to become a contractual claim, which could have been higher, but it became an enrichment claim, which only focused on the impoverishment of the other party, which minimized the cost. So, ultimate...
Please,
Okay.
I'm not quibbling with that. Please don't worry. Don't worry. That's not my issue. No, please don't worry. The whole point of court settlements is to avert these things. I accept that. Don't worry. I fully accept it. I am saying there were costs in other ways. How long did the dispute last for?
I can't think of the cuff, but I could say just 24 months.
2
roughly.
years,
Yes.
right. So that's what I'm saying. And that delay has consequences because, as we were told by the mayor and Mr. Nongogo, that as a result of the stoppages and the issues with the contract and so on, and I'm not blaming you. The matter never came to you before it served at council. I'm just saying this is the consequence of taking unlawful decisions. You end up with long delays, delaying housing developments and all of these kind of things. I'm not blaming you. Don't mind me looking at you. It's just because you have the mic. So don't be... So what I'm saying is this is the consequence of... It's not just the financial aspect of it. But we can move on. I just wanted us to be clear because yesterday we understood the story differently. And that is why my ears went up like this, right? Because we understood that it wasn't the normal course of, we didn't understand that the contract had been set aside because it was unlawful. We didn't understand how that came about and so on. It may have been helpful. In fact, it would have been helpful for the committee, and you were not there, I accept, to be furnished with a full detail. Because Honorable Mahlala would not have asked the question that he asked here, because he would be fully informed. So anyway, so I forgive me the interruption.
Yes, but let me also, I arrived here in 2017.
Yes.
The 1st of November. And the HNI and SIFCON
Yes.
legal dispute.
Yes.
It took place before I arrived here. I've
Yes.
seen the documents. I've read, the files, and I've seen the proper legal advice on the review and
Yeah.
setting aside of the initial contract before my time.
Yes.
And there's also an engineering input in terms of, by the expert, in terms of how calculations were arrived at. And what I'm seeing so much credibility. Look, the bid evaluation and adjudication system, they've made a mess of the entire calculation system and all that. But then there was an appeal in terms of Section 62 of the Municipal Systems Act, and there were advice that were sought, both legal and engineering advice. And the conclusion, the application, by the way, on the part of BCM, was to set aside the entire contract so that there could be a retender. But the CEO of HNI was then USA JV during the contracting period, resolved to contest the setting aside. And then on the balance of scales, the judge find that, look, this person, if this person qualified to number one, then this person should be offered the contract. Hence the review, the set aside of the decision, and then appoint the other respondent. But I'm saying that I've read the documents, and I see they are just in front of me. I was not there. So much credibility in terms of the process which has been followed to arrive at the determination. I was not there.
No, that's fine. I think the court is clear. All I was saying that the court is clear that the decision was unlawful. I don't think. I mean, that was your own contention. I don't think we can move past that. It is what it is. I understand what you're saying, but the matter has been cleared up. That's all I'm saying. For the purposes of this conversation, we've cleared up what happened. If the members have other questions, they can, but the matter has been cleared up. I understand now how we got to the court settlement, and it's composed in the manner in which it is. Thanks. Okay, now you can continue then with a question. I had interjected.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Head of Legal Services for explaining the details. I must also confess it's the first time to hear these details. So I had no intentions to mislead the committee. It's the details that were never furnished to us as a department of the actual legal matters that we decided. The matter stopped at us at the time of contractor going out of sight and at the time of settlement. The in-betweens are the details I did not have yesterday, and today I'm wiser, if I can put it that way. There are other questions that I just want to quickly address on the questions that were asked. The other one was on the issue of Mzonyana Water Treatment Works. Mzonyana Water Treatment Works is our main water treatment plant as Buffalo City, which we are doing some upgrades on it. Part of the upgrades is to improve the water supply from the dam to the treatment plant by building a new chemical dosing point and diverting pipes to the new dosing point and the valve chambers. So we are doing it in phases, and whenever we do it, we have to do it at a time where the water levels are high to allow us to still continue with the supply of water while we stop the other valves and do the diversions. We have completed the first part upstream of the valve. We are now busy with the second part downstream, which, as the MMC for infrastructure explained, we've got a contractor on site which is doing the preparatory work. When we have the dam levels high, we will then continue with the second valve chambers that we're doing. So it's work that is still going on. The question that was also asked was the quality of work of the effluent that comes out of the treatment plant that is still under construction, not complete. We are building a new treatment plant while at the same time operating an old treatment plant. So the sewage still goes to the old treatment plant. So the fact that that plant now is still not complete is not affecting the area of the old sewage treatment plant. Of course, we're upgrading to a newer treatment system because of the old quality of the plant that we have on the old site, which is we call it a biological trickling filter system. So we're still treating on the old plant. Once we've completed the new plant, they will divert everything to the new plant. And of course, on the condition of the other treatment plants, Schonville, Bisho, and Breypark, we still operate them. I can just admit that we still have challenges with vandalism. There are some vandalized equipment in those three plants. However, we still continue operating them while we are still building on the new plant. That will ultimately divert flows to that plant. So we're operating them. The challenge, though, is vandalism that we constantly deal with. Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, there was a question on the breakdown of Ebuhlanti that my colleague will explain more.
Evening, Chair.
It's a pity it's raining. We would take the members. We'd take the members to Atlantic.
Okay. Next time, Chair.
Okay.
Evening to you and also to the members of the committee, SCOPA at large, honorable members of parliament. Okay, mine is just to give clarity on the Ebuhlanti project, which is Marine Glen. Okay, maybe let me start off by saying, okay, I'll be building up from what Mr. Sochin has said earlier. Okay, firstly, the 70 million which was mentioned earlier, it is the total cost of building what we desired as the municipality. It was not necessarily an appointment which we have made through a contractor. So it was just an estimate of saying, this is what we want, okay, cost it, give us a cost and estimate, and then the quantity surveyor and the architect gave us figures, and it was amounting to 70 million. So there was no direct appointment of 70 million which was made by PCM to the Plant project. And also, okay, this was due to the reason that we didn't have enough budget when we started with the project. As Mr. Sochin has mentioned earlier, our finance availed 6 million to start with. And then that meant that of that 70 million, we'll have to now do a phased approach of saying, let's look at the components of the project, and then see which one we can start with. And at the time, we only had the roads contract, which was contract 300, and in our panel of contractors. So it was a quick win for us to say, let's start with roads first, while the contract was still not expired. So I wanted to clear that first. So we used contract 300 to implement. Then we moved, when it expired, to use a deviation panel of contractors. So I wanted to clear that off, Chairperson, before we move forward. But MMC said I must just maybe touch on the breakdown of what comprises that 70 million, which is still yet to be implemented. Let me just check quickly. Okay, as I've indicated, we have started with roads, and we have not touched on some of the other items outside of roads. We're busy with roads as we speak. We're currently finalizing the 1 kilometer stretch that Mr. Sochin was mentioning. And yes, I was here earlier, and then he said that we have spent 12 million, or the cost of building that kilometer will be 12 million. Okay, and then now from the summary of the breakdown of that 70 million, we are still yet to do ablution blocks, which will cost us 6.9 million, dry areas 9.7 million, and then the sewer and water connections, amphitheater, communal pavilion, and the fencing, waste bin and bench area, lighting, and then some of the indirect costs that we are going to pay in the form of social facilitation, environmental services, health and safety. So that when you tally those items up, they will give you 67 million. I think the issue of the 70 million, it's, according to our estimate, it's around 67.4 million. So I'm not sure why did it arrive to 70. I'm not sure if is there anything that I'm leaving out.
What an extra 2-point-something million between friends.
Come on.
Come on.
It's the media, Chair.
Come on.
Thank you, Chair. I got the best interesting question, but before I start with the honourable member on that irregular, there was a question from the first speaker, the member, on the, let me just get to that, on the debt book write-off. You asked about poor households. So in the current year, starting last year, we looked at the indigent households due to that punitive measures that I explained. And there's a council resolution on that to deal with the indigent, and we've been dealing with that. So to date, we wrote about 350 million of the indigent. In May, we will take a report to council for 1.2 billion. Now that is all debt over 5 years, and in that is got a breakdown of business that closed up and not operating anymore, and also the households. But we interrogate every account before we just take the report to council, because council is very thorough. They want to see every line item. We take the full report, just not a closeout report with the full annexures of every line account that we are writing off. So that work is ongoing, and then we'll start to progress. After we do the 5 years and over, we'll get to 4 years and over, and we'll deal with it. Currently, due to our non-collectability, our collection is, like we said, about 68 to 69%. Quite a bit is accumulating, so it's about roughly about just about 200 million a month. So if you look at the entire period, 1.2 billion every year is accumulating into the debt book. In terms of the irregular expenditure, so where I'm sitting, this is my opinion, frivolous and wasteful is much more easier to recover, because it's wasteful, you can prove it. When you look at irregular expenditure, and if you look at the breakdown I've given you earlier, and it's part of your slides that we did, of the 1.3 in the 23-24 financial year, 1.2 billion is contravention of SCM policies, legislation. Now, yes, you can, MPAC will do that work and investigate it, but where I'm sitting, it's not, you need to prove that city do not benefit to charge somebody or recover something, because it may be irregular, but doesn't mean the city do not benefit in terms of that monies, where we contravened a section of the MFMA or supply chain regulations. So what I'm saying is that only after, and I'll be putting my head on the block to say you can recover anything right now, unless it's subjected to full investigation of that, then we can decide. But for irregular expenditure, where I'm sitting is very unlikely that we're going to recover anything because of just a contravention. One needs to prove that the city did not benefit for the money that was being written off as irregular.
So can I try and simplify? It took me a while to wrap my head around this issue. So, if we were supposed to project these tables here, and the tender was closed 2 days before it was supposed to close, but it was awarded nonetheless, went to a winning bidder, the price is fine, and so on, right? And the tables were delivered to the city, to the metro, and they are in use. The Auditor General would still classify that as irregular expenditure because you close the tender too early. So in order to recover, so you can't recover that because the tables are here. However, there are instances of irregular expenditure where there has been an actual loss to the entity. And in those cases, recovery should be pursued because as a result of the irregularity, then there was a... In the former sense, there might be a reason to discipline officials and so on for not following tender procedure, what we call consequence management. Am I correct in your understanding?
Yes, you're 100% correct. So we will implement consequence management where they flouted the supply chain regulations.
Okay.
But in terms of recoverable, the exercise, the example you gave was excellent because you got the table, you got value for money. Should we then recover that money from the official?
I see. Let me look at the AG. Did I get anything wrong? I got it right. Thank you. I hope then that, so you are therefore saying, of the amount in question from Honorable Non-Danger, how much, in your opinion, the city did not incur, the metro did not incur a loss?
That's why I didn't want to put my head on the block. Of that 1.3 billion, it has to be interrogated to the line item to decide that. So, but I said, and then I qualified by saying, it's easier when it comes to fruitless and wasteful because you know you can identify, investigate, and recover. On irregular expenditure, you have to go to, and I agree with you, whatever you said, you're correct, 100%. I'm not disputing what you said. But it's very difficult for me to put a percentage against that 1.3 and say, 5% is recoverable.
No, I'm saying the different instances. I'm not saying the percentage within the same. So all I'm saying, what would give the committee and Honorable Non-Danger, and you don't need to answer, as I understand, is within irregular expenditure, just identify instances where there has been a loss, if that arises, right? We don't need to litigate the matter any further. Honorable Non-Danger's concern is that where there is a loss, we might, just leave it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I will attempt on the Mtanzane swimming pool.
The man of the match.
More so the HOD, because of bereavement, had to leave earlier, as requested. The swimming pool separation is something that we could investigate as part of the project implementation, because currently we're not aware of what will be the implication of opening one side during the process of construction, because we understand that there could be blasting when the swimming pool that is said to have defects is reconstructed. So we'll have to analyze the impact of reconstructing of the Olympic swimming pool if the Kiri side were to be separated and opened. But it's an issue that we can look at. On weather consequence management with regard to the swimming pool, certainly, Chair, when we commissioned the investigation through the forensic investigation, we sought to obtain the total picture of what occurred in the swimming pool project, a new swimming pool project. What has happened, what were the root causes of those problems, and whether there are any individuals that could be held accountable for negligence in the construction of the swimming pool. The forensic report scope include all those issues. And we are confident that when council look at it, as promised in a special council meeting, all these issues with regard to the swimming pool will be dealt with. And I'm sure we can share that report with the committee as well. On the issue of the 6 million rand donation, EU funding, when I engaged with the HOD that was here, I've asked the CFO. He has got no knowledge of the EU funding, the acting CFO. He has not seen it in the books. I've engaged with the HOD that was there, HOD executive support. The indication is that yes, there were EU funding that were promised to the city, but it had conditions which the city never met at the time. So the donation was never realized by the city ultimately.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think on my side, on what Honorable Mente was saying, that on the indigent register, as CFO has alluded, we've already started the write-off, but I think we need to do it on a more faster pace than what we're currently doing. And then there was this issue of the water world on the privatization of it. I think on that one, as I have alluded yesterday, it was the first time that we are hearing it because we said to PCMTA to look at different options. But what we are saying as Buffalo City, that we've given PCMTA a task to go and do a study on what is needed. And then that plan must, or report must come to council and council to consider. We want to assure the committee we would never sell the land or give that to a private owner. We'll make sure that, especially from your council, where we have funds, we have discussed it yesterday with CFO, that we must do it in stages. So we would wait for PCMDA to bring that report to council, but we will make sure that we fix it and to take it to private, the private sector. And then the issue of Tanzania swimming pool, immediately when that report is presented in council in May, we'll take the recommendation and implement consequence management. I think on the legal issues, issues were explained here today, which we asked yesterday. They were explained to us differently, but it's a lapa, but we'll deal with some of these issues that have been said here, because it's not nice when we had an understanding, because the fact of the matter, we were not here, Chair, when these tenders were issued, and we need to hold everyone accountable that did not follow the correct processes. I think the issue of Obihlanti, when we launched it at that phase, we were told it was the first phase. It was not the total amount. But that report, Chair, as presented by infrastructure here, it was presented. I think on the issue of swimming pool, city manager has responded, and that matter will go to council because there's a forensic report to this issue. On the issue of performance management, council took a decision because we are not happy with the performance of management. We are currently seeking legal advice on reviewing the permanence of HODs in Buffalo City. Once we get the legal advice, we'll go and review the decision in court of performance of senior management in Buffalo City. On the issue of lifestyle audit, we have not done so. Thank you for that advice. We will follow suit and do lifestyle audits. Thank you, Chair.
See, your 50,000 shoes are going to get you into trouble. As said by Honorable Maduna. Sell them. Have we got any? Oh, yes. Councillor Chaka, please go ahead.
Nancy Mike.
Enkosi Chair, ndabona uba umane undilibala.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no,
okay.
Chair.
I'm not sure whether I heard, clearly what was stated by one of the executives from BCMDA about the investigation that has been done or to be done around, Water World. I must also state that there is an investigation that we did as MPEC. I'm not sure whether he was referring to this one that we undertook, which is still going to be considered by the council. It was tabled, but not considered in December meeting. I think we had about 3 reports: swimming pool, Tanzania, Water World, and Court Crescent. Those also were not considered.
So can I just get an understanding, when they are not considered, is it because council has held them over to the next session, or they disappear into the...
I may not say they disappeared.
But I mean off the agenda.
Maybe the speaker would be in a better position to reflect on that. We are still, hoping that this is going to be addressed, in the next council meeting. They were tabled in December, and somehow withdrawn because of the clarities that they wanted the council members further. But we said they should bring all those gaps that they think they have identified to the office, but to date, we have not received those. And January, I also indicated to the speaker that there are these, reports that are still have to be considered by council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we just have to deal with this, please, because we had a long back and forth about the EY report. And we also now have MPEG reports that have been tabled before council but have not been deliberated upon, and it is uncertain when they will be. Can I get some clarity from you, Speaker, in terms of what is happening with these reports? Because as I understand from the chair of committee is that they are still waiting for these clarities that are sought. That was when, in January or December? It is now April next week, and that information is not forthcoming.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me just say they will be tabled in April, special council in April.
Let me ask about the clarities. So we'll get to that one. I need to understand, do you know what clarity was sought from the subcommittee?
I'm not sure about this. I'm really not sure about this, Chair. What clarities?
No, so as I understand, and Councillor Chaka was talking just now, that the reason these reports were not discussed, and they pertain to some of the projects we visited, is that they needed to clear up some things. I think there were supposedly queries that needed to be answered before they can serve before council. He says, and correct me if I'm wrong, they've been waiting since December for someone to tell them what is it that we are supposed to clear up in these reports, and nobody to date has. So it's not helpful for you to say it will be served in April.
Well, Chair, I'm not very sure. I'm not very sure about the issues that needs to be clarified. We'll have to go back and check that.
No, there is no going back,
Okay.
Speaker. So can I ask, so from where did you get the feedback, Councillor Chaka, that you needed, there's some clarities needed? Who gave you that feedback?
Chair, it was when I was tabling the reports before council.
Right.
Yes. And they were withdrawn because of these clarities or gaps that are in the report.
No, sure. Somebody had to have proposed that. You didn't do it yourself, did you?
No, I presented the reports.
Okay. I'm trying to get to the point where clarities are sought, never provided. The thing is not going to be tabled in council. I don't want us to take as long as we did with EY. I really don't want us to take that long. Who suggested and the matter was seconded? I mean, who did? It's really that simple.
Normally when there are these, debates that are ensuing in the council, Chief Whip would step in to say, okay, let's pull them back until these issues are, raised formally as to what what the gaps are in the reports and so on. So that's the normal process taking place in the council.
Is that what happened on the day?
It is what happened.
Okay. During the debate, did you get a sense of what these gaps are?
No. Hence I was saying, in fact, there was a suggestion to say they should bring these what they see as gaps in the report so that we consider those as a committee, but we didn't receive that.
Thank you. Here is a picture that is emerging. The council has no appetite to investigate these matters. None. It's got none. What happened with the EY report, it was not an accident. It's a trend. It does not make sense that 4 months after unspecified clarity sought, nothing has been done to date. The picture that is emerging here, I have to say, is a picture of a leadership that is not interested in cleaning up the city. I only reach that conclusion. I can only reach that conclusion, members. And I have to say, Madam Chief Whip and Speaker sir, you are the two people vested with institutional power in council. And you are not passing the test. It is not, Speaker, sufficient of you to say, when we ask these tough questions, oh no, but we'll table it in April. In isiXhosa kudlulisomsana kunini. It's extremely concerning. And I have to say, once again, this is the conclusion we will share with Parliament with your names and titles in it, in the report. That's the only conclusion I reached. There is no interest. Let me place another issue on the table now that we are here. I was hoping we're going to close. I have had a conversation with the SIU over the matter of the COVID-19 issue. The SIU is tasked, and please correct me if I'm wrong, sir, the SIU is tasked with doing civil recoveries from service providers. The Metro has decided to pursue recoveries from employees, not the service providers. It's avoiding having to make a claim to the service providers. The way it works is this. The city disciplines employees, the SIU pursues service providers. That's how it's supposed to work. And that is not how it's working. I don't know how we move on from here, colleagues. What is emerging is disturbing and unhelpful to our work here. So can anyone tell me what these gaps were? Can you tell the members, what were these gaps in the MPEX report? Because if nobody knows, then the case is closed. Does anyone know what the gaps were? Nobody knows.
Are you telling us the gap?
No, Chair, I just wanted to also add that AG, on the precise answer of BCMDA in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 49 million, is that it's irrecoverable. Contrary to what the CEO was saying, that fruitless and wasteful is easy. This one is not easy. according to the reports, but it is easy because the people that are incurring the cost are seated here by ignoring the site and allow the bushes to grow in it. Then the MPEG is going to go back and not find who's responsible. We still don't have an answer as to how are we going to recover the 49 million. It can't just be written off.
Thanks, Honorable Mentor. So can we get some answers, please? Oh, sorry, sorry, before Head of Legal. Sorry, Honorable Isaac, I apologize, I didn't see you.
There you go. Am I audible, Chair?
Yeah, you're audible.
Chair, there was a question that I posed to the regarding the 5 payment certificates. And you unfortunately or politely maybe just forgot about it. You know which one I'm talking of. It's on the slide 15 of the AG's report regarding the Maratsane swimming pool. Because it says here, I'll just jerk your memory, make it easy with your permission, quickly, Chair. It says there were 5 different copies of payment certificate number 12. I'll repeat that. There were 5 different copies of payment certificate number 12 on file, each with a different value to be paid. Okay? So it could not be determined if the payment certificate was processed and paid. This is what the AG is saying. So the management's response, City Manager, Mayor, the management's response to this, that the error is noted. There it is there. It's not something that I'm saying. I'm reading it to you verbatim. Please express yourself, and if you're not able to quantify, you can look to your left or to your right. Somebody will help you out there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You can deal with that quickly. Are you able to?
I'm not in a position to deal with that, but before I came to the session, I did extract all the payments on Excel for what went through the ledger. I have that with me, but I have no sight of those payment certificates that went through, maybe during the period that I wasn't here. I'm not finding that an excuse, but what I did was I did download all the payment that went through the ledger account. I have that in front of me. I can maybe share that with you.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, so somehow or the other we need to quantify this statement of these payment certificates. So either we're going to get a report on this matter, or you're going to respond to the AG. I don't know, Chairperson, you should guide here which way we're going to go with this.
No, we need a response.
Yeah, well, from finance, we can pull the payment certificate. The payment certificate would be in our files at creditors. We can pull those certificates and the payments that were made towards that, so you need to swimming pool. We can do that, and then furnish you all with that information.
All right. So what Honorable Isaac here is saying is asking is very important in the context of Council's unwillingness to discuss the reports of MPEG on the same matters. Sir, you wanted to say something, or am I mistaken?
No, not really, but it's just a correction, Chairperson. I've got a combined summons in front of me for civil recovery by the municipality. Both the employees and the contractors are involved. They are dated 18th December. Just pulled them out.
So it's a point of correction on what I said, that you're only recovering from employees. You're also recovering from...
Yes, I just didn't want you to go with this wrong information.
No, I appreciate that. Are you able to furnish that to the committee?
With the permission of the city manager, yes.
Okay. Do you have a difficulty with this? We're not going to publish it. We just provide it to the...
Certainly we don't, Chair.
Because it's submitted in court, right? Isn't it summons? It's not part of a court process, is it not? No?
No, we don't have a problem in submitting that. Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the intervention. I appreciate it. Honorable Madlala and Honorable Skosan.
All right, thank you, Chair. I wanted us to try and move towards closure.
The closure, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe that obviously on the questions that cannot be answered, we can then formulate our own opinion. Because I think the session is to get clarity. So where the clarity is not forthcoming, then the rest is on us. We can't be held at ransom by the lack thereof.
Sure.
So, but there are questions that remain unanswered. I was firstly going to propose that the follow-up questions, we can put them in writing so that we can get
Sure.
written responses before we finalize our opinion on the matter. But there are still questions themselves which remain unanswered. There's quite a number of them. I don't know if members have noted them or should we start afresh. I spoke about whether the city is considering having its own metropolis because of the high levels of vandalism. I spoke about the dysfunctionality of Sconville plant, for example, and other plants that are supposed to be diverted if they are fully functional. It's quite a number of questions that have not been touched. So the issue of whether at Ebuhlanti these other components will go on tender. Forget that 6 million has went to 12 on the roads infrastructure, but all these other components leading to 70, will they go on individual tender, or is just going to be an extension of the existing contract as we have seen being a practice? So those are some of the few that I can remember for now. If members can just answer all the questions fully, and then we can, if the proposal to put in writing follow-ups could be entertained. Thank you, Chair.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I just want to go back to the issue of the MPEG report. Because the MPEG report, whether it's saving gaps or what, but it is their report. So it must be tabled and discussed. If the majority of councillors do not agree with the recommendations from the MPEG, they are not forced to endorse those recommendations. The council must discuss and says, no, we don't agree with your recommendations as MPEG. But the practice that the item will be on the agenda, then when it's supposed to be discussed, the chief whip then would come and say, no, there are gaps, let's remove this report. You see, it does not paint you well, Honorable Chief Whip. It does not, because it is their report. It's like the executive mayor. The executive mayor is the one who tables a report on behalf of the mayoral committee. See, the executive mayor can decide that a certain report which is in the agenda, she can decide that I want to withdraw that particular report. And it is her report. Nobody can say, why are you withdrawing this report? You can say, I'm withdrawing this report, I will bring it back in the next city or some other time, because it is her report. So the MPEG, it is also their report. They can decide to withdraw the report, to say, for today, we're withdrawing the report, we will bring it back again. But if Bona, they feel that their report is fine, is well prepared to be presented, it should be subjected to the House. The House must deliberate. Whether the House agree with them or not is another matter. But they can't have their report on the agenda when it's supposed to be discussed. Then the chief whip stand up and says, no, well, let's remove the report because there are gaps in the report. You see, it does not sit well, it does not paint you well, Honorable Chief Whip, because we are in a way discouraging them. As the MPEG, they spend time looking at these matters, make recommendations, follow processes to make sure that the report gets into the council agenda. You see, it was going to be a different matter or a different ball game if the chair of the MPEG would just arrive in the council sitting and say, I want to table the report, which is not in the agenda of the council. But the fact that the report is in the agenda of the council, it means they followed all the processes and procedures of council to make sure that the report gets into the agenda. So when the report has to be tabled, then the chief whip stand up and says, no, let's remove this report, there are gaps. You see, it does not paint you well as the chief whip and as the whip of the council. So I think it's for the first time I'm hearing that kind of a situation because MPEC is an oversight committee. That's why they table their report direct. Their report can't go via the mayoral committee to the executive. It must go straight to council. Go to the council agenda, then they must table it themselves. But if they have to, when they are supposed to table the report, it gets removed. Yeah. So it's a serious challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, and I need to say, Honorable Skosana is speaking from experience. He has been in the executive mayor chair somewhere else, and Honorable Bila as well. So the members, when they speak from personal experience, having handled similar matters in the past. So please take their counsel as much as you can. Can we get, so what we'll do is, and I accept your suggestion, Honorable Madlala, so let us answer the questions that are outstanding. The members will state their follow-up questions. You can answer them in writing to the committee. They don't need to be dealt with here so that, don't make people drive late at night in the rain.
Thanks, Chair. I think on the question that was asked on with regards to the issue of Metropolis, we as Buffalo City we have applied for Metropolis, but because of the financial viability of the municipality, National Treasurer did not approve it. We, as city manager, is saying that we are threatening even by having cameras, security cameras, CCTV cameras, which is in the procurement process to strengthen that, and the specialized security services. Chairperson, I think I was a bit confused when you said that as the municipality we are only looking into disciplinary or against officials than the civil, because the letter I presented the report of the SIU in council, and that report of the SIU recommended both civil and disciplinary action against officials. So it was both. I'm the one who read that letter in council. So I'm not sure SIU is here. Maybe they should explain.
No. I accepted your colleague's explanation, and I thanked him for it.
Okay. Thank you. City manager will come in. Just on the swimming pool as well. I think, Chair, because the HOD, Mr. Squezer, is not here because he's bereaved. If there are any other outstanding question that the honorable member has asked with regards to the 4 invoices, where more clarity is requested from us, we'll give a written response to your office, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add on the security, apart from the camera procurement that we said it's already in the BEC and will soon go to the Bid Adjudication Committee to deal with the security issues. Council has, in the budget adjustment, allocated 5 million to provide procure physical security through security companies to augment the security challenges as a consequence of the absence of the city police.
Thank you. Are we okay? Yes.
Before you move towards closure, Chair,
I
knew that. I just wanted to check with you, perhaps you could just enlighten us. Why was the meeting moved from the chambers to this place which you had to rent, hire, pay for? Would you term this as fruitless expenditure?
No,
Was it yours?
This belongs to the metro.
It's
So
the
why
metro.
did we? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
It's a metro property. Great. But why didn't we? Why did do?
There was no specification of where we must come.
Okay,
so
so
we
you
chose
picked
this
this
is a
place,
better
right.
venue, yes.
ANC is tampering.
Okay.
it says.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to bring you closer to the sea.
Okay. So I really want us to move towards closing. So let me ask. Do any of the members have any follow-up questions for written response? Honorable Nontenja, can we move the mic to the Honorable Nontenja?
Thank you, Chair. My question is, MPEC report on Dansane swimming pools, did it serve in council? If it did, was it carried? Or there was something? Did it serve in council? Just the Dansane one. And if not, why it didn't serve in council? That's the question that I would love to have it answered, because there's a lot that comes out of that regarding how it was handled, because the findings that were submitted should have been taken into consideration, Chair. Thank you.
I think we can deal with this quickly. It's included in the reports that were not discussed, am I correct? The MPEC report on the Mtanzania swimming pool, is it included, is it part of the reports that needed some clarities or not? It is. So that's so Honorable Nantenja, that exchange we had, it's one of the reports that was concerned there. I don't know if that assists you.
No, Chair, it doesn't assist me. I would love to know what were the gaps in that report of
Okay.
those swimming pools. So if they can list the gaps that they picked up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nantenja. Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much. What would be very helpful, and this would just be a written answer to each of the three projects we saw yesterday, the swimming pool, the wastewater works, and the waterworks leisure centre. What is the plan going forward? What are the next steps for each of those three, and when do you think is the likelihood of bringing them to conclusion? So just for each of those three, and that would be great to get that as a written answer. So if we ever do find ourselves here again in 18 months' time, it'd be good to compare it to basically your indication of where you're going with each of those three projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Madla. Oh, yeah, Honorable Madlala.
Sorry, Chair, just for clarity, so these questions will say them and then they will bring them
Yes,
in.
yes,
All right,
yes,
no.
yes.
I thought we were going to
As
write.
per your suggestion.
I thought we were going to write and then they write back, but it's fine. Let's go through them. Well, the first one is that having established that the transfer of the contract, section 116 was wrong, was unlawful, as per the determination of the court. Then the question is consequence management. We'll always refer to that. I said earlier, there seems to be a high appetite or a low appetite for consequence management, because someone took a wrong decision, an unlawful decision, and the court went on to agree to that. Whether it was council failing to do its fiduciary responsibility, not consulting with legal in the process of meticulously and systematically taking decisions, that must be attached to the members of council at that time, because they are responsible for taking more decisions as we speak, and which may lead to even bigger problems. So I would like to understand the consequence management response to that decision having been rendered an illegal decision. I still haven't gotten a response. I don't know if I slept for a second. That Ebuhlanti thing, these are the components leading to the 60 something million. Will they go on tender individually, or they will be right up to the contract that is existing? And I just want that to be stipulated up front so that we don't wake up, and because initially the impression was that it's 7 million, it has went to 7, as if it's it was awarded. But then we understand that this was just for the smaller project. It's fine then, it's acceptable. How it's escalated to 12 million is another discussion. But the other components then related to the full project, will the individual then go on tender or not? Thank you, Chair. Those are the two.
Thank you so much. Honorable Maduna, you've landed. Okay. Thank you. Honorable Isak. Okay, thank you. Okay, so those questions have been noted, correct? Or they are for written response, just to be clear. They are for written response, yes. No, those questions are for unless, Mayor, you've got energy. Okay, so if we can be finished with answers next week, please, that would be very helpful. Because we want to table the report when Parliament comes back from constituency period. Thank you so much. So it's been a long day. I want to do a couple of things. I want to thank the Executive Mayor, the Speaker, the Chief Whip, the councillors that are here, the members of the board of the Development Agency, the executives that are here, members of MPEC, the team of the Auditor General, the SIU, the staff of the committee, the honorable members. It's been a grueling week for us. We don't know whether we're coming or going at this point. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you most sincerely. I want to thank you for your engagement today. The moments of tough discussion, humor, and so on, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we will send you from our perspective, any issues we need clarity on for the sake of our report. The Secretariat will be in touch just to make sure that our own report is as accurate as possible, which is why I appreciate when there's an intervention like yours. So thank you very much. I'm not going to keep us here any further. Can we adjourn? Thank you.